Chapter 3455. Jiang Chen didn't know who the master of the Gate of Heaven's will was. However, this guy was the ancestor of the Hellion family. This identity was enough to put Hellion Yu in a dilemma. The phantom of the giant skeleton didn't attack Yu. Instead, it aimed directly at Jiang Chen. It only had one goal, and that was to kill Jiang Chen. Little girl, you brought this kind of person into the ancestral land of the Hellion family. As a member of the Hellion family, your sin is unforgivable. The phantom of the skeleton said in a deafening voice. Yu was in a dilemma. One was her ancestor, and the other was her yearning big brother. What should she do? I beg the ancestor to let big brother go. If there's anything you need, Yu will do it. For the sake of the Hellion family, I'm willing to sacrifice my life. Yu insisted. She was a member of the Hellion family, so she had no choice. She could only take a step back. However, it was impossible for her to give up big brother. You're thinking too simply. As a member of the Hellion family, you're actually siding with an outsider. What are your intentions? How could the Hellion family have such a disloyal and unfilial person like you? Where's the dignity of the Hellion family? Do you think that it's so easy for someone who entered the Gate of Heaven's will to leave? I won't let him go. If you stop me, don't blame me for being ruthless. There's no betrayal in the Hellion family, only blood and sacrifice. The giant skeleton's deep voice once again caused Yu to fall into a dilemma. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. She looked around, but she couldn't find her big brother. At this moment, she hoped that everything in front of her was an illusion, that it was fake, that her big brother didn't appear here at all. Yu wasn't a heartless person. Although she wasn't born and raised in the Hellion family, the blood of the Hellion family flowed in her blood. The only thing she couldn't do was not to become enemies with her ancestor. However, what would happen to big brother? She had long been disheartened after entering the Gate of Heaven's will. On the other hand, she wanted to chase after news of her father. She didn't want to dominate the world. She only wanted to know if her father was still alive. She only wanted to seek justice for her father. She couldn't bear to part with big brother, but what could she do? But at this time, the choice she had to make put her in an incomparably difficult and awkward situation. Yu he is a demon. Are the ancestors of the Hellion family really so ignorant of right and wrong? I don't really believe it. If it's true, then you must have been a shameless person in the past. After being killed, you were imprisoned in this dark Gate of Heaven's will just to display your perverted thoughts, right? For the Hellion family to have an ancestor like you, it is indeed very sad. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. You're high and mighty, but you're just living in a dream. How can there be such a good thing in the world if you want to never fall into the cycle of reincarnation? Unless you have a way to rise again. However, you're only at the Emperor realm. If you think you can crush me, it's still a little too whimsical. Jiang Chen was completely unafraid of this giant skeleton. This guy was thinking of ways to kill Jiang Chen. The fact that Jiang Chen had entered the Hellion family's ancestral land, the Gate of Heaven had already aroused the strong dissatisfaction of this guy. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had already predicted all the situations, because he already had the determination to enter the cycle of reincarnation. This Gate of Heavens must be a very terrifying existence. Once he entered here, he was destined to receive extraordinary challenges. It was known as the only forbidden area of the Hellion family since ancient times. The people who entered it were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that this place was like his backyard, where he could come and go as he pleased. But in order to save you, everything was worth it. Stubborn, then I'll send you to hell. The giant skeleton roared angrily. His voice was like a great bell, shaking the heavens and earth. A huge phantom passed through the sky. The aura of the soul covered the sky. Jiang Chen had already been forced to retreat again and again. Big brother. Yu was in a desperate situation. She couldn't help Jiang Chen, nor could she change the situation in front of her. No one understood the struggle in the depths of her heart, how painful it was. She could only silently pray and hope that Jiang Chen could escape from this dangerous situation. But if the one who lost was the giant skeleton, then it would be her ancestor. So in this battle, no matter who won or lost, she would still be in a dilemma. Yu understood that everything that Jiang Chen did was for her. However, she had no choice. If Jiang Chen wasn't bad, she wouldn't be willing to accept it. But now that Jiang Chen was here, she was in a dilemma. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. This old fellow has been hiding underground for millions and millions of years. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. I, Jiang Chen, don't want to die in your hands without knowing why. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth turned cold and he squinted his eyes. At that moment, his soul power rippled out like a tide, pouring down and turning into a huge dragon. The dragon soared in the sky and collided with the giant skeleton. Jiang Chen's soul power condensed into a huge dragon that entangled with the giant skeleton. The terrifying soul power struck down wave after wave. Jiang Chen's face became extremely ugly. It was obvious that he was in a disadvantageous position. This fellow was quite terrifying. Even though he was only left with soul power, he shouldn't be underestimated. I have the soul power of a peak emperor god. You're just a beginner emperor god. How are you going to fight against me? The soul voice became even more terrifying as it swept across the sky. In the universe, Jiang Chen's soul was forced into a difficult situation. Without thinking, Jiang Chen understood the difference between a peak emperor god and a beginner emperor god. He had investigated quite a bit. If he were to fight with this fellow to the end, his situation would be extremely dangerous. I don't believe it. Soul extermination. Soul extermination. Slash. Jiang Chen continuously exerted his terrifying soul pressure and turned into reaping sickles. However, they were all swallowed by the phantom skeleton. Jiang Chen staggered and retreated. His face grew ugly. 2 rays of blue light turned into 2 rays of light and tore the void apart. They pierced through Jiang Chen's body. At that moment, Jiang Chen fell down and spurted out blood. Motherfucker, you old thing. Great you soul-forming light. Suppress. Chapter 3456. Great you soul-forming light. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. However, this Great You Soul-forming light is not complete and your strength is too weak to activate the power of the Great You Soul-forming light. Unless you become an Emperor Realm expert, you won't be able to use it to suppress me. Go to hell. The phantom of the skeleton roared continuously. His angry voice revealed the anger and excitement in his heart. Although the Great You Soul-forming light could not suppress him, it had injured him. If Jiang Chen was strong enough, the Great You Soul-forming light could easily subdue him. It was a pity that Jiang Chen's strength was too weak compared to the skeleton shadow. Jiang Chen knew how difficult this battle was. If he lost, he would be destroyed and his soul would be restricted. Even the Great You Soul-forming light could not turn the situation around. Jiang Chen was at his wit's end. The only thing he could do now was to use his Tao essence to cast the Howling Heaven seal. Success or failure depended on this. Jiang Chen had no other choice. If he wanted to live, this was the only way. The soul thought was invisible. If he wanted to hide, there was nowhere for him to hide. It was impossible for the limitless sword and the formation to trap him. In the end, Jiang Chen could only place all his hopes on the Howling Heaven seal. He hoped that the seal that was formed with the energy of Tao accumulation could shake the soul consciousness. Howling Heaven seal. Jiang Chen formed a seal with his hands and squinted his eyes. When the seal was cast, the mountains and rivers roared. The entire gate of heavens will seem to be shaking. Big brother, are you okay? Xueqi said anxiously. She was worried. However, the moment the heavenly seal appeared, the skeleton in charge instantly turned pale with fright and roared madly. How is this possible? You have Tao essence. This is impossible. Impossible. This is Howling Heaven seal? Who are you? The giant skeleton was incomparably shocked, as if it couldn't be more shocked by Jiang Chen's seal. The heaven howling seal smashed out like a rotten twig. The clouds in front of the stone block parted, revealing the clear blue sky. As soon as the seal moved, the giant skeleton was crushed into countless soul fragments. The power of the heaven howling seal instantly crushed the giant skeleton. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised and his lips curled into a smile. He didn't expect that his last attack would destroy the phantom of the skeleton. In an instant, Jiang Chen quickly activated the Great You Soul-forming light and kept the soul fragment of the phantom of the skeleton into the Great You Soul-forming light. No, no! A tragic cry reverberated in Jiang Chen and Xueqi's ears. However, Jiang Chen was indifferent. It was the law of the jungle. If he lost, the ending would be even more tragic than this. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. Jiang Chen didn't feel any discomfort. He kept the broken soul fragment into his pouch and prepared to refine it. That way, he could get rid of the hatred in his heart. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. Finally, he ended the guy's life. There was no need to explain how powerful a peak divine sovereign's spiritual sense was. Jiang Chen could only rely on the heavenly torturing seal to help him escape this time. Jiang Chen also let out a sigh of relief. He finally subdued that guy. The surrounding illusion disappeared and what appeared under his feet was a broad road. The abyss and the stone bridge were all part of the illusion. Yue suddenly turned her head and saw her big brother. Her eyes were filled with tears and she covered her mouth to stop herself from crying. At that moment, they were separated by life and death. So many years of wind and rain, so many years of longing, so many years of bitterness. They finally met again. Yue had thousands of words in her heart. She didn't know how to tell Jiang Chen about her endless grievances and hardships. Jiang Chen looked at Yue and Yue looked at him. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. The little girl who was kind and understanding had finally grown up. Her appearance was even more stunning than when Jiang Chen saw Ling Yun in the past. However, her tears flowed into Jiang Chen's heart. Don't cry. Your tears are my pearls. You're the princess in my heart. Even if you lose one, my heart will ache. Don't lose my pearls. Let them shine in your heart. Jiang Chen smiled. After so many trials and tribulations, he finally saw this lovable and heart-wrenching little girl. She was finally no longer lonely. However, Yue couldn't stop her tears. She fell into Jiang Chen's embrace and cried non-stop. After a long while, Yue finally wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Her lips were filled with bitterness. However, she had to say that this time, even if she died, she wouldn't have any regrets. Because her big brother was already here, she no longer had any hesitation. Although she knew that everything had become very difficult, as long as her big brother was here, the sky would never turn dark. However, this gate of heaven's will was extremely difficult for her big brother. He couldn't even take a single step forward. If it wasn't for her big brother using all his strength to protect himself, she didn't know if her big brother would really leave her and fall in the gate of heaven's will. After all, their current strength had yet to reach the Emperor realm. On the other hand, the ancestor of the Gate of Heaven's will had already reached the Emperor realm or even higher. Their situation had been extremely difficult until now. Big brother, why did you come? Aren't you afraid of death? Aren't you afraid of forgetting everything? Yue bit her rosy lips. Her eyes were sparkling, causing Jiang Chen's heart to ache. I'm afraid. I'm very afraid. But at the same time, I'm also afraid of losing you. Jiang Chen smiled. The gentleness at the corner of his lips was indescribable. Yue smiled. Her heart was sweeter than eating honey. If this Gate of Heaven's will is really the ancestral land of your Hellion clan, then it shouldn't be something that just anyone can come in. However, if that skeleton phantom was a despicable monster, then it's dead. There's nothing to say. Some people die, but he lives forever. Some people live, but he's already dead. The Gate of Heaven's will should be the gathering place of the geniuses of your Hellion clan. Who would have thought that it would be occupied by such a monster? If this Gate of Heaven's will is really that weak, then it's fine if you don't want it. Jiang Chen shook his head and said with a gloomy expression, Big brother, this is the ancestral land of my Hellion clan. Be careful of your words. Chapter 3457. That's right. Not just any demon or monster is fit to be a member of my Hellion clan. We should have killed such evil creatures long ago. I didn't expect that my descendant would almost die in the hands of this guy. It's fate, it's fate. Looks like this little friend's strength is not to be underestimated. This evil creature dying in your hands can be considered to be a worthy death. A deep voice sounded in Yue and Jiang Chen's ears. A figure in a snow-white robe appeared. Her long hair was loose and her temperament was unparalleled. Her beautiful face looked similar to Yue. The lady stood with her hands behind her back. Her shadow floated in the air and her eyes were like torches as she looked at Yue. Are you the ancestor? Yue asked in a low voice. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the lady in a snow-white robe calmly. If you're really the ancestor of the Hellion clan, it's a good thing. Jiang Chen smiled. Haha, not everyone is like that evil creature. Do you think that my Hellion clan is filled with sinister and cunning people? The lady was not angry at all. She said with a faint smile and shook her head. Jiang Chen could not bear any hostility towards her because she looked extremely similar to Yu Er. Looking at her from afar, it was as if they were the same person. I'm the leader of the Hellion clan, Hellion Piaomiao. The Hellion clan has lost a lot of talents. The Gate of Heavens can't change the situation. For us who have been dead for thousands of years, there's nothing we can do. The woman seemed to be very helpless as she sighed and said, Yu Er greets the ancestor. Yu Er cupped her hands and bowed. Her face was filled with respect. The person you got rid of earlier was none other than the 7th-generation ancestor of the Hellion clan. However, he had committed many evils. Although he was also an ancestor of the Hellion clan, he was as incompatible as fire and water with me. Taking advantage of my slumber, he wanted to kill me. It's useless to kill this kind of evildoer. Even if you didn't do anything, I definitely wouldn't let him have the slightest chance of survival. The one who entered the Gate of Heaven's will in the previous generation should be your father, right? Hellion Piaomiao said. Yuer's eyes reddened as she asked nervously, Ancestor, you mean? Your father has already been killed by him. Speaking of which, it is also because of my incompetence. Otherwise, how could my Hellion family end up in such a state? Back then, your father was a heavenly genius. However, he wanted to seize your father's body and soul. In the end, your father risked his life and didn't let him succeed. However, he himself also disappeared like smoke in thin air. My heart is willing, but my strength is insufficient. The ancestral land of the Hellion family is supposed to be a place that benefits the younger generation, but it has become a place that hides filth. It makes one's heart feel cold and heartache. I, Hellion Piaomiao, am duty-bound. Hellion Piaomiao shook his head and said, full of self-blame. Yu Er's body went limp. Her face was filled with despair, and she almost fell to the ground. Jiang Chen hurriedly helped Yu Er up. He sighed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't even know what to say. Father, I'm sorry. Father, Yu Er murmured. However, there was nothing she could do. Her father had passed away, and her heart was as calm as still water. As a member of the Hellion family, you should understand your responsibility. The Heavenly Fortune Secret Manual is carved on the Heavenly Fortune Stone. Only by mastering the Heavenly Fortune Secret Manual can you become one of the strongest geniuses of the Hellion family. Only then can the Hellion family continue to exist. However, not everyone could learn the secret manual of heavenly secrets. Therefore, many people would only learn half of it and would not be able to finish it. That was why they would forget about the past, and that was why they would only remember the future, unwilling to live in the past. The true Heavenly Secrets Codex is a divine ability that can predict the future of the Heavenly Secrets. The Great Heavenly Secrets art is only a small part of the Heavenly Secrets Codex. Only the Heavenly Secrets Codex is the most terrifying divine technique of the ancient times. Hellion Piaomiao's eyes flickered as he looked at Yu Er. It seemed like the burden of the Hellion family's rise was on her shoulders. It's fine if you learn it, but won't you forget the past if you only know a little? Jiang Chen frowned and asked in a deep voice. This is the Hellion family's matter. Little friend, you shouldn't ask so much. However, since you've helped us, I have no choice but to answer your question. What you said is true, but this is something that every member of the Hellion family has to experience, especially since she's the genius of the Hellion family. She carries the hope and mission of the entire Hellion family. The Gate of Heavens has chosen her, and that's her destiny. If she can have her own unwavering belief and master the Heavenly Fortune Secret Manual, she won't forget about the past. Hellion Piaomiao hesitated for a moment and said, however, the final choice is still in your hands. Yu Er, make your own choice. I won't force you. Although the mission of the Hellion family is important, I respect your decision more. Hellion Piaomiao's words made Jiang Chen very angry. This fellow was setting a trap for Yu Er. Given Yu Er's character, she would definitely not give up the great cause of the Hellion family for her own selfish desires. If she hadn't entered the Gate of Heaven's will, perhaps there would still be a chance. However, after knowing everything, it was impossible for her to choose to escape. Yu Er wasn't a cowardly person. Moreover, Jiang Chen could see the determination in her eyes. At this moment, no matter what Jiang Chen said, it would be futile. He had already seen through Yu Er's choice. As a member of the Hellion family, Jiang Chen didn't have the right to change Yu Er's mind. Hellion Piaomiao's original intention was naturally for Yu Er to bear the glory of the Hellion family. He definitely didn't want her to retreat at the last minute. Yu would ultimately bring along her stubborn side and not disappoint everyone. She would choose to bear the difficult mission of the Hellion family. I'm sorry, big brother. I want to leave with you. However, I can't abandon my family. This is my mission and my destiny. Believe me, I will definitely not forget myself. Even if I forget myself, I will not forget you. Yu smiled. Her smile was so bright and heart-wrenching. Zhang Chen couldn't say a single word. He didn't even know how to dissuade her. However, dissuading her was destined to be useless. Yu's choice would definitely not change, just like how she had chosen to enter the gate of heaven's will without any hesitation. From that moment onwards, she had already disregarded her own life and death. Chapter 3458. Zhang Chen looked at Yu, and Yu also looked at him. Yu faintly smiled, but Zhang Chen found it hard to hide his bitterness. He had always been a person who would help those close to him and not reason. However, at this moment, he was speechless. Yu had made her own choice, and that was something he could not interfere with. She was confident that she would be able to protect her own heart forever, and protect her past. That was a period of time that she would never be willing to forget. Zhang Chen knew that no matter how many words he said, it was impossible to change Yu's mind. As the ancestor of the Hellion family, Hellion Piaomiao also hoped that Yu could complete the inheritance and completely master the Tianji secret book so that she could lead her family to prosperity and reach the peak. After all, not too long ago, the Hellion family was extremely prominent in the entire central region Divine Land. However, they were gradually declining and had already withdrawn from the stage of history. Even in the Dongsheng Divine Land, they were on the verge of collapse. Although I have yet to leave the gate of heaven's will, I understand that the Hellion family is lacking in talent. If they want to rise again, it is not something that can be done overnight. Yu, this is your responsibility. It is also our destiny. We have a very similar appearance, and it is precisely because we both have an extremely heavy mission. I know you are a child who can distinguish right from wrong, and I hope you can find your true self. Hellion Piaomiao said earnestly. Yu nodded slightly as her beautiful eyes flickered. She silently looked at her big brother. This was the last time she would look at him. I definitely won't disappoint you. I definitely won't forget you, big brother. Trust me. After speaking, Yu slowly turned around. However, at that moment, Zhang Chen finally moved. He looked at Hellion Piaomiao and said in a deep voice, I also want to comprehend the heavenly secret tome. No, you are not a member of my Hellion family. You cannot comprehend the heavenly fate stone and the heavenly fate secret manual. Hellion Piaomiao said in a deep voice. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and he did not back down. I only want to be like you are. I want to experience the so-called pain of reincarnation and see exactly how difficult it is in my memories. I also know the great divination art. I, Zhang Chen, hereby swear that even if I, Zhang Chen, learn the Tianji secret tome, I will never use it for the rest of my life. Zhang Chen looked at Hellion Piaomiao with a burning gaze. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and he was not afraid at all. When their eyes met, his gaze was extremely cold. He argued for what was right. Big brother, why are you doing this? Yu's eyes were filled with tears as she shook her head. He didn't have to do that, but for her, he had even disregarded his own life. He had to empathize with her. That was the moment that made Yu's heart ache the most. You also know the great divination art? How did you learn it secretly? Hellion Piaomiao said coldly with a gloomy look in her eyes. The great divination art was a secret of the Hellion family. How did an outsider know about it? I learned the great divination art in the 9 prefectures' immortal world. It has nothing to do with the Hellion family. Even if it does, it should have been left in the 9 prefectures' immortal world by the members of the Hellion family. It should have nothing to do with the Hellion family in the divine world. I have never fought against the Hellion family, so why can't I learn it? Zhang Chen said coldly. There was nothing to be afraid of. He didn't learn it secretly. What was there to be ashamed of? All right, since you are so devoted and protective of you, perhaps this is heaven's will since you also know the great divination art. Remember your oath. Otherwise, you will be struck by lightning. Hellion Piaomiao hesitated for a moment before nodding her head in the end. I want to be with you. I was here, I am here, and I will still be here in the future. Jiang Chen rubbed Yu-Er's little head and smiled. His smile was like a warm spring breeze, causing Yu-Er to have mixed feelings. However, she was overjoyed. This was undoubtedly a challenge for her big brother. They might even forget about each other. Let us remember this moment. Yu-Er smiled innocently. She was as dazzling as the moon and stars in the sky. Jiang Chen and Yu-Er stood in front of the heavenly divination stone. The secret book of heavenly divination was a tempting item for Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen didn't really care about it. He cared about Yu-Er's safety. He knew that his ability was limited. He didn't care about the secret book of heavenly divination. He just wanted to protect the people he wanted to protect. When the two of them stood in front of the heavenly divination stone, thoughts flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. It was as though he was in a chaotic sea of stars. His surroundings were endless stars, stars, and stars. Jiang Chen didn't know where to go or how to take the next step. "Where am I?" Jiang Chen murmured. He knew that he was comprehending the secret book of heavenly divination in the heavenly divination stone. However, his soul consciousness had already entered a vast and boundless starry sky. This made Jiang Chen feel an indescribable sense of danger. This place was too strange. Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head, wanting to catch Yu-Er who was beside him. However, he found out that she was already so close, yet so far away. She had already disappeared. Yu-Er, where are you?" Jiang Chen ran with all his might. He searched for her, but he couldn't find anything. Jiang Chen stopped and looked around. His eyes became more and more solemn. The surrounding mountains were connected. Other than the fiery red and azure stones, there was nothing else. Strangely shaped mountains rose from the ground and flashed past his body. Jiang Chen continued to run. However, he couldn't find where he should go. "I don't even know where Yu-Er is. Could this space where the mountains and the starry sky fuse together be my soul consciousness?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, he couldn't do it no matter how hard he tried. It was as though he was trapped in a space where he couldn't see the light of day. It was like a cage. He couldn't break through the surrounding walls. The starry sky above was connected to millions of miles of nebulas. It seemed to be changing. Rays of light flashed above Jiang Chen's head. Meteors streaked across the sky. Jiang Chen stood in the sky. However, he was struck by the meteors. It felt as though they were passing through his body. Chapter 34:59. Jiang Chen's expression became extremely solemn. He reached out his hand and touched his face. The changes of the falling stars seemed to be like the flow of time. Traces of time flowed across his body. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt rather helpless. He allowed the passage of time to leave traces on his face, but he couldn't do anything about it. "Why is it like this? Is my time about to run out?" Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. His face had turned from a 20-year-old to a 30-year-old, then a 40-year-old, then a 50-year-old. The appearance of the wrinkles intensified the shock in Jiang Chen's heart. Although he knew that this might be an illusion, Jiang Chen couldn't change it at all. Only by comprehending the Heavenly Fate Stone and the Heavenly Fate Secret Manual would he be able to make further changes. However, all of this was simply too difficult. Jiang Chen looked at the sky full of stars. The falling stars caused the stars to change. Countless mountains in the surroundings were smashed by the falling stars. The colorful void was filled with violent impacts and dazzling explosions. Jiang Chen couldn't change anything here. He couldn't escape from this place either. The worst outcome would be that he would spend the rest of his life in this place, being corroded by the passage of time. Everything would become eternal in this illusory realm, and he would never be able to return to reality. Heavenly Fate Stone, I have to find the Heavenly Fate Stone. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He couldn't comprehend any Heavenly Fate Stone in this illusion. It was like a never-ending space. It was like a world where time flowed rapidly. Jiang Chen's heart was getting more and more difficult. For some unknown reason, the pressure on Jiang Chen increased. He didn't know how he could change anything. It was equivalent to waiting for death. He didn't know where Yu-Er was. The Heavenly Fate Stone had become the only thing that could stop him. At this rate, it won't take long for me to grow old completely, Jiang Chen murmured. He was getting more and more anxious. Gods should be immortal legends. They should be undying and indestructible. So why would he grow old? Jiang Chen struggled to ask himself many questions in his heart. However, he didn't get an answer in the end. Jiang Chen ran with all his might, trying his best to find the rules of this world of meteorites. However, his efforts were futile. He could only let the time blade leave indelible marks on his face. Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm soul didn't change at this moment. It was as if it had sunk into silence. His Emperor Realm soul couldn't spread out. He could only dodge the attacks coming from all directions. Although the stars wouldn't destroy him, Jiang Chen discovered that he would age faster if he was hit by the stars. It was a terrifying thing. Jiang Chen's body wasn't affected by any external force, but too much of the power of time had been absorbed by the falling stars. Jiang Chen finally knew why he had become so old. Admittedly, the flow of time was a problem, but the scariest thing was those falling stars that were everywhere. Each falling star was like an irreversible mark of time. Where is the heavenly fate stone? Where am I? This illusion is a real world. It seems real and illusory. If the illusion is destroyed, I won't be able to escape. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. His eyes lit up like torches. He held his breath and started to activate his Emperor Realm soul. His hands formed a seal and a heavenly seal was shot out. However, it couldn't affect anything within thousands of miles. It even dissipated into nothingness. Don't waste your energy. You don't have a choice anymore. You only have yourself to blame for all of this. A cold voice appeared in Jiang Chen's ears. A man and a woman gradually appeared in the void. The woman was Helian Piaomiao. Who are you? Helian Piaomiao, it's really you. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold as he looked at the man and woman. The sinister smile on his face was even more terrifying. Who am I? Don't you know? The remnant soul power that you destroyed was just a clone of mine. The heavenly seal is indeed terrifying. However, once you enter the illusion of the heavenly fate stone, you will never be able to get out. Ha! The man's face gradually turned cold. His angular face was filled with killing intent. His silhouette was clearly more illusory than Helian Piaomiao's. It seemed that the destruction of one of his clones had a significant impact on the spiritual sense of his main body. You destroyed my husband's clone. I lured you into the heavenly fate stone of the Helian family. We're even now. Helian Piaomiao crossed her arms and said calmly. So, all of this was just a scheme of the two of you. It seems that I have really underestimated you. I've always felt that there was something wrong with you. However, I was still tricked by you in the end. Jiang Chen couldn't help shaking his head. The two figures in the void were the ancestors of the Helian family. This was all a scheme of theirs. It seems like it's a little too late. There's no medicine for regret in this world. An outsider like you shouldn't meddle in the affairs of the Helian family. I don't care where you learned the great divination art from. You must die. The great divination art of the Helian family is never taught to outsiders. Helian Piaomiao said in a deep voice. She had planned everything from the beginning. She made Jiang Chen and Yu walk into their trap step by step. She wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. You're quite talented. Moreover, I happen to need a body like yours. After your soul dies, your body will be used by me. The day I, Helian Xueqi, am born will be the day my Helian family returns to the peak. My name, Helian Xueqi, will be immortalized in the endless divine world. Helian Xueqi said with a wild laugh. He was full of confidence. His eyes were like torches as he looked at Jiang Chen silently. Jiang Chen was speechless. The two ancestors of the Helian family were like two crazy devils. When your soul has aged to a certain extent, your soul consciousness will dry up and your soul consciousness will disappear. Even if you're an Emperor Realm soul, your soul is destined to be destroyed. Do you think that an Emperor Realm expert can sit back and relax? Without reaching the Heavenly King Realm, an Emperor Realm expert will die one day. Time is the best proof. Your soul doesn't have much time left. Ha! Helian Xueqi was like a ghost as he stared at Jiang Chen. A 9th grade Emperor Realm Heavenly King Realm expert can create a deity with a single thought. An Emperor Realm expert can also die. Chapter 3460. Helian Xueqi's eyes turned cold. You even know about the realm above the Emperor Realm. But what's the use of knowing? Not to mention the Heavenly King Realm. You can't even reach the Venerable Emperor Realm. Only the supreme experts of the Heavenly King Realm can escape the reincarnation of the era. Venerable emperors are no exception. You're someone from the previous era? Jiang Qinlungleng said. You're very smart. I was only one step away from becoming a Heavenly King realm expert. However, in the end, I stopped at the 9th grade Emperor realm. I had no choice but to seal myself in the Heavenly Fate Stone in order to protect my soul. However, in these hundreds of millions of years, no one was able to withstand my soul force. The younger generations of the Hellion clan were all cowards. They made me stay in this Heavenly Fate Stone for hundreds of millions of years, but I still couldn't find a suitable vessel. I originally thought that her father would be able to withstand my soul force, but in the end, I was still very disappointed. Until you appeared, I knew that I had found a suitable vessel for my soul force, and it was you. Great divination art, divination stone, Emperor realm soul, everything is perfect. Ha ha ha, although my soul realm has declined to grade 1 Emperor realm, it is enough for you. Once I take over your body, my soul power will recover to its peak in no time. I must break through to the Heavenly King realm in this life and escape from that damned era reincarnation, Hellion Xueqi said with gritted teeth. In his previous life, he was willing to seal himself here in order to avoid the reincarnation of the epochs. Otherwise, he would be annihilated under the reincarnation of the epochs. That was an indescribable pain for him. Pain, depression, stubbornness, sorrow, and anger. Hellion Xueqi had experienced almost everything in the past hundreds of millions of years, which was why he had become so abnormal and ferocious. He used to be a 9th grade Emperor realm expert, but now in Jiang Chen's eyes, he was a hysterical madman who would do anything. This madman had chosen Jiang Chen and wanted him to be his substitute. He wanted to use Jiang Chen's body to come back to life. This was a very bad thing for Jiang Chen. 9th grade Emperor realm. Jiang Chen couldn't imagine that only Heavenly King realm experts could escape the reincarnation of an era. Even a 9th grade sovereign realm expert like him had to commit suicide to seal his soul in the Heavenly Fate Stone. This showed how terrifying the reincarnation of an era was. This fella's soul force was indeed unimaginably strong, but he didn't kill him. That was because he wanted a complete body, not a dead person. As long as his soul force was erased in the Heavenly Fate Stone, he would be able to perfectly inherit his body. All of this was flawless to them, but to him, it was a battle of life and death. Jiang Chen was not willing to give up. Moreover, once he fell, Yu Er's ending would be the same as his. Hellion Piaomiao would never let her go. In other words, Yu Er was Hellion Piaomiao's vessel. They wanted to borrow Yu Er's body to reincarnate. It seems like the Hellion clan's Gate of Heavens has always been a conspiracy. No wonder those who walk out of here will lose all their memories. Jiang Chen came to a sudden realization and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Some of the true geniuses couldn't bear the spiritual energy of Hellion Xueqi and Hellion Piaomiao. That's why they were released in the end. However, the memories of their souls were wiped away. That's why they forgot about their past. All of this was just a huge conspiracy. For hundreds of millions of years, the Gate of Heaven's was just a place for the shameless ancestors of the Hellion clan to select their candidates. It was just that they had not found a suitable body. All of this seemed so ignorant and ridiculous. Generations of the Hellion clan had treated this place as their ancestral land, the place where the true geniuses were selected. However now, Jiang Chen just laughed it off. You're smart and strong. However, it's a pity that you shouldn't have entered the Gate of Heaven's will. Perhaps, this is the charm of Heaven's will. No matter how powerful the heavenly secret technique of the Hellion clan is, we can't predict the fate of the person who intersects with us. You and I have an endless compatibility. That's why I can't see through your existence. This is Heaven's will. You can't change it. Hellion Xueqi was full of confidence. Jiang Chen's body was gradually losing its luster. His powerful aura was also weakening. His face, which was gradually filled with wrinkles, was also the appearance of his soul. Bullshit Heaven's will. I, Jiang Chen, never believe in fate. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. No one can change my fate. Jiang Chen roared furiously like a primordial beast from a desolate world. At that moment, even Hellion Xueqi subconsciously took a step back. His eyes squinted and his smile became even more mellow. You can't escape from the palm of my hand. It's hard to defy Heaven's will. You don't understand. Ha ha. In the Gate of Heaven's will, I am him. Hellion Xueqi gritted his teeth. He had been waiting for far too long. He would never let this opportunity slip away from his hands. Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm soul had entered the heavenly fate stone, and he would never be able to leave this place. Everything was so logical and logical. It made him see the hope of his rise. Slowly enjoy your last moments. I'm leaving. The flow of time in the heavenly secret stone is too fast. It won't be long before you disappear from this world with a bang. Goodbye, youth. Goodbye, forever lost. I, Hellion Xuanji, am destined to become a peerless heavenly king expert. Ha! Along with Hellion Xuanji's roar, the two phantoms in front of Jiang Chen gradually disappeared. Jiang Chen understood that he had to leave the heavenly secret stone as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be completely erased by the flow of time. According to Hellion Xuanji, as long as one hadn't reached the heavenly king realm, they wouldn't be able to avoid the era reincarnation. Since the era reincarnation couldn't be avoided, when the flow of time reached an era, Jiang Chen's life would come to an end. Nearly half of his soul force had disappeared. An era had silently become the past. Chapter 3461. However, Jiang Chen guessed that Yu Er's situation should be the same as his. Therefore, as long as their soul consciousness did not disappear completely, Hellion Xuanji and Hellion Piaomiao would not kill them, because they wanted to use Jiang Chen and Yu Er as a vessel for them to rush out of the gate of heaven's will. As long as his soul consciousness did not disappear, the flame of hope would always be there. There was not much time left for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt that he had only stayed in the endless world of meteorite fall for a few days, but he was getting older with each passing day. Humans were not plants, but even gods would fall one day. The reincarnation of the era was a node, and only experts who had surpassed the heavenly king realm could escape the reincarnation of the era. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart became extremely heavy. Jiang Chen's heart was still unwilling to give up, because he could not die, he could not fall. He had not found Xiao Yu. He had not shown her the best side of the world. He wanted to reach the peak and look up to all living beings. He wanted his loved ones to become the supreme beings of this world, and not be bullied by anyone. Jiang Chen's heart was not distracted. He tried his best to calm himself down and perform the great divination art. At this moment, Jiang Chen's soul power could not merge with the divination stone at all, and his emperor-level soul was also useless. I must not fall. Jiang Chen sat on the ground and murmured to himself. At this moment, he entered a mysterious realm. It was a realm that transcended life and death, and transcended the reincarnation of the realm. Jiang Chen's soul spread out wildly, like rivers running into the sea. He saw a golden path in front of him, and on the path, there were wisps of dense mist gradually gathering. It was the path that connected the sky, and there was nothing around it. Jiang Chen could only see that he seemed to be the golden path, and the wisps of dense mist lingered around him. That's my heavenly Taoist connotation. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. His Taoist connotation continued to grow. His soul consciousness also became more and more powerful. His soul consciousness and Taoist connotation intertwined. Once the Taoist connotation rose, the soul consciousness moved. At the same time, the grand divination art sprang to life. Within the divination stone, Jiang Chen transformed into a mountain, a rock, a speck of dust, a grain of sand. The heavenly Tao accumulation was extremely powerful. Jiang Chen could see that the golden path was endless and he couldn't see the end of it. It was just like his own hope, although it seemed a little uncertain, there was a different kind of chance of survival. Jiang Chen's soul force had improved tremendously. He could feel that his soul force was growing crazily like heaven's Tao accumulation. Early stage Celestial Emperor Realm, mid-stage Celestial Emperor Realm, late-stage Celestial Emperor Realm. The Great Divination Art and the Divination Secret Tome are both derived from the Divination Stone. In that case, the Divination Stone should be the ultimate source, right? Was the space within the Heaven Fate Stone a reincarnation cycle? Or it doesn't exist at all? Jiang Chen frowned. The growth of Ling Tian's Tao accumulation and soul power had given Jiang Chen a glimmer of hope. As his soul power continued to grow stronger, he could feel that his aging speed had slowed down. It was no longer as fast as it was in the beginning. Can the divination stone really change the fate of the heavens? Or is it just a legend? The will of the heavens is decided by the heavens. Can the fate of the heavens really be revealed? Jiang Chen murmured. The great divination art kept evolving and changing in his mind. From the initial moves to the current trajectory of the starry sky, Jiang Chen had gained some understanding of the divination stone. The great divination art was just the tip of the iceberg. The divination stone was the foundation of the evolution of the fate of the heavens. In the world of meteorite fall, dazzling starlight was still shining brightly. Meteors fell from the sky. The mountains were still changing, and time was still flowing. The speed was so fast that it was suffocating. Zhang Chen had turned into an old man in his 70s. Above the Milky Way, there were countless falling stars. Zhang Chen was just a drop in the ocean. He had turned into a grain of sand and gradually flowed in the formless space. He rose and fell with the wind. Zhang Liusher's immovable stone. The divination stone is the fate of the heavens. Zhang Chen's pupils shrank. His eyes were blazing. He stretched out his hand and a colorful stone was held tightly in his hand. Is this the divination stone? Zhang Chen's eyes were blazing. He felt that he had already controlled a part of the divination stone, but it wasn't complete enough. That was why he couldn't change anything. However, when he stretched out his hand, the divination stone was already in Zhang Chen's hand. Fate comes and goes. This is the will of the heavens. This is the divination stone. It's a stone, but it's also a thought. A warm laughter resounded in Zhang Chen's ears. Zhang Chen felt like he was bathing in the spring breeze. The fate of the heavens is innocent. You can call me Hellion. I am the ancestor of the Hellion family. A white-haired old man appeared in front of Zhang Chen. He stared at the colorful divination stone in Zhang Chen's hand. You have the aura of the Nanhua the Enlightened. It seems that you are very lucky. Nanhua the Enlightened. You mean? Senior Zhuang Zhouzi. The ancestor of the Hellion family. You are the divination stone? Zhang Chen's face was solemn as he looked at the white-haired old man. Yes and no. I am just a remnant thought. You can break through the illusion of the divination stone. It means that no one can change your state of mind. It's not easy to have such a supreme state of mind without reaching the heavenly king realm. Heaven and earth are sad. Heaven moves. Everything is fixed. The divination stone can't trap you because you are not in the 3 realms or the 5 elements. Who are you? Hellion squinted his eyes and looked at Zhang Chen. He was full of doubts and helplessness. As the only person in the world who could see through the fate of the heavens, it was his first time seeing someone that he could not see. Who am I? I am me. I am Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen stared at the white-haired old man and said, I can't see through your past life. Hellion said in a deep voice. This was something that he had never seen before. You can see through the fate of the heavens. That's why I can be released. However, I can't get out of the divination stone. Hellion's words made Zhang Chen even more confused. It seemed to be incompatible with his own thoughts. Is this old man really the ancient ancestor of the Hellion family? What do you mean? Are you saying that I have seen through the fate of the heavens? Then who are Hellion Piao Miao and Hellion Xuanji to you? Zhang Chen continued. They are my descendants because I have turned into the divination stone. I am the fate of the heavens and the fate of the heavens is me. Hellion said calmly. Chapter 3462. You're indulging your juniors. I'm afraid you're just like them, aren't you? Humph. They don't know of my existence. I've already transcended beyond this world. I'm no longer a human. I'm just a divine will, a heavenly secret. As for you, although I can't see through you, you're able to comprehend the changes of the heavenly secret stone. The heavenly secret stone can no longer trap you, Hellion said. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment. He didn't know if he should believe Hellion's words. However, he was already at death's door. He didn't have any other choice. If he said that he had comprehended the changes of the heavenly secret stone, did that mean he could leave the heavenly secret stone? Do you think you can escape from the sins of your juniors just by saying that you're transcending beyond this world? They've been using the lives of their juniors for their own selfish desires. Some of them are dead, while others are still alive, but they're like walking corpses. Is this all the will of the heavens? Zhang Chen's words were like pearls. His words were like tit for tat with Hellion. Time is fate, and the years are endless. The heavenly secret is not the will of the heavens. Everyone can control the heavenly secret. What's the difference between them and me? I'm just a divine will. I no longer exist in this world. I'm just a heavenly secret. After finishing his words, the white-haired old man disappeared in front of Zhang Chen. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy. Hellion had disappeared, but the heavenly secret stone was still in front of him. Jiang Chen couldn't calm his heart for a long time. The heavenly secret stone was still in his hand. However, at this moment, he seemed to have comprehended something that he had never experienced before. It flashed across his mind. The heavenly secret is like me. I am the heavenly secret. Everyone can change the heavenly secret. Heavenly secret stone, come. Jiang Chen crushed the 7-colored sacred stone in his hand. A milky white pearl appeared in his hand. With a flip of his palm, Jiang Chen retrieved the heavenly secret stone. At the same time, the world of meteorite fall in front of him vanished into thin air. There was no such thing as a heavenly fate in this world. Jiang Chen's expression was prideful and his eyes were sharp. His soul realm actually broke through the horizon and reached the peak of the celestial, the arch realm. The divine light was as sharp as a sword, and Jiang Chen's aura was incomparably strong. The heaven-conquering Tao connotation had begun to take shapes. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches as he scanned the surroundings. 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. They were Helian Piaomiao and Helian Xuanji. No, that's impossible. How could this be? Helian Xuanji staggered and took a step back. His eyes were filled with disbelief and his face was pale. His figure was also becoming more and more illusory. Helian Piaomiao and Helian Piaomiao looked at each other. Neither of them expected Jiang Chen to walk out from the divine fate stone. If one's soul realm did not exceed the 9th grade emperor realm, it would be impossible for him to break through. Even if he managed to break through, he might not be able to walk out of the heavenly fate stone's illusion. However, Jiang Chen did it. Nothing is impossible. This is the divine fate stone that you were talking about, right? It's just a... Jiang Chen said faintly and exchanged a glance with Helian Xuanji. Helian Xuanji's expression was as gloomy as water and his eyes were gleaming. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would be able to walk out from the heavenly fate stone. The heavenly fate stone was the treasure of the Helian family, and also the pillar of the family. The reason why the heavenly fate secret tome could become the supreme secret tome of the Helian family was because of the existence of the heavenly fate stone. Previously, Helian Xuanji swore that it was impossible for Jiang Chen to break through the illusion of the heavenly fate stone, because Jiang Chen's soul had reached the 9th grade emperor realm. However, all of this had become reality, and Helian Xuanji had no choice but to believe it. Jiang Chen was standing right in front of him. This guy was way beyond his imagination. Was everything that he had done going to waste? Helian Xuanji was not willing to accept it. He did not want his hundreds of millions of years of waiting to become like this. He thought that everything was within his grasp and everything was within his grasp. However, Jiang Chen had broken through the divine fate stone. Everything was like a dream. However, the person who was living in the dream was not Jiang Chen, but him. Don't worry. With the 2 of us joining hands, this guy is definitely not a match for us. Husband, believe me. Helian Piaomiao said in a low voice. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Jiang Chen with her triangular eyes. Although their soul energies had regressed a lot, they still had the 1st grade emperor realm soul realm. Although one of them was not a match for Jiang Chen's divine fate stone, the 2 of them were not people that Jiang Chen could easily deal with. Tian Yin was one of them, but Jiang Chen couldn't deal with both of them easily. Jiang Chen took a glance at Yu who was not far away from him. She was still immersed in the illusion. The secret book of heavenly mystery seemed to have led her into an intoxicating world. Jiang Chen did not disturb Yu. His impassioned gaze fell on Helian Xuanji and Helian Piaomiao again. These 2 guys deserved to die. Although they were Yu's ancestors, their ancestors had already lost their morals. Their ancestors were no longer worthy of their respect. These 2 people, or rather, these 2 guys were demons. If it wasn't for them, perhaps the Helian family wouldn't have so few geniuses. This was because many geniuses had been reincarnated under their attacks. Most of the geniuses of the Helian family had died in the hands of their ancestors. If Jiang Chen told this news to the Helian family's patriarch and several elders, how would they feel? Would they still regard their ancestors as their role models? As for Jiang Chen, he would not show any mercy. He would definitely kill both of them in this battle and make them disappear from this world forever. These abnormal demons were not worthy of being worshipped by future generations. The people of the Helian family had deified them, but they had defiled themselves. Needless to say, this was absolutely an indescribable sorrow. Now that things have come to this, the 2 of you still want to escape from me? Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Mine? Even Jiang Chen did not expect that the Heaven Seal would inflict heavy damage to his soul power. At this moment, his heaven-reaching Dao accumulation became more condensed. Cast. The Heaven Seal no longer needed to exhaust all of his internal energy and Dao accumulation to release an earth-shattering attack. We used to be 9th grade Emperor Venerables. You are just an ant that hasn't even reached the Emperor realm. Do you think you can stand on my head and act like a tyrant? Hee hee, what a joke. Do you think we will give you a chance to escape from the gate of Heaven's will? I didn't kill you previously because I wanted your body. But now, it seems that I can only use force. I hope you won't disappoint me. Helian Xuanji said proudly. He was still full of confidence and did not give Jiang Chen any chance. Now that things have come to this, we can only see who will have the last laugh. Jiang Chen shrugged and dismissed it with a smile. Chapter 3463. Why? Why must you kill my father? Why? In the illusion, Yu Er saw a scene that she did not want to believe. The heavenly fate stone was in Jiang Chen's hand, so the illusion had disappeared. What she saw was another painful scene. On top of the mountain, Helian Xuanji and Helian Piaomiao were standing in the void, looking down at her father with disdain. Her father's eyes were like torches. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He was arguing with the two ancestors. However, Yu Er's father was ultimately no match for Helian Xuanji and Helian Xuanji. No matter how much he struggled, the final outcome was irreversible. Sorrow, despair, heart-wrenching. Yu Er's heart seemed to have suffered a great blow. Her tears could not stop flowing. In the end, her father lost the battle. She firmly remembered those words, the words that made her heart ache. Her father's eyes were filled with tears. He fought with the two ancestors with his last bit of strength. In the desperate situation between life and death, he was still full of lofty aspirations. There is no need to revive the ancestors, I will surpass them. But in the end, her father was still killed by the two ancestors. In the end, her father could not withstand the pressure of Helian Xuanji's soul and completely disappeared. That scene was unforgettable for Yu Er. She did not even know when she would be able to forget that scene. Perhaps, it would be like a nightmare that would accompany her for the rest of her life. Everything in front of Yu Er's eyes was real. Those scenes, those extremely tragic scenes, even the final executioners, were all these two pretentious ancestors. At that moment, Yu Er finally understood how naive she was. Only then did she understand why the Helian clan's geniuses who walked out of the Gate of Heaven's will would have their memories erased. It was because Helian Xuanji would never allow anyone to walk out of here with their memories. Yu Er was sobbing silently, her tears blurring her cheeks. Jiang Chen glanced at Yu Er. He did not know what Yu Er had experienced, but it must have been heart-wrenching for her to cry like a child. Jiang Chen looked at Helian Xuanji and Helian Piaomiao. These two fellows deserved to die. Even if they were chopped into pieces, it would not be enough to appease the anger in his heart. It seems that the two of you really deserve to die. You committed all kinds of evil, and only for your own benefit. You didn't hesitate to harm the entire Helian clan. You didn't hesitate to use countless younger generations as the price to pay for your madness. You are simply deranged. Yu Er may not be able to act against you. After all, you are her ancestor. However, I, Jiang Chen, can avenge her, and obtain justice for the innocent people of the Helian clan who died or had their memories erased by you. Jiang Chen slowly clenched his fists. He didn't care about the life and death of others, but seeing Yu Er cry so sadly, his heart also felt incomparable pain. Don't be delusional. You can't possibly be my opponent. My soul realm is not something you can compare to. Helian Xuanji harumphed coldly. Instantly his eyes flickered, and a silver dragon shot out from his eyes, turning into two swords of dragon shadows, intending to kill Jiang Chen. Get out of my way! Soul extermination! Jiang Chen shouted angrily. Although there was a gap between the peak Emperor Realm soul energy and Helian Xuanji's, it was not that big of a difference. Moreover, Helian Xuanji was injured by Jiang Chen before, so the two of them were actually evenly matched. Neither of them had the upper hand. A strong gale swept up like a torch. Jiang Chen blocked Helian Xuanji's two swords of dragon shadows. However, Helian Piaomiao also moved. Her soul energy was one level stronger than Jiang Chen. Previously, Helian Xuanji was only a clone. Therefore, with the two of them working together, they were completely confident that they could kill Jiang Chen here. Your soul energy has increased again? Helian Xuanji was shocked. His face was filled with disbelief. If it was the previous Jiang Chen, he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge this attack so easily. Previously, the one who fought against him was only a clone. However, he had to be very careful against Jiang Chen's heavenly seal now. That heavenly seal was extremely terrifying. Even he didn't expect that it would appear in Jiang Chen's hands. "Not much, but it's enough to kill you," Jiang Chen said faintly and smiled. "Husband, let's work together and activate the spirit storm. This guy will definitely die." Helian Piaomiao's eyes turned cold, and she shouted with killing intent. "All right." Helian Piaomiao didn't dare to be careless. Jiang Chen's current strength had already made them feel a little troubled. Although Jiang Chen's soul energy was weaker than theirs, Jiang Chen had the support of his physical body. If he fought against Jiang Chen with just his soul energy, it would seem that he was weak. Therefore, they had to kill Jiang Chen as soon as possible. "You want to kill me? No way, haha." Jiang Chen shouted coldly and narrowed his eyes. Helian Piaomiao and Helian Xuanji's soul energy twisted and turned, forming an incomparably terrifying spirit storm. It was constantly closing in on Jiang Chen. That explosive spirit pressure could destroy everything. Even Jiang Chen felt a sense of crisis. His heavenly seal might not be able to withstand the spirit storm of these two guys. The heavenly seal might not work, but the outline heavenly seal should be enough to intimidate you two demons. Jiang Chen sneered, and his hands formed seals again. The outline heavenly seal was several times stronger than the heavenly seal. Moreover, with Jiang Chen's current heavenly Dao accumulation, it might be a little difficult for him to activate the outline heavenly seal. However, to be on the safe side, he had to try his best to kill in one strike. When the outline heavenly seal appeared, Helian Xuanji and Helian Piaomiao's expressions changed drastically. Their spirit storm rolled, but in front of Jiang Chen's outline heavenly seal, it seemed to pale in comparison. "This is impossible. Impossible. I can't accept this." When the outline heavenly seal in Jiang Chen's hand turned into a dark yellow streamer and soared into the sky, Helian Xuanji and Helian Piaomiao knew that they no longer had any means to fight against Jiang Chen. First it was the heavenly seal, then the outline heavenly seal. This guy, who looked like he was not even an Emperor Realm expert, gave them a fatal blow. When the outline heavenly seal appeared, the mountains and rivers changed color, and the gate of heavens will seem to be on the verge of collapse again. Jiang Chen's strength made them feel numb. As a divine Emperor Realm expert, he had the unparalleled divine ability of Dao accumulation. Moreover, his spirit realm had reached the peak of the Emperor Realm. It was really unbelievable. However, it was all too late. They had already lost the strength to fight against Jiang Chen. When the light and shadow dispersed, the spirit storm was instantly smoothed out. Helian Xuanji and Helian Piaomiao's spirit strength were also completely wiped out. They were on the verge of death, and their shadows could disappear from the world at any time. Jiang Chen's face was pale, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was getting brighter. These two fellas had exhausted almost all of their spiritual strength to resist the silhouette heavenly seal. However, they were already on the brink of death and could die at any time. "You want to fight me? I will kill you." Chapter 3464. Jiang Chen sat down on the ground and gasped for air. His facial expression became extremely relaxed and carefree. The two monstrous geniuses of the Helian family were finally killed by him. Jiang Chen held his breath and retracted his spiritual energy. He looked calm and composed. His soul energy had reached the peak Emperor Realm. It was impossible for an ordinary Emperor Realm expert to surpass him in terms of soul realm. Jiang Chen's strength had also reached the great perfection early Divine Emperor Realm. The difference between the Divine Emperor Realm and the Hierarch Realm was different from the Divine King Realm. Every realm was extremely difficult to break through. Jiang Chen knew that there was still a long way to go before he could reach the mid-Divine Emperor Realm. However, compared to before, he could feel that he was a few times stronger. In a flash, Jiang Chen calmed his mind and stood up again. Yu'er had already cried her eyes out. Jiang Chen felt extremely sad in his heart. Yu'er was still stuck between reality and illusion, unable to extricate herself. "Heavenly Fortune Stone, wake up!" Jiang Chen bellowed. The Heavenly Fortune Stone in his hand flew up. The curtain above the void instantly shattered into pieces and dissipated in the void. In the end, the scene in front of Yu'er changed drastically. Her body trembled and she suddenly opened her eyes. She was in a daze as she looked at Jiang Chen with endless bitterness and relief. Fortunately, the first person she saw was her big brother. They have already been killed by me. After all, they are your ancestors. However, the foundation of the Hellion family that spanned hundreds of millions of years was completely destroyed by the hands of these two monsters. From now on, they will no longer cause trouble for the Hellion family. Jiang Chen smiled. His warm smile gave Yu-Er great encouragement and support. Thank you, big brother. Yu-Er deeply understood that the two ancestors of the Hellion family had brought this upon themselves. Furthermore, they were the ones who had killed her father. This great enmity had finally been avenged. Furthermore, it was her big brother who had avenged her. She would always remember this kindness in her heart. You're still talking about this with me? Jiang Chen shook his head, took out the Heaven Secret Stone and handed it to Yu-Er. This is the Heaven's Fate Stone of your Hellion family. Is this really the Heaven Fate Stone? Yu-Er's face was filled with disbelief. However, Yu-Er would never doubt the words that came out of Jiang Chen's mouth. No wonder you were able to change the Heavenly Fate Stone with a single sentence. My Heavenly Fate Secret Tome is still incomplete. However, my strength has increased by quite a bit. This Heavenly Fate Stone is not very useful to me. Who are you trying to fool? If you didn't rely on the Heaven Fate Stone, you wouldn't be able to complete the Heaven Fate Secret Tome. This Heaven Fate Stone originally belonged to the Hellion family. Since I obtained it, I will give it to you. You don't have to stand on ceremony with me. Silly girl. Jiang Chen patted Yu-Er's little head with a smile on his face. He understood that she only wanted him to keep the Heaven Fate Stone. Although the Heaven Fate Stone was very powerful and important, Yu-Er needed him more. A gentleman would not take away someone else's love. Moreover, this Heaven Fate Stone originally belonged to the Hellion family. Of course, if it was someone else who had nothing to do with Jiang Chen, he would definitely not let go of the Heaven Fate Stone. Yu-Er bit her red lips, her face and ears flushed red, and her heartbeat sped up. The current her was no longer that ignorant girl. Nestling under her big brother's chest, she felt warmth and happiness. She wanted to stay here forever, never leaving, never giving up. However, Yu-Er knew that this day would eventually pass. Their encounter in the Gate of Heaven's Will was inevitable. Now that the two evil ancestors had been killed by Jiang Chen, the Heaven Fate Stone had been obtained, and the Heaven Fate Secret Tome had been greatly comprehended. Therefore, there was no reason for them to stay here any longer. Good times were always short. No one knew what they had experienced here. Yu-Er enjoyed this moment very much. Because her father's death had stimulated her nerves. Jiang Chen did not speak. He hugged her silently and patted her shoulder. It was warm and quiet. To Yu-Er, this Gate of Heaven's Will was more like a coming-of-age ceremony. It allowed her to grow up. Her inner world was also strengthened. Everyone had their own goals. Yu-Er had already received news of her father's death. She had gotten her revenge. However, the only thing she could do now was to revive the Hellion family. She would lead the Hellion family back to the peak of the Dongsheng Divine Region. She might even have a place in the Central Region Divine Land. Yu-Er was not a person who was greedy for power. However, she had to fulfill her father's last wish. That was her father's lifelong wish. He was not willing to die just like that. He left behind the heroic words, "There is no need to revive the ancestors. I will surpass them." As his daughter, she was duty-bound to fulfill her father's last wish. The Hellion family was troubled by both internal and external threats. The Dongsheng Divine Region was in turmoil. Yu-Er would rise up at this moment. She was not only bearing the weight of her father's hope, but also the hope of her father and the entire Hellion family. Some people could live for themselves. However, some people were destined to live with more responsibilities. Yu-Er was the latter kind of person. The tears on her cold face had already been wiped away. Yu-Er's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She was no longer as pure and innocent as before. She was finally growing up. After a long time, Yu-Er finally stood up. She knew that she could not continue being willful. She had to grow up eventually. It was impossible for her big brother to stay by her side to protect her. Take the Divine Fate Stone. I have already comprehended the secret manual of Heaven's will. I don't need the Divine Fate Stone anymore. Remember, the Divine Fate Stone is me, and I am the Divine Fate Stone. It will definitely be of great help to you in comprehending the secret manual of Heaven's will. Jiang Chen said. Not everyone could comprehend the essence of the divine fate stone like him. That Hellion should have already fused with the divine fate stone. Only in the hands of the Hellion family would the divine fate stone shine brightly. To Jiang Chen, he no longer needed the divine fate stone. I am the divine fate stone. The cultivation of the secret manual of heaven's will was nothing more than comprehending the divine fate stone. The improvement of the great art of heavens will allow Jiang Chen to understand his own strength better. The secret manual of heavens will could predict even more terrifying moves of his enemies. It was extremely powerful. However, how many people in the world could cultivate and achieve the Tao? Apart from Jiang Chen, there was only Xueqi, who only knew a little. However, with the divine fate stone, it should not take long for her to comprehend the secret manual of heaven's will. We should leave too. Otherwise, the people outside will definitely worry about us. Jiang Chen smiled. The two turned around and headed for the exit. Suddenly, Xueqi stopped in her tracks. She looked at Jiang Chen silently and said softly, "Big brother, if I die one day, will you feel sorry?" All right, what nonsense are you spouting? In this world, no one can threaten you, unless they step over my dead body. Jiang Chen smiled gently, causing Xueqi to be delighted. Chapter 3465. The trembling of the gate of heavens will finally came to an end. However, the foot of the heavens mountain was already filled with people. All of them were members of the Hellion clan. Every single one of them had a grave expression on their faces, especially the patriarch, Hellion Feng Su, who was even more worried now. The gate of heavens had almost completely collapsed. The shock in his heart was indescribable. No one could understand Hellion Feng Su's current mood. Hellion Yu's father was an outstanding figure in the clan, an outstanding genius. However, he disappeared in the gate of heaven's will. Yu's return was full of twists and turns, and Jiang Chen's entry was also full of drama. Hellion Feng Su was still scratching his head. No one knew how big of a wave he could cause in the gate of heaven's will. "Husband, nothing must happen to you," Wu Ningzhu murmured as her beautiful eyes flickered. Her heart was filled with anxiety. At this moment, she was the most worried person. She was worried that if Jiang Chen walked out of the gate of heaven's will, his soul would no longer be his. What would they do then? How would they face Jiang Chen? He had said that he had a plan, but that was the iron rule of the Hellion clan. Could he really break the rule and return with glory? That fellow should be fine. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. I still feel that he's a scourge. Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. She didn't know why, but there was a trace of worry in her heart. People of the Hellion clan, come out. An angry roar that spread thousands of miles in the sky had completely aroused the worry of the Hellion clan. Hellion Feng Su turned his head around. It was the Dongfang clan. The third elder of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Yunhe. Dongfang clan? What are they doing here? Could it be that they know that Yu is in the gate of heaven's will, and are here to cause trouble? It's hard to say. The Dongfang clan has always been strong. Even Dongfang Lianshua lost to this person. Do you know who he is? I don't know him, but he should be stronger than Dongfang Lianshua. Maybe he's some big shot from the Dongfang clan. Our Hellion family is currently facing internal and external troubles. The Dongfang family has also come to blame us. It seems like we are getting more and more worried. Every single member of the Hellion family was filled with worry. Now that the gate of heavens had collapsed and outsiders had entered, Yu's life was uncertain, and the Dongfang family had come to kill them. They did not know how to deal with it. Even the 5 great elders of the Hellion clan looked at each other with a grim expression. So it's the third elder of the Dongfang clan. I wonder why Elder Dongfang has come to our clan? Hellion Feng Su squinted his eyes and said faintly. Up in the sky, 3 figures exuded a domineering aura. They held their heads high and looked down on the world. Haha, it's been a long time. Brother Feng Su, you should know why I'm here, right? I'm here for the marriage alliance of my nephew, Dongfang Lianshua. Back then you agreed to it. Don't tell me you've forgotten about it now? Dongfang Yunhe said in a strange tone. His eyes were like torches as he glanced at the people of the Hellion clan. He ignored everything and looked at Hellion Feng Su without any fear. Even the third elder of the Dongfang clan could sit on the same level as Hellion Feng Su. This was enough to prove that the strength of the Dongfang clan was not ordinary. At least, it was not something that the current Hellion clan could compare with. It's not convenient to talk about the marriage now. Hellion Yu has just entered the ancestral land of my Hellion family, the Gate of Heaven's will. Her life and death are still unknown. Everything will have to wait for you to come out of the Gate of Heaven's will. This shouldn't be too much, right? Brother Dongfang. Hellion Feng Su spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Although the Hellion clan was weaker than the Dongfang clan, they were not inferior to the Dongfang clan. Although they were in the wrong, they couldn't possibly enter the Gate of Heaven's will and drag the culprit out, right? You've put it nicely, but I'm afraid that Brother Feng Su will have a different story when the time comes, right? I know that the Gate of Heaven's will is the ancestral land of your Hellion clan. How could I dare to act rashly? One had to know that the ancestor of the Hellion clan was a peerless character that swept through the entire central continent. Unfortunately, the flower of his beauty had faded, and the Hellion clan's talent had withered. Now, they had fallen into such a miserable state. Don't you think so, Brother Feng Su? Hee, I can put this matter aside for now. However, there's another matter that I won't tolerate. Your Hellion clan dared to cover up the murderer of my nephew, Dongfang Liani. This makes me very distressed. Brother Feng Su, don't tell me you don't know about this matter? Dongfang Yunhe's words made Hellion Feng Su tremble. Even the 5 great elders of the Hellion clan had a cold expression on their faces. Everyone looked at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. In the entire Hellion clan, only the 2 of them were outsiders. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing shuddered. Facing the Dongfang clan, not only were they weak, but the Hellion clan might also stand on the Dongfang clan's side. In order to protect themselves, they might betray them. Hellion Feng Su glanced at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing, then said to Dongfang Yunhe, Brother Yunhe, I don't know who you're talking about, but I advise you not to act rashly in front of these 2 people. Hellion Feng Su said in a low voice. He originally wanted to push Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu out, but when he used his great divination art to investigate, he realized that the fate of these 2 people was very strange. It could even be said that they were extremely lucky and extraordinary. Although they weren't strong enough, they shouldn't be ordinary people. Hellion Feng Su didn't want to offend them for the sake of the bigger picture, because he was more afraid of offending someone he couldn't afford to offend. Wives and children shouldn't be implicated. The person you're talking about should be in the Gate of Heaven's will. The person who killed your nephew should be Jiang Chen. Am I right? However, he has already entered the Gate of Heaven's will, so I really can't give you an explanation, Brother Yunhe. Now, we can only wait for Jiang Chen to come out of the Gate of Heaven's will to know if he is dead or not. Perhaps. He has already fallen in the Gate of Heaven's will and will never come out again. Nonsense. Do you think I will believe you? If the 2 of them are here, Jiang Chen will definitely be here. How dare you say that Jiang Chen has entered the Gate of Heaven's will? Let me ask you, isn't the Gate of Heaven's will of the Hellion clan only accessible to the genius disciples of the clan? How did it become a tourist attraction that everyone can visit now? Ridiculous, extremely ridiculous, ha ha ha. Chapter 3466. You might be able to fool a 3-year-old with your words. Do you really think that the people of the Dongfang family are all idiots? Humph. Dongfang Yunhe did not say anything, but Dongfang Lianying could no longer hold back his anger. His brother had been killed and Jiang Chen had fled to the Hellion family. However, the Hellion family was still trying to shirk responsibility. He could not stand it anymore. Is this how the Hellion family treats its guests? Do you think that you can dismiss us with just a few words? You have already admitted that the person is in the Hellion family. There is nothing more to say. I must have those 2 women. I also want Jiang Chen's life. I also want the lady of the Hellion family. Dongfang Yunhe said domineeringly. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face fearless. This was the prestige of a great sect. The Dongfang family was one of the top 3 superpowers in the Dongshang Divine Continent. The Hellion family could not compete with them. The people of the Dongfang family were overbearing. Hellion Feng Su's expression became more and more solemn. It seemed that it was impossible to appease them now. After all, the person they had killed was Dongfang Yunhe's nephew and Dongfang Lianshua's brother. Brother Yunhe, I have already said that Jiang Chen is indeed in the Dongfang family. However, we will have to wait until he and Yue come out of the Gate of Heaven's will. Hellion Feng Su said in a low voice. He felt that there was no turning back. The people of the Dongfang family were too domineering. You were the one who said that outsiders cannot enter the gate of heaven's will? You were the one who said that Jiang Chen entered the gate of heaven's will? Don't you think that's contradictory? I can't wait until then. I don't believe it either. Don't you think that it is too childish to play such games with me? Head of the Hellion family. Dongfang Yunhe finally made his stance clear. Hellion Feng Su could only sigh. That was the truth. However, in the eyes of the people of the Dongfang family, it was indeed a load of nonsense. Since it has come to this, there is no need to say anything more. If you stop me, don't blame the Dongfang family for being merciless. Dongfang Yunhe took a step forward with a gloomy expression. His loved one had died, and his enemy was right in front of him. How could Dongfang Yunhe take even half a step back? Hellion Feng Su smiled bitterly and shook his head. At this moment, if he insisted on protecting Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing, the Hellion family and the Dongfang family would be like fire and water, standing on opposite sides. At this moment, Hellion Feng Su obviously wouldn't start a war with the Dongfang family. Sorry, both of you. Hellion Feng Su shook his head and sighed. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing looked at each other. Neither of them took a step back. You don't have the ability to kill my husband. Wu Ningzhu coldly stared at Dongfang Yunhe without the slightest trace of fear. These two little girls are so beautiful. However, this Jiang Chen isn't lucky enough to enjoy them. Leave them to me to be my slaves. Ha! Dongfang Yunhe laughed wildly. He waved his hand, causing the sea to tremble. He wanted to grab Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu retreated with a dignified expression. She didn't dare to fight against him because this Dongfang Yunhe was too strong. He was even stronger than Dongfang Lianshua. Being able to become the third elder of the Dongfang family, his strength was self-evident. Where are you going? Dongfang Yunhe chased after them. Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu joined hands, but Dongfang Yunhe was still walking leisurely. He was full of confidence. His fist and palm interweaved with each other, filled with an unparalleled domineering aura. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing didn't dare to face him head-on. Dongfang Yunhe took advantage of the situation. His palm whistled and covered the sky. It directly pushed Wu Ningzhu back. Wu Ningzhu's complexion turned pale as blood gushed out from her mouth. Fighting with me? You two are still too inexperienced. Dongfang Yunhe sneered. His eyes were ice-cold. He moved his palms, trying to restrain Wu Ningzhu. However, he was blocked by Yan Qingqing's sword. Blossoming Flower Sword. Yan Qingqing's strength was very strong. Compared to Wu Ningzhu, she was slightly stronger. After all, she had received Princess Duwan's inheritance. Now, she was just in the transition period. Once she completely fused with the inheritance, her strength would be even more terrifying. However, for Dongfang Yunhe, it was only able to slow him down. It was still impossible for him to stop him. Dongfang Yunhe punched out, shattering Yan Qingqing's sword rain. He soared into the sky with irresistible force. What a terrifying guy. Hellion Feng Shu's expression slightly changed. If he were to fight Dongfang Yunhe with all his strength, he might not be stronger than him. In just 3 moves, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were defeated in the end. It was quite an ugly scene. Now, both of you are mine. Haha. Dongfang Yunhe laughed out loud, but he was forced back by the rain of swords. If you dare to touch my woman, I will kill you without mercy. Jiang Chen stood proudly in his white robe like a sword. He had already walked out of the gate of heaven's will. As soon as Jiang Chen walked out, Wu Ningzhu's beautiful eyes narrowed. She stared at the person in front of her. Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense for a long time, finally calmed down. Yan Qingqing also heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he was here, nothing would be a problem. How is this possible? He actually walked out of the gate of heaven's will? This is too unbelievable, isn't it? He isn't a member of the Hellion family. How did he do it? Could it be that he was sent by the ancestors? Don't talk nonsense. Everything is heaven's will. Since this guy could walk out of the gate of heaven's will, it means that he is fated with our Hellion family. We can't underestimate him now. An elder of the Hellion family said in a serious manner. His tone was full of certainty. It was as if he was a completely different person from his previous rebuke and disgust towards Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen was able to walk out of the gate of heaven's will, he had already obtained the approval of the Hellion family. There was no doubt about it. He came out. What about you, She can't still be inside, right? That's right, Aunt Yu. Aunt Yu also came out? Did you all realize that this guy actually still has his memories from the past? This is truly too amazing. Aunt Yu, look, it's Aunt Yu. Almost the entire Hellion family cheered at this moment. Aunt Yu, whom they had been waiting for, had finally walked out of the gate of heaven's will. Moreover, she was right behind Jiang Chen. Did this mean that both of them had passed the test of the gate of heaven's will? Although they didn't dare to confirm it, at least Yu could walk out of the gate of heaven's will. This was great news for the entire Hellion family. Hellion Feng Su and the Great Elder looked at each other, unable to conceal their joy. Chapter 3467. The Hellion family had placed high hopes on Hellion Yuer. Now, she was the savior of the Hellion family. Damn it! Did this Jiang Chen really walk out from the gate of heaven's will? Didn't they say that apart from the Hellion family, no one else could do it? But why did he walk out of the gate of heaven's will? Dongfang Lianxua narrowed his eyes as he looked at Jiang Chen. This guy's strength had obviously increased by leaps and bounds. This was too infuriating. Patriarch. Yuer nodded slightly as she looked at Hellion Feng Su and said in a low voice. Hellion Feng Su was so excited that he couldn't speak. His body trembled as Yuer also had the memories of the past. Jiang Chen and Yuer were both like this. They were the first people in history to do so. To the Hellion family, the benefits of having their own memories were indescribable. Yuer was the hope of the Hellion family. How could she marry into the Dongfang family? I didn't expect you to come out alive. It's really surprising. But today, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Dongfang Lianxua said coldly. I killed your brother. Are you afraid that he will be lonely on the road to hell, so you also came to die? Jiang Chen smiled. You are Jiang Chen. You killed my nephew. Today you will pay with your blood. Dongfang Yunhe and Jiang Chen stared at each other. Both of them had sharp gazes and neither was willing to take a step back. This battle was finally going to start. Everyone from the Dongfang family must die. You will regret hurting my woman for the rest of your lives. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. In his eyes, there was nothing but endless death. Jiang Chen and Dongfang Yunhe were at each other's throats. The members of the Hellion family were also feeling insecure. They didn't know which side to stand on, especially Hellion Feng Su and the 5 elders of the Hellion family. They couldn't afford to offend the Dongfang family, but now that Jiang Chen had walked out of the gate of heaven's will, he had become the mascot of the Hellion family. No one could be compared to him. In the past, those who walked out of the gate of heaven's will were all figures who stirred up a storm. However, the Hellion clan had already suffered a crushing defeat. They had long since lost the opportunity and strength to contend with the first-rate major sections. Right now, the only thing he could rely on was Yu Er. Jiang Chen is the benefactor of the Hellion clan. As long as Jiang Chen lives, Hellion Yu will live. If Jiang Chen dies, Hellion Yu will also die. Yu Er's words caused Hellion Feng Su to hold his breath. At this moment, he knew that the current situation was getting more and more dangerous. However, if they stood on the opposite side of the Dongfang family and declared war, it would be like a bolt from the blue. Even though Yu Er had walked out of the gate of heaven's will, the current strength of the Hellion clan was still inferior to the Dongfang family. Growth also required a process. Although Yu Er had expressed her stance, the 5 elders looked at each other. They weren't willing to go against the Dongfang family. For the sake of the family, they had to make the right choice. We need to think about this matter further. Yu Er, you can't be stubborn. Yes, Yu Er, we can't start a war with the Dongfang family. We can't. The current situation is critical. The people of the Dongfang family were killed by Jiang Chen. Although we know that Jiang Chen has a close relationship with the Gate of Heaven's will. Yu Er furrowed her brows and said resolutely, no buts. My words are the highest order. Yu Er said in a deep voice. Her face was finally filled with a gloomy expression. The heavenly fate stone in her hand instantly attracted Hellion Feng Su's attention. He couldn't help but hold his breath. Yu Er, is that the heavenly fate stone? The heavenly fate stone had always been the symbol of the Hellion clan. The heavenly fate stone represented the will of the ancestors and the highest authority of the Hellion clan. Therefore, at this moment, the faces of the 5 elders changed, including the people of the Hellion clan. That was because the heavenly fate stone had a higher status than the patriarch. Controlling the heavenly fate stone was equivalent to controlling the entire Hellion clan. The moment the heavenly fate stone appeared, the 5 elders smiled bitterly. However, facing Yu'er's order, they didn't show any hesitation. Hellion Feng Su knew that they couldn't avoid this battle. They would definitely become enemies with the Dongfang family. It seemed like the battle between them had just begun. If the Hellion clan wanted to rise, they would have to rely on Yu'er and Jiang Chen. Everyone's face was filled with seriousness. They didn't dare to go against the will of the heavenly fate stone, the symbol of the Hellion clan. I can tell you clearly that the heavenly fate stone in my hand was given to me by Jiang Chen. He has already comprehended the secrets of the heavenly fate stone, but I haven't. A stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Yu'er's words caused the entire Hellion clan to tremble. Jiang Chen has actually comprehended the secrets of the heavenly fate stone? Doesn't that mean that all the secrets of the Hellion clan are in the hands of Jiang Chen? Otherwise, how could they walk out of the gate of heaven's will with their memories? Jiang Chen obtained the heavenly fate stone, but Jiang Chen didn't want it. Instead, he gave it to Yu'er. Everyone couldn't help but feel ashamed of their own inferiority. No matter what, they had no reason to challenge Jiang Chen now. Their ancestral items were given to them by Jiang Chen. Although it was somewhat ironic, one had to admit that the Hellion family had already treated Jiang Chen as one of them. Especially Yu'er's words. If Jiang Chen was here, she would be here. If Jiang Chen died, she would die. Wu Ningzhu silently looked at Hellion Yu'er. She knew that Jiang Chen didn't choose the wrong person. However, as Jiang Chen's first wife, she didn't really approve of Hellion Yu'er. Jiang Chen almost died for her. However, as long as Jiang Chen felt that it was worth it, she wouldn't say anything. At this moment, Hellion Yu'er also looked at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing who were beside Jiang Chen. They were so dazzling and beautiful. These two must be Jiang Chen's most beloved women. Because when Jiang Chen looked at them, his eyes were filled with endless tenderness. Hellion Yu'er was more or less envious. Jiang Chen had never seen that kind of tenderness in her eyes. Brother Jiang, my Hellion clan will definitely protect you in today's battle. Hellion Feng Su knew that he had no other choice but to fight alongside Jiang Chen. Even if he didn't mind offending the Dongfang clan, he had no other choice. All right. Chapter 3468. Hellion Feng Su, you old fart. It seems like you really want to declare war on my Dongfang clan? Dongfang Yunhe said angrily. I'm really sorry for making a fuss in my Hellion clan and disregarding the existence of my Hellion clan. Brother Yunhe, I'm responsible for this battle. My Hellion clan will not allow anyone to bully us. Hellion Feng Su was standing on the opposite side of Dongfang Yunhe. In this battle, he was determined to capture Jiang Chen and kill him as soon as possible to comfort his nephew's soul in heaven. Since that's the case, let me see where you get the courage to fight against my Dongfang clan. Dongfang Yunhe's expression was cold and indifferent. He stretched out his hand, and a white jade skeleton sword appeared in his hand. The wind from the sword was like a torch, and the shadow of the sword was awe-inspiring. A cold light flashed and shook the 9 heavens. Jiang Chen, come and dive. Dongfang clan, you're all a bunch of shameless dogs. I, Jiang Chen, will start a massacre today. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. He drew out his sword and the heavenly dragon sword roared in the sky. The shadow of a dragon covered the sky and spread out. Jiang Chen and Dongfang Yunhe exchanged blows in an instant. Rays of cold light filled the sky and it was deafening. The two silhouettes were domineering and their sword auras were vigorous. The limitless sword slashed through the sky. Jiang Chen's aura made Dongfang Yunhe feel as if he was facing a great enemy. How could an early divine emperor be so powerful? Dongfang Lianshua's expression was gloomy. He was no longer a match for Jiang Chen now. His opponent's sword was too fast and too strong. Compared to before, it was even stronger. However, at this moment, the person Dongfang Lianshua was staring at was Hellion Yu'er, the person he had been yearning for day and night. Yu'er, you and I are of the same origin. Do you really want to be my enemy? Dongfang Lianshua smiled and squinted his eyes. If you want to marry me, you'll have to defeat me first. Yuer's expression was calm as she looked into Dongfang Lianshua's eyes. Dongfang Lianshua's eyes grew brighter and brighter. I might not be a match for Jiang Chen, but am I not a match for you? Jiang Chen was too abnormal. Therefore, he could only settle for the next best thing and fight against Helian Yuer. All right. Today, I, Dongfang Lianshua, will teach this little wife of mine a good lesson. Ha! Dongfang Lianshua attacked in a domineering manner, heading straight for Yuer. As the two of them clashed, Dongfang Lianshua could clearly feel the majestic and domineering side of Helian Yuer's body. Who said that women were inferior to men? This woman's ability simply caused him to be flabbergasted and gasp in amazement. As expected of someone that came from the door of heaven's will, Dongfang Lianshua knew that this battle wouldn't be simple to him as well. Patriarch Helian, I will fight you in this battle. I am the seventh elder of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Lu. Please enlighten me, said a white-robed old man behind Dongfang Yunhe with a faint smile. However, his gaze was as sharp as a sword, filled with killing intent. This battle, Feng Su is fighting for the sect. I cannot retreat. Brother Dongfang, I apologize for offending you. Helian Feng Su's eyes turned cold. Two meteor-like rays of light collided with each other. Starlight shone wantonly and the flames of war raged. At this moment, the most terrifying thing was the battle between Jiang Chen and Dongfang Yunhe. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen was almost on par with Dongfang Yunhe. In fact, he might even be stronger than him. His powerful attacks seemed to change the direction of the wind in the sky. When he slashed out with his sword, his strength was boundless. The limitless sword was like a raging fire, causing Dongfang Yunhe to be exhausted. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This guy is simply a madman. The limitless sword. Using the limitless sword to surpass the limitless sword. The sword moves gracefully, cutting through demons and demons. Master, when will I be able to reach your realm? Wang Fengqi watched this scene silently. His master was an early divine emperor, but he was able to suppress a mid-divine emperor, making it hard for Dongfang Yunhe to use his full strength. Dongfang Yunhe was forced to retreat after each of his attacks. The limitless sword swept across the battlefield. His sword intent was free and unrestrained, slashing through the wind and clouds. Not only Wang Fengqi, everyone at the scene looked at Jiang Chen silently. Who would have thought that this guy, who seemed to be on par with the geniuses of the Helian family, would be so powerful? Helian Zhongyang and Helian Fengchao looked at each other and smiled. The two of them were probably not a match for Jiang Chen. This guy was like a sharp sword. Although you knew that he was too sharp, you couldn't avoid his sword. Sun-devouring sword art. Sun rises from the east. Dongfang Yunhe slashed out with his sword, clashing with Jiang Chen. The sword came out from the east, slashing the setting sun and the river. Jiang Chen moved without any wind and turned into a sword, slashing towards the west and clashing with Dongfang Yunhe. Tens of thousands of sword shadows dispersed. Dongfang Yunhe was forced to retreat with an ugly expression. Jiang Chen was like the wind and the sword, piercing through the sky, standing above the 9 heavens, looking down at the world with disdain. Is this all you've got? Jiang Chen said faintly. Dongfang Yunhe roared in anger. He was thoroughly angered by Jiang Chen. As the third elder of the Dongfang family, his strength had already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. How could he be looked down upon by Jiang Chen? This early divine emperor fellow was actually so fearless. This made him furious. Brat, you're courting death. Although Dongfang Yunhe was forced back by Jiang Chen, he still swore. Dongfang Yunhe's sword technique changed again and again. Terrifying waves of qi rolled out. It was more than 10 times stronger than before. The sun rises from the east. Only I am undefeatable. Dongfang Yunhe was like a rock soaring in the sky, cutting through all the obstacles in his way. He crossed the void and clashed with Jiang Chen again and again. However, his golden sword light was still unable to break through Jiang Chen's boundless sword. From the beginning to the end, he seemed to be in a passive position, being suppressed by Jiang Chen's boundless sword. The Dongfang family's sword technique was fierce and overbearing. However, it was soft against Jiang Chen's boundless sword. Dongfang Yunhe didn't know what to do. Jiang Chen's sword technique seemed to be able to see through his moves. Your sword is my sword. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. At this moment, the heavenly dragon sword roared out. The 18th sword was like a dragon flying in the sky. In an instant, it was as if there were 108,000 terrifying swords raining down on Dongfang Yunhe. Dongfang Yunhe's scalp went numb and his face turned pale. He kept retreating, but Jiang Chen's limitless sword had already reached him. Sword rain pierced through his body. The limitless sword made Dongfang Yunhe feel despair. His soul felt like it was being pierced through by the endless sword rain. The sun rises from the east. Fuck you. Get lost. Chapter 3469. Before Dongfang Yunhe's sword momentum could be unleashed, it had already been chopped down. The feeling of being strangled in the cradle made Dongfang Yunhe feel extremely sullen. However, even though the majority of the 108,000 swords had been blocked, Dongfang Yunhe had still been seriously injured. Jiang Chen swung his sword towards the west, riding the wind and breaking the waves, destroying the 9 heavens, causing all living things to fall from the heavens and earth, causing dust to fly everywhere. Dongfang Yunhe's chest was pierced by Jiang Chen's sword, causing him to fall to the mortal world. The third elder of the Dongfang clan was defeated. This Jiang Chen is too powerful. I'm dazzled just by looking at him. Jiang Chen's might is unparalleled. My Hellion clan is finally going to rise. Ha ha ha. In this battle, Jiang Chen had gained the absolute advantage. Above the sky, everyone sighed. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. No one knew how strong Dongfang Yunhe was. They only knew that Jiang Chen was peerless and terrifying. At this moment, Dongfang Lu and Dongfang Lianshua were advancing cautiously. Under the double attacks of Hellion Fengshu and Yu their situation was getting more and more difficult. Dongfang Lianshua was infuriated. With his strength, it should be easy to deal with Hellion Yu. However, the heavenly fate stone in her hand was too terrifying. Not only could it see through his moves, but it could also fight before him. Dongfang Lianshua and Dongfang Lu were complaining incessantly. They thought that the third elder had already won. Who knew that among the 3 of them, Dongfang Yunhe would be in the most miserable state? Jiang Chen turned into a ray of light and charged down. Facing Dongfang Yunhe, who was kneeling on one knee, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Today, I, Dongfang Yunhe, admit defeat. Kid, I'll remember this debt. Dongfang Yunhe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted. There's no need. I, Jiang Chen, don't like to keep accounts. I've always been a person who gets things done today. Jiang Chen smiled. Dongfang Yunhe's breathing stagnated. His face turned pale. What are you trying to do? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Elder Dongfang? What are you trying to do? Have you forgotten? You want to kill me. Don't you think that murderers will always be killed? So now, I only have one small goal, and that is to kill you. Once I kill you, I won't have to remember this debt anymore. Don't you think so? Jiang Chen crossed his arms and said with a serious expression. You should know the strength of my Dongfang family. I don't believe that you dare to kill me. If you kill me, no matter where you go, my Dongfang clan will not let you off. You must not make a mistake. Otherwise, the one who will regret it in the end will be you. Dongfang Yunhe said fiercely. He could see the murderous intent in Jiang Chen's eyes, but at this moment, he felt a little scared. Once Jiang Chen unleashed his murderous intent, he might really be killed by Jiang Chen, because his strength was far from Jiang Chen's. No matter what, you should know that before you decide to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Otherwise, how could there be such a good thing in this world? Jiang Chen said indifferently. You can't kill me. I am the third elder of the Dongfang clan. No one can touch the Dongfang clan. When the time comes, not only you, but the entire Hellion clan will also be dragged down by you. Don't make a mistake, Dongfang Yunhe repeated. His heart was filled with fear. I said that no one can hurt my woman. Even the heavens are no exception. Jiang Chen shouted. The murderous intent in his eyes made Dongfang Yunhe's heart skip a beat. It was as if the god of death had passed judgment on him. You are digging your own grave. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to leave the Dongshang divine continent alive. Believe me, the Dongfang clan will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Dongfang Yunhe said viciously. However, he was no longer as confident as before. You might have some misunderstandings about me. If you die, everything will be over. What does my death have to do with you? Therefore, I only want to kill you now. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. The heavenly dragon's sword moved horizontally. Boundless sword Qi approached Dongfang Yunhe again. Dongfang Yunhe's face turned pale. He retreated quickly. However, he had nowhere to retreat. 5 elements divine dragon seal. Jiang Chen struck out a seal. Dongfang Yunhe was killed by himself. His body was incinerated. However, his soul still wanted to escape. The great Yu soul-forming light covered him and devoured his soul. Dongfang Yunhe was killed by Jiang Chen just like that. All the people of the Hellion clan were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so terrifying. Dongfang Yunhe was the 3rd elder of the Dongfang clan. However, he was killed by Jiang Chen without mercy. Everyone gasped. 3rd elder. Dongfang Lianshua's eyes were wide open. Dongfang Li's body trembled. The two of them were forced into a dangerous situation. They thought that they could get help from the 3rd elder. However, who would have thought that Jiang Chen would kill Dongfang Yunhe? This scene made them dumbfounded. And you? Jiang Chen smiled. His smile made Dongfang Lianshua's blood run cold. Even the 3rd elder had died in Jiang Chen's hands. He knew that he was no match for Jiang Chen. I'll go first. Dongfang Lianshua wanted to escape when he saw that the situation was not good. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't give him the chance. Dongfang Lu and Dongfang Lianshua ran wildly. The result was shocking. Jiang Chen didn't move at all. However, before the two of them could run more than 1,000 miles away, they fell from the sky. Jiang Chen's spiritual sense instantly made them lose their fighting strength. They were already like arrows at the end of their flight. Jiang Chen used the soul-stealing divine art to make them lose their fighting strength instantly. They didn't even have the chance to escape. Damn it. Dongfang Lianshua's face became more and more unsightly. Jiang Chen walked over step by step. However, it was as if he was stepping on his chest, causing Dongfang Lianshua's heart to tremble. You still want to destroy the Hellion family? Do you have the ability to do so? Jiang Chen sneered. He shook his head as he looked at Dongfang Lianshua, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Jiang Chen, you can't kill me. If you kill me, not only the Dongfang family, but even the Slaughter Pagoda won't let you off. You should know that you're digging your own grave. You must not walk on a path of no return. Dongfang Lianshua kept retreating. However, he didn't have any chance to escape. Chapter 3470. Jiang Chen's smile was mellow, but in the eyes of Dongfang Lianshua, it was the smile of the Grim Reaper. Jiang Chen had already killed the 3rd elder. Would he still care about the two of them? Jiang Chen killed Dongfang Lianshua and Dongfang Lu without hesitation in front of the horrified eyes of the Hellion clan. Even Hellion Feng Su let out a sigh. He knew that he could no longer escape. He had already become enemies with the Dongfang clan and was bound to Jiang Chen. At this moment, he had no other choice. Who asked Jiang Chen to obtain the Heavenly Fate Stone? Moreover, he had comprehended the Heavenly Fate secret manual of the Hellion clan. Therefore, Hellion Feng Su could only follow Jiang Chen. Although the members of the Dongfang family were dead, Hellion Feng Su knew that their war in the Dongsheng Divine Continent had just begun. Moreover, the Hellion family's rise to power was only at the beginning. However, the most difficult part of their rise to power would be dealing with the Dongfang family. Thank you, big brother. Yuer smiled like a spring breeze. Jiang Chen shook his head and looked at Hellion Feng Su. The Hellion clan and I are fated. I, Jiang Chen, am not a heartless person. I have already made a vow. Although I have obtained the Heavenly Fate secret manual of the Hellion clan and comprehended the secret of the Heavenly Fate Stone, I, Jiang Chen, will not pass it on to anyone else. Rest assured, the Hellion clan. Hellion Feng Su nodded. How could he dare to disobey? He was not a match for Jiang Chen. That arrogant Dongfang Yunhe was already dead. He did not want to follow in his footsteps. Hellion Feng Su could not help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not push Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing out. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would definitely not let him go. To be able to walk out of the Gate of Heaven's Will, Jiang Chen definitely had a unique advantage. Hellion Feng Su definitely knew about this. However, he did not want to say anything. Since the Heavenly Fate Stone was already in Yuer's hands, nothing else mattered. Clan leader, there is one more thing that I need to explain to you.
Yue said in a low voice, her eyes revealing a hint of sorrow.
Feel free to speak your mind, Hellion Feng Su said. From now on, our Hellion family no longer has the Gate of Heaven's will. Yue's words caused the entire Hellion family to become nervous. Where did these words come from? Why did he have to do this? Could it be that Yue wanted to cut off the training grounds for the future geniuses of the Hellion family? Everyone felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. However, Yue's words definitely had a deeper meaning. Even though Hellion Feng Su furrowed his brows, he still spoke bluntly. Tell me why? Hellion Feng Su voiced out the doubt on everyone's mind. Everyone present also raised their heads in anticipation, looking at Yue, hoping that they would be able to obtain a perfect explanation.
I can only tell you and the 5 elders about this matter,
Yue said in a low voice. Hellion Feng Su's heart stirred. He knew that right now, the implications of this matter might be too great. That was why Yue wasn't willing to make it public and only told him and the 5 elders. All right, go ahead. I've sealed off my connection with the outside world. Right now, only the few of us can hear it. Hellion Feng Su said.
The 5 elders looked at each other.
Everyone was looking forward to Yue giving them a reasonable explanation. Why did the Gate of Heaven's will no longer exist? In the Gate of Heaven's will, there were 2 ancestors. However, these 2 ancestors didn't do it to train the descendants of our Hellion family. It was for their own selfish desires. Because they wanted the strongest of their descendants to bear their supreme spirit. Their spirit had already surpassed the Emperor realm. Therefore, they needed an extremely talented disciple to bear their spirit. Therefore, from ancient times until now, almost no one who entered the Gate of Heaven's will succeeded. There were even people who died in the Gate of Heaven's will, just like my father.
Yue remained silent for a moment before continuing.
My father was the genius that they valued the most. Therefore, they wanted to leave my father in the Gate of Heaven's will, erase his spirit energy, take over his body, and return to the Hellion family. However, my father struggled on his deathbed. In the end, both the fish and the net broke. In the end, the 2 ancestors didn't succeed. For hundreds of millions of years, because they destroyed the geniuses of the Hellion family, our Hellion family's talents withered. That's why the Hellion family declined to this day. What you've said is complete nonsense. The Gate of Heaven's will has always been the Hellion family's ancestral land. How could such an alarmist thing happen?
The great elder's face darkened as he said angrily.
I know that you must think that I'm talking nonsense. However, think about it from another perspective. Even those who walked out of the Gate of Heaven's will, do they have their own memories? Because those experts couldn't bear their spirit, their memories of the past were erased. That's why people said that those who entered the Gate of Heaven's will would definitely forget their past. Yue said in a low voice. For a moment, the great elder was speechless. He didn't know what to say. Because the future generations were indeed like that. Hellion Feng Su fell into silence. He knew that what Hellion Yue said made sense. However, they couldn't believe Hellion Yue's one-sided words. However, all of this really made his body tremble. His scalp went numb. How could there be such a cruel ancestor in this world? This was simply a trap for their future generations. It was too terrifying. It was almost shocking. This was also why Yue didn't tell everyone in the Hellion family about it. She didn't want to cause panic. Therefore, she only told the patriarch and the few elders about the whole thing. Everyone's face was filled with shock. For a moment, they couldn't digest everything that Yue had said. Everything you said, why should we believe you? The Gate of Heaven's will has been like this for thousands of years. However, after you and Zhongchen came out, it became like this. Although you're a member of my Hellion family, and I won't doubt you, do you think that's normal? The great elder's words caused everyone to sink into silence once again. They couldn't believe Yue's words, but they couldn't disbelieve her either. That was why they were so passive. However, the Gate of Heaven's will had always been the most sacred place in their hearts. How did it suddenly turn into a place where evil was kept? For a moment, everyone couldn't accept it. Yue smiled bitterly. She knew that this was also within common sense. However, the truth was like this. She didn't even know how to persuade these seniors. However, at this moment, a white figure appeared in front of them. Everyone in the Hellion family felt the blood in their bodies boiling. The white-haired old man was the Hellion ancestor that was worshipped in the Hellion family's ancestral shrine. Chapter 3471. His clothes were as white as snow. His figure was stooped, and his face was kind and gentle. All the people of the Hellion family knelt down at this moment.
Ancestor, it's our ancestor.
Our ancestor has appeared. The people of the Hellion clan all wore shocked expressions on their faces. They never expected the ancestor of the Hellion clan to be inside the heavenly fortune stone, even though it was only an afterimage, even though the silhouette was already very old. However, he was the ancestor of the Hellion family. Ancestor, it's really you, Hellion Feng Su said excitedly. The current family head of the Hellion family, Hellion Feng Su, and the disciples of the Hellion family greet the ancestor. Hellion Feng Su couldn't hide the shock in his heart.
However, this was indeed the family head of the Hellion family.
No one could refute this. Not to mention them, even Yu was extremely shocked. She had never expected the ancestor of the Hellion family to be in the heavenly fortune stone. Only Jiang Chen looked at this scene silently. Only he knew that the ancestor of the Hellion family was in the heavenly fortune stone. The family head of the Hellion family glanced at Jiang Chen and smiled. Regarding this matter, Yu's words are not false. If it wasn't for this friend, perhaps our Hellion family would have already declined. In these hundreds of millions of years, they have done too many things that have disappointed me. But fortunately, the Hellion family is not destroyed, so we have the hope to rise again. I can't live in this world for long, so these words are just to wake you all up. The words of the ancestor are not an imperial edict, but you all have to recognize yourselves and the Hellion clan. Only by doing so, will you be able to prosper forever. The hope of the Hellion clan rests on your shoulders. Don't let me down, don't let you down. On her shoulders are the hopes and expectations of all of you. I hope that one day, the Hellion clan can become even more prosperous in your hands. Hellion said with a smile, full of kindness. Many people of the Hellion family could not help but cry tears of joy. They were full of guilt when facing their ancestor, especially the 5 great elders, who had almost framed Yu. Moreover, the person they had to apologize to was Jiang Chen. They knew from their ancestor that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen, Yu would not have been able to walk out of the gate of heaven's will alone. As for the dangers that surrounded it, it was something that they had no idea about. However, Jiang Chen had become the savior of the Hellion family. Just based on Yu's side of the story, there might still be countless people who had doubts. However, it wasn't just Yu's words. Even their ancestor had such a high evaluation of Jiang Chen. One could imagine how great of a contribution Jiang Chen had made in the Gate of Heaven's will in this battle. Furthermore, the Heavenly Fate Stone was obtained by Jiang Chen. I'm leaving. You guys take care of yourselves. If the Hellion family wants to prosper, remember, the will of the heavens is in the hearts of people. The will of the heavens is not something that my Hellion family will pursue for eternity. After saying that, Hellion Feng disappeared into the void. The afterimage left too much shock for the people of the Hellion family. Until now, they had never thought that there would be such an outcome. Hellion Feng Su's expression was solemn as he said sincerely, Brother Jiang, from now on, my Hellion family will share honor and disgrace with you. I hope that you will forgive us for our previous offense. Hellion Feng Su bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. This bow was very meaningful. It made everyone in the Hellion family see how important Jiang Chen was. His righteousness reached the clouds, and the future of the Hellion family was the future of the Hellion family. Patriarch Hellion is too courteous. It was nothing. Jiang Chen smiled and said. At this moment, he was already satisfied to be able to come out and see Yu. Therefore, he did not plan to stay in the Hellion family any longer. Moreover, he had killed 3 people from the Dongfang family. If he continued to stay in the Hellion family, it would undoubtedly bring shame to the Hellion family. It was nothing. I'm not as capable as Brother Jiang Chen. Ha! Hellion Feng Su laughed and said. In the end, he chose to stand on Jiang Chen's side. It seemed that it was the right decision. Fortunately, the 2 women of Jiang Chen reminded him. Greetings, sisters. I'm Hellion Yu. Yu walked towards Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. She smiled slightly. She was confident and calm. Men might not be able to see it, but women's hearts were as clear as a mirror. Even Yan Qingqing could see that Yu had deep feelings for Jiang Chen. Hello, I'm Wu Ningzhub. Yan Qingqing. Although the two of them were smiling, Yu could clearly feel that the two of them did not seem to like her. Yu could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, she understood that these two women were the most important women in her big brother's heart. Everyone had the right to choose, and they also had the right to like someone. Yu knew that she could not deny that her big brother's impression in her heart could not be replaced by anyone, no matter in the past, present, or future. Now that the Hellion family is fine and Yu is safe, my heart is at ease. However, I think that there is no need for me to continue staying here. Jiang Chen said. Big brother, you're leaving. Although Yu knew that Jiang Chen would not stay here, she still could not hide her disappointment. After all, she had only met her big brother for a short period of time, and they were going to be separated again. It was really hard to suppress the bitterness in her heart. You can leave with me, Jiang Chen said. Yu was silent for a moment.
She shook her head and said in a low voice, You cannot leave yet.
Right now, the Hellion family is still in an abyss of suffering. How can I leave alone? Right now, the Hellion family needs me. They need someone who can guide them. Moreover, I have my father's unfulfilled wish in my heart. I will not give up easily. One day, the Hellion family will become the most prestigious family in the entire Dongshang Divine region. Yu's voice was incomparably clear, but her eyes were incomparably passionate. She was no longer the ignorant girl from before. The current her had her family in her heart and was filled with revenge. Because she was no longer fighting alone. All the members of the Hellion family and her father's soul were by her side, fighting for the rise of the Hellion family. After many years, I don't know when we'll meet again. However, the strength of the Dongfang clan is not ordinary. Now that I've caused trouble and killed someone, it's not good for me to just leave like that. That's why I've laid down a formation here. It will definitely be able to help you defend against your enemies. Chapter 3472. A few days later, the formation was completed. The entire Hellion family was filled with joy, especially Hellion Feng Su. Although he didn't say it clearly, as Jiang Chen had said, you've killed people and offended them.
Leaving the Hellion family to suffer was indeed not very righteous.
However, since these words were said by Jiang Chen himself, the meaning was different. Jiang Chen's formation had indeed shocked everyone. Even if the entire Dongfang family were to enter, they would definitely not be able to break this terrifying formation. This made Hellion Feng Su and the others extremely excited. When Jiang Chen left, Yu was also quite reluctant. However, what could she do? Big brother has so many people by his side. Perhaps he doesn't even need me. Yu sat on the peak of the mountain and silently watched the back of Jiang Chen and the others as they left. At this moment, she finally understood the meaning of this sentence. Because she never knew that missing someone could be so painful. After Jiang Chen left, Hellion Rong was also released by the Great Elder. Hellion Rong face was also filled with melancholy as she looked at Aunt Yu's sad face. He's gone too. Aunt Yu, my heart seems to have left with him too. Hellion Rong murmured as she sat beside Aunt Yu. Yu smiled bitterly as she patted Hellion Rong's head and said softly, If you want to cry, just cry it out. Hellion Rong instantly threw herself into Aunt Yu's embrace as she sobbed non-stop. Aunt Yu, you've never told me that liking someone can actually be so sad. I don't want him to leave. I want to leave with him. Tell me, have I really fallen in love with him? But do we really have a future?
As long as you believe, everything is possible.
Yu murmured.
No matter how she persuaded others, she herself had long been deeply immersed in it and was unable to extricate herself.
However, at that instant, a dangerous signal appeared on Yu's jade slip. At the moment when she escaped from the jade slip, her face abruptly changed. Perhaps I really should leave for a period of time, Yu said in a low voice. She slowly stood up and tightly gripped the jade slip in her hand. Jiang Chen had turned the entire Hellion family into an impregnable fortress, so there was no need to worry about the Dongfang family's invasion for the time being. Even if they came knocking on their door, as long as the family's protective formation was maintained, there would be no problem. Aunt Yu, are you leaving the Hellion family? Can I go with you? I want to find him. Even if I have to die, even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I'm not afraid of hardship. Take me with you, okay? Helian Rong, said softly and looked at Yu with a wronged expression. Yu sighed softly and was filled with helplessness. Although Yu's strength had reached the late hierarch realm, she was still inexperienced in the world after all. Even she didn't dare to say that she could run amok in the divine world. Once she met someone with bad intentions, she would be easily deceived. Furthermore, Yu was very clear about Helian Ronger's personality. Even if she didn't bring her along, she would definitely think of a way to leave. It would be better to bring her along so that they could take care of each other. All right. But you have to promise me that you will always be by my side. When I ask you to leave, you must not disobey me, Yu said in a low voice. It was Helian Ronger's first time hearing such a low and cold voice. However, she knew that Aunt Yu would definitely not leave her alone. All right, I understand, Aunt Yu. Helian Ronger's cat-like eyes were shining with a different kind of brilliance. She could finally leave the Helian family to pursue her Prince Charming. For love, for her dream, for her pursuit, she would not regret it in her entire life. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the other three went straight to the Central Region Divine Land. This time, Jiang Chen's target was the Fossil Sect. His disciple's woman was abused by the people of the Fossil Sect and eventually died. He must seek justice for this. Moreover, it was impossible for him to continue staying in the Dongshang Divine Land. The Dongfeng family would definitely not let it go. After all, he had killed 3 people of the Dongfeng family, and they were all people with prominent identities. 2 elders and 1 genius of the family. With such deep hatred, the Dongfeng family would definitely not let Jiang Chen go if they wanted to save their face. It was also impossible for Jiang Chen to go to the Northern Cold Divine Land. Now, he could only return to the Central Region Divine Land because he firmly believed that Xiao Yu was definitely in the Central Region Divine Land. Are you reluctant to leave on your own? Yan Qingqing smiled and looked at Jiang Chen. There was a different kind of charm in her eyes. Jiang Chen was startled. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's nothing. With a beauty by my side, why would I be reluctant? Moreover, I have always treated Yue as my younger sister. After so many years, she is the only sister that I have ever cared about." What brother and sister? In the end, I think they're going to end up together. Yan Qingqing sneered as if she completely disagreed with Jiang Chen's point of view. She even went straight to the point, leaving Jiang Chen speechless. You treat her as your younger sister, but she might not necessarily treat you as her younger sister. Little Chenzi, I think you should understand, right? A woman's intuition is very accurate. You can't fool us about this. Wu Ningzhu curled her lips as if she was a little jealous. I know that you care about my sister Ning. However, I really don't have the mood to think about those things now. I only have one thought now, and that is to find Xiao Yu as soon as possible. As long as I can find Xiao Yu, I can finally be at ease. You guys should have the same thought as me, right? Jiang Chen sighed and said. Wu Ningzhu held Jiang Chen's hand, but at that moment, she couldn't say a word. Only when their hearts were connected could they find each other. From today onwards, she didn't want to be separated from Jiang Chen anymore. I hope you don't just love everyone you see. Otherwise, how can I face Sister Xiao Yu? Yan Qingqing was still as cold as before. Even Jiang Chen didn't know how to awaken her memory. Her soul seemed to have suffered a great shock, which was why she was like a completely different person now. Master, do I still have a master's wife? Wang Fengqi looked at his master in astonishment and asked. His master was handsome, elegant, and had profound cultivation. It was reasonable for so many women to like him. Yes, that's your master's wife. Jiang Chen nodded and said. Third master's wife. I think master is very good. Don't blame master anymore. Wang Fengqi said in a low voice. Who's your third master's wife? If you talk nonsense again, I'll slap you to death. Yan Qingqing's charming face was slightly red. Although her expression was gloomy, she didn't really make a move. Wang Fengqi was so scared that he immediately shut his mouth. However, Jiang Chen could see that Yan Qingqing had already started to accept him. Although she didn't love him, she already understood the relationship between them. Chapter 3473. Kunshan County. Fossil Sect. As one of the top 10 sects in Kunshan County, the current Fossil Sect could be considered a prestigious and powerful sect below the Sword Drawing Sect.
Although Tantai Jingzong did not win in the battle for the position of swordmaster, the fossil sect was already a big sect in the eyes of the sword-drawing sect. As a subsidiary sect of the sword-drawing sect, this time, Jiang Chen went with anger and responsibility. He was bound to set off a bloody storm in the fossil sect. Fossil sect. I, Wang Fengqi, have returned. Wang Fengqi's face was gloomy as he muttered in a low voice. His eyes were filled with coldness and bloodlust. He had no feelings for this ruthless and cold-blooded sect. Now that he had returned to the fossil sect with his master, he was filled with resentment. If he had not entered this place, then Sister Feng would not have died. However, how could he give up such an opportunity that was the center of attention? However, he did not expect that after entering the fossil sect, such a heartbreaking thing would happen. This was the biggest mistake he had made in his life. Wang Fengqi's face had been very ugly ever since he entered the Kunshan County. Jiang Chen also saw this and sighed slightly. This poor disciple of his did not expect to experience so many ups and downs in life. This was simply a jealous and cruel test for his temperament. Jiang Chen was not a cold-blooded and emotionless person. On the contrary, what he valued the most was friendship. Moreover, he had always helped those close to him and not reason. This time, he was already prepared to fight with all his strength in this trip to the fossil sect. Therefore, he did not care about becoming enemies with the fossil sect. If this subsidiary sect of the sword-drawing sect was sensible, they should not go against him, the ninth swordmaster of the sword-drawing sect. If that was the case, it would be tantamount to seeking their own destruction. When Jiang Chen saw Wang Fengqi, he could not help but think of how he rose step by step from the divine realm to where he was today. He was much luckier than Wang Fengqi. At least that kind of tragic thing did not happen to him. However, little did they know that this was life. Life would not always go according to one's wishes. There were many things that one simply could not predict. This was also Jiang Chen's current understanding. Since Wang Fengqi was his disciple, then this time, he would absolutely not be lenient. He must seek justice for Wang Fengqi in the fossil sect. Are there any survivors from that time? Jiang Chen said lightly. Yes, there were 2 fish that escaped the net. I wasn't their match, but senior sister Tantai spoke up for me. Unfortunately, she wasn't at the fossil sect at that time. Sun Xiaolong even wanted to kick me when I was down, but I escaped in the end. In the fossil sect, besides senior sister Tantai, there isn't a single good person. Wang Fengqi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he gritted his teeth. The pain in his heart once again appeared in his heart. He was very clear about his current situation. Even though his master was here, he absolutely couldn't relax. Otherwise, his master would risk his life to seek justice for him. His heart would be filled with torment. I understand. Jiang Chen nodded. Those 2 people would undoubtedly die. Moreover, if the petrified sect really wanted to oppose him, then he could only give it his all. At that time, it would depend on who could block his methods. This petrified sect is said to be one of the top 10 sects in Kunshan County. You must not lower your guard, little Chenzi. Wu Ningzhu asked with concern. Although the fossil sect was a subsidiary sect of the sword-drawing sect, it was not to be underestimated. Jiang Chen said in a low voice, "Let's go. In front of us is the fossil sect." The group of 4 directly landed in front of the fossil sect's mountain gate. Clouds and mist lingered in front of the mountain, winding for tens of thousands of li. The great master was like a rainbow, the surroundings continuous and rugged, full of natural strongholds. There were 2 heavenly gods guarding the mountain. As soon as they saw Wang Fengqi, they immediately retreated. Their faces were extremely stern as they growled. "Do you want to kill me? Thief Wang Fengqi, you actually dare to come back? Do you really think that my fossil sect is a place where you can come and go as you please? It's him. He killed more than a dozen of our sect's geniuses. This time, we definitely can't let him escape. Quickly inform the elders that Wang Fengqi has actually returned. Thief, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, perhaps the elders of our fossil sect will leave your corpse intact. However, you've killed so many of our sect's geniuses. If you still dare to walk into our trap today, you'll definitely not be able to escape." The group of disciples guarding the mountain all walked out. When they saw Wang Fengqi and the others, they quickly retreated and hurried into the sect to report to the elders. "I, Wang Fengqi, am here. Call Peng Yuan and Zhang Zhanqi out to die." Wang Fengqi roared. His eyes were like torches, and they were as red as light. He was like an enraged lion, as if he could strike at any time. In their eyes, Wang Fengqi was quite terrifying. This guy was a homicidal maniac, but he still managed to escape in the end. It was a pity that he was not executed on the spot by the sect. It became the most delightful topic in the entire fossil sect in the past 100 years. It was a topic of conversation after meals. They originally thought that this guy would definitely escape far away, but they never thought that he would actually dare to come back. Wasn't he courting death? This time, the entire fossil sect would definitely use all the power of the clan to keep him here. The fossil sect wanted to kill such a person that angered even the gods. A bunch of fools. Jiang Chen shook his head and said coldly. Before the messenger could enter the mountain, Jiang Chen's voice had already spread 1,000 miles away. The sword-drawing sect's swordmaster, Jiang Chen, has come to pay a visit. Where are the people of the fossil sect? Jiang Chen shouted coldly. His voice echoed and lingered in the mountain range for 1,000 miles, lingering in everyone's ears. Who is it? Such a powerful aura. Could it be that someone wants to barge into our sect? It's hard to say. Let's go out and take a look. Who knows, it might be a big shot. The sword-drawing sect? Sword master? Is it really an envoy from the sword-drawing sect? If that's the case, we should really go out and have a good look. In an instant, all the elders of the fossil sect came out from the crowd. Each of them had a grave expression because they knew that since the elders of the sword-drawing sect had come, they had to treat them with respect and come out to welcome them. At this moment, even the sect master of the fossil sect came out from the sect and met up with the elders. In an instant, the entire fossil sect took this matter very seriously. After all, the sword master of the sword-drawing sect was not an ordinary envoy. His status was high and rather illustrious. If they were to neglect him, how would they explain to the sword-drawing sect in the future? Since the sword-drawing sect's envoy has come today, we must treat him with respect. Elders, follow me to welcome him. Chapter 3474. I wonder why the sword-drawing sect's swordmaster is here? Wu Zhentian said solemnly. Let's go and welcome them first and see what's going on. We have great respect for the sword-drawing sect. I believe that the arrival of the sword-drawing sect's emissary is just a formality. Who knows, there might be some good news. Third elder is right. Let's go and take a look first. The sect master of the petrified sect, Lin Kuan, together with Wu Zhentian and the other 5 elders, rushed to the mountain gate to welcome them. This is bad. This is bad. Sect leader. The disciple guarding the gate had a nervous expression as he hurriedly flew into the air from outside the gate. What's wrong? What happened? Why are you so flustered? What a scandal! An elder scolded in a deep voice. The mountain guarding disciple's expression changed. Before he could explain further, he hurriedly said, outside the mountain gate, that traitor Wang Fengqi has returned. Beside him, there are a few experts who are comparable to the sect master. Sect master Lin Kuan and the others' faces changed, and their expressions became gloomy. Thief, he actually dared to come back. My petrified sect nurtured him in vain, but I didn't expect such a disobedient disciple to dare to leave the sect and kill so many people. Watch how I deal with him this time. That's right. Such a traitor must be reduced to ashes and struck by lightning to vent the hatred in his heart and atone for the sins of my petrified sect. The 2 elders had a sinister look on their faces as they gnashed their teeth and said. However, another elder subconsciously said, that's right. Don't tell me that the sword-drawing sect's swordmaster came with that scoundrel Wang Fengqi? In an instant, Lin Kuan's expression became serious. If that was really the case, then perhaps the matter today would become very difficult to deal with. Hopefully, the sword-drawing sect's swordmaster was not the same kind of trash as Wang Fengqi. Let's hope that this swordmaster isn't in cahoots with Wang Fengqi. That way, we'll be able to clean up our sect. It's a little embarrassing for our sect to be in front of the sword-drawing sect's swordmaster. Lin Kuan thought for a moment and said. However, time waited for no man. They just wanted to see if the swordmaster of the sword-drawing sect was on the same side as Wang Fengqi. Not long after, Lin Kuan and the rest appeared in front of the fossil sect. Immediately, Wu Zhentian's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed in shock, Jiang brother. It's you. That's right, that's me. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and said lightly. Lin Kuan looked at Wu Zhentian and Wu Zhentian continued. Brother Jiang Chen is the one who saved us from the fire and water. Me, Sun Xiaolong and I were all saved by him. It can be said that without Brother Jiang Chen, we would have already died outside. Wu Zhentian's words caused Lin Kuan and the others to be filled with admiration. They could not help but cast looks of admiration towards Jiang Chen. Could Brother Jiang Chen be the sword master of the sword drawing sect? Lin Kuan looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Jiang Chen nodded and said indifferently, "That's right. I'm the sword master of the sword drawing sect." After saying that, Jiang Chen showed the sword token in his hand. Suddenly, Lin Kuan and the others admired and respected Jiang Chen even more. Whether it was because of Jiang Chen's kindness to their sect or his identity, the fossil sect treated him as a distinguished guest. "Wang Fengqi, you rebel. You actually rushed back. I think you're tired of living. Today you will die here. Damn you, what qualifications do you have to stand together with Sword Master Jiang? Come over and die." When the elders looked at Wang Fengqi, their expressions changed tremendously. Anger could be clearly seen on their faces. However, Lin Kuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt a little uncomfortable because he felt that the relationship between Jiang Chen and Wang Fengqi was not ordinary. Apart from Sun Xiaolong, even Wu Zhentian did not know that Wang Fengqi was Jiang Chen's disciple. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Wang Fengqi did not mention anything about his master while he was cultivating in the fossil sect. "Sword Master Jiang, please enter my petrified sect and rest for a while. This traitor is a traitor. It won't be too late to hold a banquet for Sword Master Jiang after we kill him. I hope Sword Master Jiang can be magnanimous." The elders of the fossil sect said respectfully. Jiang Chen said coldly, "I have another identity. Perhaps you don't know that I'm Wang Fengqi's master." A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. In an instant, everyone's faces turned pale and they looked at each other in dismay. Everyone's expression was extremely strange, especially Wu Zhentian, who looked at Jiang Chen in shock. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. Jiang Chen had once saved him from a crisis. Before that, he had almost killed Wang Fengqi with a single palm strike. Although he managed to escape, Wang Fengqi was still a traitor that the petrified sect wanted to hunt down. Lin Kuan sighed because he knew that the current situation seemed to be in a deadlock. Since their identities had already been revealed, he did not even need to ask Jiang Chen's intention to come. How is this possible? How can this rebel be Sword Master Jiang's disciple? Someone muttered in a low voice, but did not dare to speak loudly. "I came here today to seek justice for my disciple. I believe that all of you, as well as the sect leader of your sect, should understand the reason behind this matter." Jiang Chen said indifferently. His expression was cold, but it was full of majesty. At this time, the expressions of the people of the fossil sect became very ugly. "I only want Peng Yuan and Zhang Zhanqi to come out and die. I will not go against the fossil sect." Wang Fengqi said in a deep voice. In order not to pose a threat to his master, he did not really want to go against the fossil sect. As long as he killed Zhang Zhanqi and Peng Yuan and avenged Sister Feng, it would be enough. As for the fossil sect, when he had the ability in the future, he would definitely come back. At that time, he would definitely make them disappear. But today, Wang Fengqi did not want to make things difficult for his master. The fact that his master could stand up for him and stand in front of the fossil sect was already a great encouragement and gratitude. Wang Fengqi did not dare to ask for too much. "Bastard, you traitor. You still dare to speak so arrogantly? How can my fossil sect forgive you for killing so many people?" Although Wang Fengqi is Sword Master Zhang's disciple, it is undeniable that he killed more than a dozen genius disciples of my fossil sect. Moreover, there were also more than 100 ordinary disciples. Are these 100 lives not enough for him to be punished? This traitor betrayed my fossil sect, and now he still dares to come and clamor. What face does my fossil sect have? Chapter 3475. So you're saying that I, Jiang Chen, came to your fossil sect to cause trouble? Jiang Chen sneered. Sword Master Jiang, the elders definitely don't mean that. Both sides are indeed at fault regarding Wang Fengqi's matter. Now, it seems that we still need to consider this at length. Wu Zhentian tried to smooth things over. He was more inclined towards Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was his savior, but on the other side was his sect. Although this matter was somewhat shameful for the fossil sect, it was his own sect after all, so it was really difficult to talk about it. Moreover, Wang Fengqi had killed so many people. In Wu Zhentian's opinion, since Jiang Chen was the one who stood up for him, it seemed that this matter should be settled. After all, it was better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Sword Master Jiang, although you're the sword master of the sword drawing sect and we can't do anything to you, your disciple killed so many people from my fossil sect. He was a disciple of my petrification sect in the past. Another elder said in a deep voice with a proud expression. Wang Fengqi's face was ashen. This guy was completely distorting the truth, avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. He pushed all the blame onto Wang Fengqi and made him the culprit who killed and robbed people. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The people that my disciple killed deserve to be killed. Why were they killed? Why did they die? Could it be that my disciple has suddenly gone crazy? Don't you know anything? You know, but you're too ashamed to say it. You're afraid that this matter will be made public, so you avoided the important and dwelled on the trivial for the sake of your reputation. You only said that Wang Fengqi killed hundreds of your people, but did you tell the whole story? What did those beastly people do to my disciple's birth wife? How cruel, how inhumane, how heartless. Do you know the pain and sorrow of the people involved? Jiang Chen pointed at all of them. His face was filled with anger. It was quite difficult for him to say these words, because it was undoubtedly tearing open Wang Fengqi's scars. However, if he didn't say it, these guys were all inhumane. How would they know how stupid they were? They weren't stupid, but they wouldn't put such an improper matter on the table to prevent more people from finding out and becoming the laughingstock of the fossil sect. Face was more important than anything to the rock sect. That was why they had forcefully suppressed this matter. In the end, they wanted to kill Wang Fengqi, but in the end, he had escaped without a trace. Wang Fengqi's face was pale. His tears blurred his cheeks and his face was covered in sand. To him, this was like a bayonet that was firmly inserted into his chest. It could never be pulled out. Every word of Chen made everyone present turn red because they knew that this matter was related to, because they knew that this matter Jiang Chen knew it. Jiang Chen are Wang Feng and Wang was, Chen, is sect and end. They couldn't, so they had to kill Wang Fengqi. Only then would they be able to strangle this scandal in the cradle and make it disappear like a poplar in the yellow sand, never to be discovered. But the appearance of Jiang Chen, the sword master of the sword drawing sect, forced them into a corner. Jiang Chen's words made them question their conscience, but they didn't feel guilty because the glory of the sect was above everything else. Then how should we deal with him for killing hundreds of people of the fossil sect? Because of one person's death, he killed hundreds of people. Is this not enough? He still wants to kill again. Does he really think that my fossil sect is easy to bully? The elder beside Wu Zhentian said in a deep voice as he faced Jiang Chen. Truly preposterous and laughable to the extreme. Could it be that your petrified sect still wants to protect such a sinful and unforgivable person? If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. Don't you know why Wang Fengqi killed so many of your people? Isn't it because you forced him to be where he is today? As sect elders and sect masters, are you going to indulge your disciple and do such a preposterous thing? After the matter, you didn't even ask about it and even wanted to kill the victim. Doesn't your conscience hurt? For the sake of the sect's face, for the sake of your own selfish desires, you invert black and white, unable to distinguish right from wrong, tortured a woman to death, and even harbored a heinous criminal. Is this the way of your fossil sect? If this is really the case, then I, Jiang Chen, don't dare to praise you. Jiang Chen's roar was deafening like thunder. Aside from sect master Lin Kuan, the expressions of all the elders of the fossil sect changed greatly. This was because Jiang Chen's words were spoken in an imposing manner. Everyone felt a huge pressure and an unbearable pain. Even if you were eloquent and eloquent, the truth was still on Jiang Chen's side. No matter how many excuses you had, what could you do? It was not that Jiang Chen was unforgiving, but he had to seek justice for his disciple. Jiang Chen's words made everyone speechless, but deep in their hearts, they felt that they were not wrong, because what they wanted to do was to protect their sect. As long as their sect's face was preserved, it didn't matter if a few people died. Jiang Chen's words made everyone speechless. Sect master, are you not going to say anything? You should have the right to make the final decision on this matter. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Kuan, and Lin Kuan also smiled bitterly. Right now, Jiang Chen was being overbearing, and they were in the wrong. Although Wang Fengqi killed more than 100 people in anger, This matter was, after all, caused by the misconduct of some disciples in their sect. Now that Jiang Chen had come to denounce them, he not only brought his strength, but also the reputation of the sword master of the sword-drawing sect. Even though he was the sect master, he did not know how to deal with it at that moment.
I also feel deeply guilty about this matter. Because of this matter, it has already happened a long time ago. Although those people were in the wrong first, Wang Fengqi also erased many innocent people. Because of this matter, the glory of my stone sect has been affected. Because of this matter, I have already thrown them into the frost prison. 3 days later, it will be the time for them to return. Sword Master Jiang can temporarily rest in my stone sect for a few days. When they come out of the frost prison, I will definitely punish them severely. At that time, with Sword Master Jiang's supervision, I will definitely not practice favoritism. Then we will make a final decision on who is in the right and who is in the wrong.
How about it? Lin Kuan said in a low voice. This was already the best expedient plan that he could come up with. After all, Jiang Chen was the sword master of the sword-drawing sect. If he directly confronted Jiang Chen, then he would definitely not have a good ending. Sect master this, Wu Zhentian still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Lin Kuan, who waved his hand and signaled him not to say any more. Jiang Chen's expression was gloomy as he silently looked at Lin Kuan. He wanted to see what tricks this guy could play.
Chapter 3476.
Thank you, Sword Master Jiang, for your understanding. I will definitely give you a very satisfactory answer on this matter. At that time, I will definitely not let you down. Lin Kuan's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of relief. Jiang Chen did not continue to give him pressure, which meant that this matter was not a life-and-death struggle yet. For their fossil sect, this matter could be said to be a very distressing matter. After all, the victim was the fossil sect. Whether it was Wang Fengqi or those vicious and evil people, they were all disciples of the fossil sect. Their dirty linen should not be spread in public. No matter how much effort the fossil sect put in, they hoped that this matter would be suppressed. The fewer people who knew, the better, because this was related to the face of their fossil sect in the entire Kunshan commandery. Wang Fengqi knew that his master would definitely not let him down, so he did not say much and only waited for his master to make a decision. I did not make things difficult for your esteemed sect master because I hope that your esteemed sect master can handle this matter impartially. I, Jiang Chen, do not use my power to oppress others. If this matter makes things difficult for Sect Master Lin, then I will naturally clean up the sect for Sect Master Lin. Jiang Chen said with a gloomy expression. These words made the hearts of the people of the fossil sect, who originally had a glimmer of hope, thump. This was because Jiang Chen was giving them an ultimatum. He did not say it bluntly, but gave them 3 days of buffer time. This was also to preserve the fossil sect's face. Lin Kuan nodded silently and could not help but sigh in his heart. Jiang Chen was still very domineering. At this time, it was really quite difficult for him, the sect master. However, it was said that Tantai Jingzong and Jiang Chen had some relationship, but unfortunately, Tantai Jingzong was not in the fossil sect now, so even Elder Wu Zhentian could not say anything in front of Jiang Chen. Since the matter had come to this stage, they could only postpone it and deal with it later. As the sect lord, Lin Kuan could not do anything about it. After all, Jiang Chen's identity was the sword lord of sword-drawing sect. This was not something that ordinary people could ignore. Jiang Chen would definitely be treated as a distinguished guest in the fossil sect. Then, thank you, Sword Master Jiang. Within 3 days, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Please go in and rest first. After 3 days, even if Sword Master Jiang does not say anything, I will definitely offer a humble apology. Since Lin Kuan had said this much, Jiang Chen could not say more. He nodded slightly and followed Lin Kuan into the fossil sect. Wang Fengqi felt extremely relieved. When he entered the rock sect, his heart was filled with a sense of crisis. When he entered the sect, he would be in the Wang Fengqi Chen and sect of the rock drawing he Wang Jiang Chen and Chen Wang for mountain Chen and would be the same. Wang he Chen he Wang he and Wang people of and he Wang Chen Wang of Wang of and of Wang of. Time of the of. And all of the Wang Chen and Wang one of him and. Not a single one would be left alive. Wang Fengqi's heart was completely filled with hatred. Every flower, every mountain, every breath of air, seemed to be filled with anger and resentment. He seemed to be able to see Sister Feng's stubborn eyes, crying and asking him why he had not avenged her. Wang Fengqi's heart was full of regret, but everything could not return to the past. Not long ago, the days of joy and laughter were gone. He, too, had changed from an ignorant and stubborn youth to a cold-blooded and heartless man. Life was like a ruthless carving knife, changing everyone's appearance. Wang Fengqi was no exception. Without experiencing growth, without experiencing trials and tribulations, how could one become stronger? On this day, Wang Fengqi sat alone in the place where he had stayed before. He sat there for the whole night. Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu looked at his dazed appearance, and they could not bear to see him like this, but perhaps this was fate. There was no way to change it, so he had to conquer it. The goddess of luck would not surround a person for too long, but it would not be too late either. For Wang Fengqi, it is his honor to have such a good master like you, Wu Ningzhu said in a low voice. Her heart was filled with emotions. She did not want Jiang Chen to be too distressed over Wang Fengqi's matter. But what came with it was perhaps his misfortune as well. If he had not entered the fossil sect back then, perhaps his ending would not have been so miserable. I did not kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. I am also responsible for Feng Yan's death. Jiang Chen could not help but feel a little disappointed. The only thing he could do was to help Wang Fengqi seek justice and help him rebuild his confidence. I hope you will not let me look down on you, Lin Kuan, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He looked at the fossil sect's main hall. If Lin Kuan dared to play any tricks, then he could not blame him for being ruthless. After all, there were too many people involved in this matter. The fossil sect was such a big sect with deep roots. It was not that easy to shake it. As long as they could kill all the perpetrators, it would be a great relief for them. There were also hundreds of innocent people who died in Wang Fengqi's hands. Not everyone should pay for the mistakes made by others. When would there be an end to revenge? As long as those cruel and merciless people were all killed, it would be enough for Wang Fengqi. He did not want his disciple to fall into hatred and never wake up. If he were to blindly persist, then it was very likely that he would fall into an irrecoverable situation. At that time, his nature would be devoured by his own hatred and he would become a person who was neither human nor ghost. I hope he can understand your good intentions. Yan Qingqing also shook her head. However, they were also clear that if this kind of hatred was placed on them, they might not be able to do it better than Wang Fengqi. All of this could only be said to be the will of the heavens. At this moment, in the fossil sect's main hall, Lin Kuan's expression was gloomy. Behind him stood 6 elders. They were all the mainstays of the fossil sect. This time, when Jiang Chen brought Wang Fengqi back to the fossil sect, no one thought that the situation would turn out like this. Moreover, Jiang Chen was overbearing and did not intend to negotiate with them at all. This made everyone in the fossil sect very uncomfortable, especially those old antiques who regarded the sect's reputation as more important than their lives. Chapter 3477. What should we do? Now that this guy has come to the fossil sect and wants to ask for the person, we can't really give the person to them, right? That's right. If we really hand him over to them, wouldn't our fossil sect become a lowly and cowardly generation? If this reputation were to spread, wouldn't it cause our fossil sect to lose all face? Then what do you think we should do? The sword-drawing sect's swordmaster is not an ordinary envoy. If we really offend this evil swordmaster, it is equivalent to completely offending the sword-drawing sect. As a subsidiary sect of the sword-drawing sect, how can we become enemies with the sword-drawing sect? In the end, the arm is no match for the thigh. That being said, face is important, but can we really become enemies with the sword-drawing sect? It is obviously unrealistic. We are in a dilemma now. Asking us to hand over the person is really too shameful. How can we do such a thing? All the elders' faces were filled with anger. If they handed the person over to Jiang Chen, it would be tantamount to lowering their head to Jiang Chen. Moreover, once they admitted that they were wrong, it would be equivalent to bringing their fossil sect to eternal damnation. It would cause more and more people to be filled with disdain for the fossil sect. This was something they could not accept at all. In the face of the dispute between the elders, Lin Kuan fell into silence. He did not say anything from beginning to end, but it made the elders even more flustered. The sect master wouldn't really hand over Peng Yuan and Zhang Zhanqi, right? For them that was a dead end. What the sect master said before was only a delaying tactic, but now it seemed that it made them very hesitant.
In my opinion, the fossil sect's face is important, but we should still hand over Peng Yuan and Zhang Zhanqi. Firstly, we can resist Jiang Chen's pressure. Secondly, we can make an example out of them so that the other sect disciples won't dare to act recklessly again. No matter what, this matter is the fault of our fossil sect disciples. We should admit our mistakes and pay the price. However, they are still getting away scot-free. This will only cause more and more people to imitate them. In any case, if they do something wrong, they don't need to bear responsibility. This isn't a good thing for our fossil sect. Gradually, over time, wouldn't our fossil sect become a place of evil? Wu Zhentian spoke with a solemn expression. It wasn't that he was speaking up for Jiang Chen, but that their fossil sect had indeed acted improperly in this matter. At this moment, if they still acted willfully, then it was very likely that it would lead to an irreversible situation. Once we fall out with Jiang Chen, we might have to face more than just one sword master of the sword-drawing sect. If we challenge the sword-drawing sect, we won't be a match for 10 petrified sects. This might be the best scenario. Wu Zhentian had a guilty conscience. The reputation of the sect was above everything else, but the current situation didn't allow them to continue being stubborn. Jiang Chen was like a long sword hanging above the heads of the fossil sect, forcing them to make the right choice. Lin Kuan frowned slightly, but he didn't say much. He remained silent. Zhang Zhanqi was his nephew. If he really handed Zhang Zhanqi over, then how would he explain it to his sister? After all, blood was thicker than water. As the sect master, Lin Kuan had to be impartial, but now that Wang Fengqi had become the public enemy of the fossil sect, there was no need for him to punish Zhang Zhanqi and Peng Yuan. It's easy to say. If we really handed him over, then where would we put our face? Wouldn't everyone know how preposterous the things that our fossil sect did in the past were? An elder said, unconvinced. Wu Zhentian frowned and said in a deep voice, "You still have some self-awareness. You still have some self-awareness. You still know how absurd we were in the past. This matter is simply a great shame for our fossil sect, so we must face it head-on." Wu Zhentian's words left the elders speechless. They simply could not make a choice in the current situation. It was difficult to advance or retreat, and it was very likely that a war with the sword-drawing sect would break out because of this. If that happened, the rock sect would really be in danger. It's impossible to hand him over. Otherwise, the face of our petrification sect will really be gone. Lin Kuan finally spoke. At this time, he actually already had a decision in his heart, but he just didn't know how to explain it or face it. As the master of a sect, every word and action he said, every action he took, would definitely affect the dignity and future of the entire fossil sect. Sect master this? Wu Zhentian looked at Lin Kuan in surprise. He didn't expect him to be so persistent. I do have a plan, but I don't know if it will work, but it seems to be a bit too risky. The second elder's eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of femininity. Let's hear it, Lin Kuan said. Everyone's eyes looked at him. As far as I know, this Jiang Chen seems to have offended a lot of people. Previously, I heard Sun Xiaolong mention that Jiang Chen killed the genius disciples of the Wonder Sect and the Water Charm Sword Sect, and even killed many ruthless people of the Zhongxing Sect. The Zhongxing Sect wanted to take revenge, but in the end, they still suffered in the hands of Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen is strong, he's still just one person. The second elder said with a smile. We can join forces with these sects to attack Jiang Chen and kill him here. At that time, even if he has great abilities, he won't be able to escape from our hands. So what if he's the sword master of the sword-drawing sect? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. If we join forces with the Wonder Sect, the Water Charm Sword Sect, and the Zhongxing Sect, Jiang Chen will definitely die. Kill him, kill Wang Fengqi, and no one will know about this matter. At that time, he won't be able to threaten our fossil sect. This guy is completely arrogant. Since when did he put the people of the fossil sect in his eyes? He's really annoying. After the second elder finished speaking, the entire conference hall became extremely quiet. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. In particular, Wu Zhentian's expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect the second elder to come up with such a bad idea at this time. Wasn't this making them make more mistakes? This won't do, absolutely not. Jiang Chen was his benefactor, so Wu Zhentian would never allow them to harm Jiang Chen. If this wasn't to kill Jiang Chen,
Then what? Was the fossil sect really like what Jiang Chen said? Had it become a place that hid evil? Chapter 3478. No. What's wrong with that? Ha ha ha, Elder Wu. Do you really consider Jiang Chen as your biological father? You don't want to do anything that will harm him. I think that the second elder's plan is very good. Although it's a little risky, it can solve the problem once and for all. Moreover, no matter how strong Jiang Chen is, can he compete with our four great sects? No matter how strong he is, he's just a single person, a commander without an army. If our four great sects join hands, how can he survive? Another elder sneered. Wu Zhentian looked at Lin Kuan, his heart filled with anger. He hoped that Lin Kuan could stand up and uphold justice. Otherwise, their meeting hall would really become foul. That's right. The geniuses of the great sects were all killed by Jiang Chen. They must hate Jiang Chen to the core. If we contact them at this time, they will definitely be more proactive than us. Ha ha ha, when Jiang Chen dies, nobody will know. We can also suppress this matter. That bastard Wang Fengqi will completely disappear from this world. It's perfect. I think that this is a very feasible method. How can you say that it's risky? We have calculated everything. Even if Jiang Chen has 3 heads and 6 arms, it's impossible for him to compete with our 4 great sections. Wu Zhentian sighed in his heart as he looked at the sinister-looking elders around him. These people had abandoned everything for the glory of the sect and for their own selfish desires. Humanity was worthless in front of them. Everyone had become insane and incurable. Such an approach would only harm others and themselves. In the end, even the fossil sect would be consigned to eternal damnation. What was the difference between this and digging one's own grave? Perhaps Jiang Chen would die, but their humanity would be extinguished in that moment as well. The soul of the fossil sect would be completely lost at that moment. Wu Zhentian even felt that his heart was about to die. This is feasible. Lin Kuan's words left Wu Zhentian completely speechless. His face even turned pale. These people made him feel incomparably unfamiliar. Were they still members of his sect? When did the fossil sect become so chilling? Not to mention that such a thing was treacherous, it was simply despicable and shameless. The so-called fossil sect boasted of being a righteous sect, but now, it had become so disappointing that it had even reached the point of insanity. You're all crazy, all of you. Wu Zhentian said solemnly. Elder Wu, it's better for you to step back for now. We have our own conclusions. Elders, send Elder Wu to recuperate for a period of time. Our plan is not allowed to have any changes. Lin Kuan said in a heavy voice, his face as cold as ice. Wu Zhentian shuddered, his face dejected. He knew that these people from the fossil sect were planning to imprison him. You guys are really muddle-headed. Wu Zhentian looked up at the sky and sighed, but he couldn't bear it anymore. He was already suppressed by several elders and had no chance of escaping. They really planned to fight to the death with Jiang Chen and kill Jiang Chen. This would undoubtedly push the fossil sect to the extreme. Once the sword-drawing sect knows about this, they will definitely not have a good ending. It's better if Elder Wu doesn't participate in this matter to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, Jiang Chen had saved your life before. I won't say much. As an elder of the fossil sect, you can only think for the fossil sect. It's your duty. Step back. Lin Kuan berated. Wu Zhentian spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was disheartened and was eventually taken away by the 2 elders. Lin Kuan pondered for a long time. He was the only one who could travel back and forth between the major sects in 3 days. At this moment, there was no time to lose. He had to go there personally. Only then could he put Jiang Chen to death, leaving him no room for negotiation. After Lin Kuan made up his mind, he did not hesitate and went straight to Zhongxing sect. Zhongxing sect had been severely damaged twice by Jiang Chen, so they would definitely become his most capable assistant. This time, Lin Kuan was still a little worried about killing Jiang Chen in the fossil sect. However, as the elders had said, they had to go all out. If they kept lowering their heads, then Jiang Chen would definitely step on their heads. At that time, their situation would be even more difficult. If Jiang Chen insisted on doing things his own way and forced the fossil sect to do something subservient, then it would be true despair. Although Lin Kuan's decision was a little selfish, it was also for the sake of the overall situation. The fossil sect absolutely could not bow in the hands of Jiang Chen. A traitor like Wang Fengqi also had to die. Only then could the reputation of the fossil sect be preserved. No one knew the torment in Lin Kuan's heart at this time. With his own strength, it would be very difficult to deal with Jiang Chen, a notorious guy. Therefore, this method of joining forces with the other sects was the best method. As long as they could kill Jiang Chen, everything would be worth it. In order to protect the dignity of the fossil sect, for the sake of his nephew, Lin Kuan was gambling on the rise and fall of the entire fossil sect. For Lin Kuan, as the master of a sect, he had to shoulder great responsibilities. What he could do was only so. For the sake of his nephew, he would not compromise with Jiang Chen. Only by taking the initiative could he amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Lin Kuan did not stop. His feet were like the wind and arrows, leaping between the Kunshan County. For him, all of this was a race against time. However, all of this did not disappoint Lin Kuan. On the trip to Zhongxing sect, the master of the Zhongxing sect personally received him and was furious with Jiang Chen. Lin Kuan was overjoyed. The two great sects hit it off immediately. Zhongxing sect also hated Jiang Chen to the core and couldn't wait to kill him. 3 days passed quietly. It was neither too long nor too short. Lin Kuan had already gambled everything he had. He was willing to be tortured and dared to pull down the emperor. So what if he was the master of the sword-drawing sect? As long as they killed Jiang Chen quietly, everything would go back to normal. No one would know that Jiang Chen had died in the fossil sect. 3 days later, when the sun rose from the horizon, Jiang Chen's eyes looked at the surrounding mountains. He was faintly unhappy. For the past 3 days, Lin Kuan had not made the slightest move. Could this be the calm before the storm? Was this guy brewing something? He hoped that he would not disappoint him. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would definitely turn the entire fossil sect upside down. Early in the morning, Wang Fengqi knelt in front of Jiang Chen's door. When Jiang Chen got up, Wang Fengqi kowtowed 3 times to Jiang Chen. Master, Fengqi is unable to repay your kindness and kindness. I will work like an ox or a horse for the rest of my life, and I will respect Master. Wang Fengqi's heart was filled with gratitude. Jiang Chen had done everything for him, even at the expense of becoming an enemy of the fossil sect. Get up! Chapter 3479. Above the clouds, hundreds of birds were looking up to the phoenix. The mountain breeze was gentle. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were crisscrossing, and hundreds of thousands of miles of the Yangtze River flowed ceaselessly. For Wang Fengqi, he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Only today, he could take his revenge, and he could feel some comfort in his heart. In the main hall of the fossil sect, Jiang Chen brought Wang Fengqi, Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, and the others up to the sky. When they appeared, there were only 5 elders in the main hall. But Jiang Chen did not see Wu Zhentian. Where did this old man go? Jiang Chen frowned. Not only was Wu Zhentian not here, even sect master Lin Kuan was not here. Jiang Chen could not help but feel doubtful. His guess was right after all. Is this fossil sect really playing tricks with me? If that's the case, I'm afraid I can only turn my back on them. This fossil sect is really courageous. Do they really dare to go against the sword-drawing sect? Elders, where is sect master Lin Kuan? 3 days have passed. Sect master Lin Kuan wouldn't have forgotten the previous agreement, right? Jiang Chen said faintly. His cold voice spread across the entire main hall, causing the 5 elders to look solemn and even a little nervous. 5 elders, 3 divine emperor realm and 2 half-step divine emperors. For the current Jiang Chen, it was just a matter of raising his hand to kill them. Therefore, Jiang Chen did not put them in his eyes. He only cared about where Lin Kuan was. What's wrong? Elders, are you all mute? Humph, Jiang Chen Lengleng said. He could also see that the 5 elders were a little nervous and did not know what to do. They seemed to be afraid of Jiang Chen's oppression. I'm really sorry, Sword Master Jiang. Our sect master has something to attend to and has left the sect. However, he told us that Sword Master Jiang does not need to be suspicious and will return in a few days. Please forgive him. The great elder stood up and said with a solemn face. His heart was full of hesitation, afraid that Jiang Chen would find out something. Really? I feel that your sect master Lin seems to be hiding from me. Jiang Chen sneered, showing no mercy. 3 days had passed, And this Lin Kuan actually went missing. How could he continue to believe him? At this moment, Jiang Chen felt that something was wrong. This guy knew that the 3 days agreement was coming, but he still left the sect. Wasn't this clearly not giving him a chance to meet him? There were only 2 possibilities. First, it was a delaying tactic. Second, he did not have the intention to talk to Jiang Chen at all. At this moment, Jiang Chen took a step forward and forced the 5 elders to retreat. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. Jiang Chen's prestige was too terrifying. It instantly increased the pressure on them and made them powerless to resist. The 5 elders' countenance changed. They smiled bitterly. Before Jiang Chen took any action, they could already feel the great pressure. They could not fight at all. The 3 Divine Emperor Realm Elders were still fine. As for the 2 half-step Divine Emperor Realm Elders, their faces were pale and they seemed to be in a difficult situation. Sword Lord Jiang, please calm down. Our sect Master Lin has no other intentions. I just hope that Sword Lord Jiang will not think too much. Just wait for a while and he will return in a few days. If the sect master of the petrified sect has not returned before the sun sets, then this elder is willing to bear the responsibility. Kill or plunder, it's up to you. The great elder took a step forward and looked at Jiang Chen. At this time he must stand out. Otherwise, Jiang Chen might really have the intention to tear down the petrified sect. Return in a few days? What a good return in a few days. I want to see what kind of tricks your petrified sect can play. Jiang Chen sneered again and again. His powerful aura instantly filled the entire hall. The 5 elders were all suppressed by Jiang Chen. Everyone's countenance did not look good. They were very clear that Jiang Chen was just giving them a show of strength to punish Sect Master Lin for failing to keep the appointment. However, none of them dared to say a word because they were afraid that Jiang Chen would become very irritable and vent his anger on them. That would not be worth it. The sect master had said that he would return in 3 days. Therefore, they only needed to wait silently. They were still confident in their sect master. Otherwise, they would not be willing to suffer Jiang Chen's criticism. As the elders of the petrified sect, they were doing their duty. Unfortunately, in Jiang Chen's view, they were a group of stubborn people. He had already felt that something was wrong. The sect master of the petrified sect did not just fail to keep the appointment. Jiang Chen had a feeling that a storm was brewing. Where is Elder Wu Zhentian? I want to see him. I have something important to discuss with him. Jiang Chen said. This Elder Wu has already entered seclusion. If there is anything, Sword Master Jiang can wait for Elder Wu to come out of seclusion. Elder Wu will definitely come out in a month or 2, 3 to 5 years. The great elder said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. You don't even want to let me see Elder Wu? It seems that you guys are really scheming. If I don't see Elder Wu today, I, Jiang Chen, will not leave. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches as he stared at the great elder and the others. Everyone's countenance was unsightly, but they couldn't say anything. Suddenly, the situation became very complicated. Jiang Chen had already seen that these people were just delaying him. Elder Wu is indeed in seclusion. How could we dare to deceive Sword Master Jiang? Another elder hurriedly tried to smooth things over, but Jiang Chen didn't intend to listen to their nonsense anymore. It seems that you guys are forcing me to turn against you. Even without the title of Sword Master of Sword Drawing Sect, I, Jiang Chen, can still flatten your rock sect effortlessly. If you guys insist on fighting to the death with me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I gave you guys a chance, but you guys didn't cherish it. I, Jiang Chen, don't want to kill the innocent, but you guys forced me to do it. Jiang Chen shook his head, helplessness written all over his face. The coldness in his eyes was filled with divine light. Sword Master Jiang, don't make a mistake. Our rock sect definitely doesn't have any ulterior motives. I hope you can understand that our sect master is indeed busy outside, and Elder Wu is indeed in seclusion. We really have no choice. I hope that Sword Master Jiang can calm down. The great elder tried his best to appease Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen didn't intend to give them a chance. Since you guys want to challenge my bottom line, then I can only let you guys have a good time. No one can deceive me, Jiang Chen. The next outcome is death. Since the 5 of you are so stubborn and Lin Kuan used you guys as scapegoats, then I can only deal with you guys first.
Chapter 3480. Zhang Chen's eyes swept across the 5 elders. The 5 of them quickly retreated. They could already feel Zhang Chen's murderous intent beginning to spread in the hall. This guy was not joking. They had long heard of Zhang Chen's ferocious name, especially from Wu Zhentian. Zhang Chen was already terrifying when he was still in the hierarch realm. He killed a divine emperor realm demonic beast. His current strength was many times stronger than before. Wang Fengqi silently looked at his master, Zhang Chen. The corner of his mouth was full of excitement. He had been looking forward to this moment for a long time, but he did not dare to tell his master as he was afraid of implicating his master. However, the petrification sect broke the agreement first. Zhang Chen no longer had the patience to continue waiting. His master did not hesitate to become enemies with the entire petrification sect for him and started a war with them. The agitation in Wang Fengqi's heart could not be expressed in words. Master, in this life, I, Wang Fengqi, will never be able to repay your kindness. Wang Fengqi did not say it to Zhang Chen. He just silently thought in his heart. Not everyone would say such mushy words, but it did not mean that he was not grateful in his heart. Zhang Chen's arrogance soared to the sky, causing the 5 elders to change their expressions and retreat. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall was tense. Sword Lord Zhang, don't make a mistake. Our petrification sect has no enmity with you. How can you be so arrogant and want to destroy our petrification sect? The great elder shouted angrily. His face was full of resentment. You all know the reason better than anyone else. I, Zhang Chen, will never sit still and wait for death. No matter what tricks your petrification sect has, I, Zhang Chen, will take them on. But now, it seems impossible for you to escape from my hands. Zhang Chen smiled. You are killing the innocent? What crime have we committed? Sword Lord Zhang, why are you so ruthless? Our petrification sect has always been respectful to you. Do you think that in return, you will slaughter us mercilessly? Where is the sword-drawing sect? Where was the kindness they had shown him was? I can't die in peace. The elders' faces were filled with rage as they stared at Zhang Chen. However, Zhang Chen had no intention of letting them off. Then I want to ask, what crime did Feng Yan commit? She was tortured inhumanely, but in the end, she died in the hands of your fossil sect. But the instigator is still at large, committing all kinds of crimes. Is this the morality of your fossil sect? If that's the case, then there's no need for your fossil sect to continue existing. Zhang Chen shook his head and sighed. He seemed to be very disappointed with the fossil sect. For a moment, the elders were rendered speechless by Zhang Chen's words. I didn't intend to kill you, but you forced me to do so. Now you want to play me, Zhang Chen, in circles. How can there be such a good thing in this world? For today's matter, I, Zhang Chen, am the heavens. I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Zhang Chen stretched out his hand and punched out. The wind whistled and thunder rumbled. The entire hall seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It was frightening. The 5 elders all looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. You arrogant person, Zhang Chen. Today, even if my fossil sect is crushed, we will not rest until you die. The Grand Elder roared furiously. The 5 elders joined hands and forcefully fought against Zhang Chen. However, they only managed to barely block Zhang Chen's strike with their combined strength. In the end, they could only stagger back. Their blood and qi were boiling from the shock. They were people of high status and hadn't fought in a long time. That punch made all of them sigh inside. The power of Zhang Chen's punch was so great that it made them even more worried. At that moment, hundreds of God King and Hierarch experts rushed over from outside the hall. They were all the forces of the fossil sect, and the one leading them was Sun Xiaolong. Brother Zhang, do you really want to kill my fossil sect? How did my fossil sect offend you? Why do you have to be so ruthless? We fought side by side before. Sun Xiaolong's face was filled with sorrow, as if he was in pain. There's no point in saying more. You should understand why I must fight. There are many things that you only see on the surface, but you can't see what's inside. Ask yourselves honestly, who isn't responsible for my disciple's death? However, you're not willing to admit your responsibility. The reason why Wang Fengqi was bullied by you was because he wasn't strong enough. However, you're not qualified to bully me, Zhang Chen. There's no need to mention the past.
If you do well, I, Jiang Chen, will not say anything. However, if you don't do well, I want to kill you. What does that have to do with you? If you block me, I, Jiang Chen, can only kill without mercy. Jiang Chen looked at Sun Xiaolong. This fellow, according to Wang Fengqi, wasn't a good person. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't need to give him any face. In this battle, no one could stop Jiang Chen from slaughtering the fossil sect. He wanted to completely destroy this sect that had long lost its morals. He wanted to sound the alarm for the entire Kunshan commandery. He wanted to wash away the grievances of his disciple. All of this could only be resolved through battle. Since the fossil sect didn't abide by the agreement, why should he, Jiang Chen, care about their feelings? Who among them had feelings for Jiang Chen? Even Wu Zhentian was at most a chance acquaintance. Jiang Chen also didn't owe him anything. Brother Jiang, can't you wait a little longer? My fossil sect has absolutely no intention of harming Brother Jiang. This is just a misunderstanding. As for Wang Fengqi's matter, I feel deeply guilty. However, things have already come to this, and the dead have already passed away. We should treat the living well. Isn't that right? Sun Xiaolong bitterly smiled. Really? Looks like I have wronged your fossil sect. Is that what you mean? Hee. I, Jiang Chen, like to act willfully. Today, I will definitely slaughter the entire fossil sect. Since you guys are heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Jiang Chen coldly snorted. Sun Xiaolong was also helpless. The dozens of Hierarch Realm experts and hundreds of Divine King Realm disciples behind him were also eager to try. They wanted to compete with Jiang Chen and contribute their strength to the sect battle. Revenge breeds revenge. When will it end? Sigh. Sun Xiaolong sighed and glanced at Wang Fengqi. He knew that today's battle was inevitable. The 5 elders, Sun Xiaolong and the others were preparing for battle. They could only fight with their backs against the wall. No matter what the final result was, they had to protect their sect. Jiang Chen wanted to avenge his disciple, but they broke their promise again and again. Jiang Chen wasn't in the wrong, and they didn't do anything wrong to protect their sect either. The ones who were in the wrong were those with ulterior motives and evil people. If your sect leader Lin Kuan doesn't come out, none of you are a match for me. Don't tell me that he will just watch as his sect is destroyed in my hands? Jiang Chen said indifferently. He casually struck with his palm. Dozens of Divine King Realm experts were pushed back by him. Their faces were pale and they were heavily injured. Such power was too terrifying. Everyone in the fossil sect was shocked. However, Jiang Chen's means were not something they could compare with. What are you waiting for? For the dignity of our fossil sect, we must kill him. Everyone in the fossil sect is duty-bound to defend our last territory. Chapter 3481. Master, let me do it. Wang Fengqi did not show any weakness. He followed closely behind Jiang Chen and quickly attacked. The master and disciple duo were unstoppable among the experts of the petrifying sect. Jiang Chen's moves were ruthless. Even Sun Xiaolong was no longer a match for him. Sun Xiaolong was sent flying. His face was pale, and his state of mind was quite complicated. In the past, their strength was almost the same, but now, he had become trash. In the hands of Jiang Chen, he could only passively take a beating. The 5 great elders did not hesitate and rushed into the battle. Because if they did not take action, Jiang Chen would kill all of them. To the petrified sect, these people were the foundation of the petrified sect. Therefore, the elders were duty-bound to take care of them. Jiang Chen's movements were as fast as lightning. Hundreds of experts besieged him, but in his eyes, they were all trash. There was no one who could fight fiercely against Jiang Chen. The 3 Divine Emperor Realm Elders closed in step by step, but it was still difficult for them to pose any threat to Jiang Chen. On the contrary, their situation was getting more and more difficult. Jiang Chen was bare-handed, and his hand seals were linked together. The 5 Elements Divine Dragon Seal was monstrous. Everyone was shocked by Jiang Chen's power. Dozens of people had already died in the hands of Jiang Chen. He did not want to start a massacre, but the people of the petrifying sect had deceived him. Jiang Chen could only use his own hands to tell them who was the real king. In less than 10 breaths of time, more and more people of the petrifying sect had fallen. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. I am kind-hearted,
but I have no choice but to slaughter all living beings. Jiang Chen, what a thief. You dare to start a massacre in my petrifying sect. You really have guts. Following a loud shout in the void, everyone looked up to the sky. Lin Kuan stepped on the air, and the mist under his feet dispersed. He landed in front of the main hall and looked at Jiang Chen with murderous intent. You are finally back. Sect Master Lin, what about your promise? Jiang Chen said coldly. Is my promise still important? You've already started a massacre in my petrification sect. What else can I say? Looks like I really didn't misjudge you. You are a demon. If I were to submit to you, then how could my petrified sect rise again? Jiang Chen, you will definitely die today. Lin Kuan held his sword and pointed it at Jiang Chen. At that moment, a monstrous aura rose into the sky. His strength had also reached the mid-divine emperor realm. Although it was only the minor connecting heaven realm, it was not to be underestimated. At least, he seemed to be stronger than Jiang Chen. At the end of the day, the 3-day deadline was just a delaying tactic, right? What you're doing should just be preparing for a rainy day. Jiang Chen said with a smile, shook his head, and looked at Lin Kuan. This guy had obviously revealed his ferocity and was ready to fight with him. You're right. You want my fossil sect to give you an explanation? Who do you think you are? The sword master of the sword drawing sect? Haha, you really think of yourself as a big shot. In today's battle, you won't be able to escape. Jiang Chen, I will let you know that the dignity of my fossil sect is inviolable. Lin Kuan shouted angrily. Behind him, 6 figures of the early divine emperor realm landed beside him. They were all the absolute elites of the fossil sect. They were full of resentment and anger towards Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen had already killed many of their people. This battle was a battle of honor for the fossil sect. You want to kill me, Jiang Chen, with this little strength? It seems that you're too full of yourself. When I killed the people of the resurgent sect, I was only a... Jiang Chen shook his head and chuckled. If you think that I'm only prepared for this, you're too confident. Everyone, it's time to come out and have a chat with Sword Lord Jiang. Lin Kuan said in a deep voice. Suddenly, Jiang Chen frowned and looked at the surrounding void. 3 mid-divine emperor experts appeared in the north, south, east, and south. All of them were at the minor connecting heaven realm. Behind each of them stood 5 early divine emperor experts. They seemed to be full of anger and killing intent towards Jiang Chen. Bastard Jiang Chen, you've fallen into our hands today. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. In this Kuan Shan commandery, you're not qualified to call yourself the boss. You must be curious about who I am, right? We've never met before, but you're already at the top of the kill list of my resurgent sect. The yellow-robed man said in a deep voice, glaring at Jiang Chen. He was dying to kill Jiang Chen. Sect leader Huang, this fellow will definitely die. Don't worry. We 4 mid-divine emperor realm experts are guarding here. How can we let him escape? Ha! The blue-robed man said with a proud smile. He glanced at Jiang Chen and snorted disdainfully. The white-robed man next to him looked cold. Although he did not say a word, his hatred for Jiang Chen was no less than anyone else. Sect Lord Huang Longyu of Resurgent Sect is here. Sect Lord Bailey Fenghua of Extraordinary Will Sect. Sect Lord Jia Yidao of Charm Sword Sect. The 3 of them looked at Jiang Chen together. That monstrous oppressive aura swept across the sky. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing looked grim. Wang Fengqi's expression changed greatly. His heart was filled with sorrow. Are we really going to die here this time? If we're defeated, won't I become a sinner? Not only did I fail to avenge Sister Feng, I even caused the death of my master. Even if I die, Wang Fengqi will not be able to rest in peace. Jiang Chen finally understood what was going on. Lin Kuan, who had disappeared for 3 days, had gone to look for reinforcements. Moreover, all of them were from sects that had a deep grudge against Jiang Chen. Out of the 10 major sects of Kunshan County, 4 major sects had gathered here. They only had one goal, and that was to kill Jiang Chen to avenge their dead disciples and get rid of this invincible scourge. Lin Kuan pointed his sword at Jiang Chen in a domineering manner. 4 mid-divine emperor experts guarded Jiang Chen while more than 20 early divine emperor experts sealed off the area. At this moment, Jiang Chen was like a turtle in a jar, unable to escape. You guys have really put in a lot of effort. Looks like you guys have made up your mind to kill me, Jiang Chen.
No wonder your petrified sect is so fearless. You said that you'll give me an explanation, but you're actually secretly scheming against me. This battle is really ironic. Ha ha. Jiang Chen glanced at everyone. This battle was bound to be a battle of life and death for him. Not to mention the 4 major sects of Kunshan County. There were also 4 mid-divine emperor experts and 4 sect leaders. Even if it was Jiang Chen, he wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to escape alive. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. You've killed countless people, and many of them have died under your sword. You don't know what it means to be low-key. Huang Longyu gritted his teeth. His resurgent sect had suffered the most losses. Many geniuses had died in the hands of Jiang Chen. In this battle, he wanted to avenge the disciples of resurgent sect and restore the reputation of Kunshan County. Chapter 3482. The leaders of the 4 sects gathered together for one purpose, and that was to kill Jiang Chen. Perhaps, even Jiang Chen himself didn't expect that these fellows would be so serious. They had ganged up on him and surrounded him here. Jiang Chen knew that Lin Kuan had been forced into a corner by him. Lin Kuan was not willing to surrender and hand over the 2 guys, so he chose to take the risk. Even if he knew that Jiang Chen was the sword master of sword drawing sect, he still wanted to fight to the death with Jiang Chen. In these 3 days, he did not stop for a single moment. He wanted to gather the leaders of the other 3 sects to attack Jiang Chen together. This was not an easy task for Lin Kuan. Fortunately, Jiang Chen and the other 3 people had deep hatred for each other, so they chose to support Lin Kuan without hesitation. They were very clear that the current Jiang Chen was no longer the half-step divine emperor guy who could be trampled on easily. The reputation of the sword master of sword drawing sect was quite prominent. Although he did not have much face outside, in Kunshan Commandery, he was definitely in existence above tens of thousands of people. If it was another sword master, how would the top 10 sects dare to be disrespectful? Wouldn't that be directly declaring war with sword drawing sect? However, the hatred between them and Jiang Chen was too deep, even to the extent that it could not be reconciled. Therefore they would rather take the risk, like crossing a single log bridge, and risk life and death to fight with Jiang Chen to the end. It was to take revenge and settle things once and for all. Otherwise, Jiang Chen might not let them go. After all, they already knew the whereabouts of the sword master. The hatred between him and Jiang Chen was completely in a situation where only one of them would die. This time, when Lin Kuan came to find him, the happiest person was Huang Longyu. Wang Fengqi saw this scene, and his heart ached. He was extremely regretful and guilty. Because of his own matters, he stubbornly went ahead and dragged his master into an irrecoverable situation. Now, facing the top experts of the 4 sects, they could not escape even if they had wings. Jiang Chen could see the struggle and regret in Wang Fengqi's heart, but now was not the time to blame himself. If they were not careful, they might be completely annihilated here. This was not a joke. Jiang Chen patted Wang Fengqi's shoulder, signaling him not to be sad. There was nothing to be afraid of. Are you afraid? Jiang Chen looked at Wu Ningzhu and smiled. This was not the first time they fought side by side, but it was extremely rare for them to be in a life-or-death situation. At this moment, Jiang Chen still felt a little guilty towards Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. After all, it was not what a good man should do to make them fall with him. If you die, you'll have to step over me and Sister Ning's bodies, Yan Qingqing said indifferently. Her words had benefited Jiang Chen a lot. His heart was filled with warmth. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might leave you with a complete corpse. However, if you 2 beautiful wives of yours, you might not have the chance to leave this place. Koga One Blade chuckled. The corner of his mouth was filled with coldness and evil. He looked at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing who were behind Jiang Chen with covetous eyes. Jiang Chen's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He looked at Koga One Blade and Lang Lang and said, "Then I will start with you." Jiang Chen shouted angrily. His steps were firm as he stepped into the sky. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps was extremely domineering. You've come at the right time. Many of my charm sword sex prodigies have died in your hands. I would like to see how strong you are to kill so many of my prodigies. Koga One Blade's eyes were filled with killing intent. He hated Jiang Chen to the core. Jiang Chen was the most powerful prodigy in his clan. He might be in existence on par with him in the future. However, he was killed by Jiang Chen in the cradle. This kind of hatred could never be erased. They can only blame themselves for not being strong enough. I'm afraid you will follow in their footsteps today, Jiang Chen said with a sneer. He did not put Koga One Blade in his eyes at all. Although his strength had reached the mid-divine emperor realm, Jiang Chen could easily suppress a mid-divine emperor realm minor heavenly connecting realm expert with his bare hands. Bastard, give me your life. Koga One Blade's ferocious blade slashed towards the void. The 5-feet-long blade was extremely sharp. In a blink of an eye, it slashed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward with his heavenly dragon sword. 2 rays of light spread out, repelling everyone below the divine emperor realm. The entire sky became bright and dazzling. Jiang Chen was extremely powerful under the dragon transformation. The limitless sword was like the sun at dawn. Sword shadows shot out along with Jiang Chen's aura. Koga One Blade's expression became solemn. He did not dare to be careless. As the head of the Water Charm Sword sect, the Koga One Blade School was duty-bound to kill Jiang Chen to comfort the souls of their former disciples in heaven. Shadowless water flow break. The 5-feet-long blade in Koga One Blade's hand was like a phantom. A dragon flew in the sky, roaring and roaring. The dragon and Jiang Chen had clashed countless times. The sound of the blade and the sword, the combination of chi and realm, Jiang Chen gradually gained the upper hand. Koga One Blade's strength was not weak, but Jiang Chen was stronger. The heavenly dragon sword was like a swan, swinging and closing, swallowing the atmosphere of heaven and earth, destroying the invisible blade light. It made Koga One Blade's movements very difficult. Every move seemed to be extremely difficult for him. The sword technique of the limitless sword was completely unpredictable. His blade technique and Jiang Chen's sword technique were completely incompatible. Every time his blade technique was in front of Jiang Chen, it seemed to be full of loopholes. The limitless sword was not only powerful because of the heavenly dragon sword, but also because of the realm of Jiang Chen's sword technique. It had already reached the realm of no sword and no self, transcending the mundane world. At least, Koga One Blade had no way to defend himself. He could only defend himself. However, under the heavy pressure of Jiang Chen, he became breathless. Sect Masters, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Do you want to see my soul return to the heavens before you are willing to take action? Chapter 3483. Blood dyed the blazing sun. The sword-drawing sect swordmaster is indeed worthy of your reputation. Jiang Chen, no matter how strong you are, you will stay here today and become a dead soul under our hands. Huang Longyu's palm changed and overlapped with each other. Thunderous palm strikes fell from the sky, complementing the Kaga Ito Ryu's long blade. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 when 2 mid-divine emperors joined hands. Jiang Chen instantly became solemn. It was impossible for him to be as calm as before when he was fighting against 2 mid-divine emperors. Eat my palm. Huang Longyu's strength was stronger than the one-blade school of Jia Jia Jia. The two of them joined hands and exerted an overwhelming pressure, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat again and again. It's time to show you the means of my petrification sect. Lin Kuan sneered and struck out a punch. The mountains and rivers trembled, destroying the heavens and earth. Bailey Fenghua followed closely behind. The 4 mid-divine emperors did not hesitate to fight against the 4 of them. At this moment, Jiang Chen's situation became the most difficult. Facing so many experts, he knew that he would definitely bleed and die in this battle. However, he would never fall because he had Sister Ning and Qingqing behind him. He would not frown no matter what. He would not let his women suffer. Jiang Chen would never let those bastards have their way. Brat, let's see where you can escape to now. Haha, my wonder sect will give you a big gift today. Bailey Fenghua laughed wildly and said. Her hands kept forming hand seals. Rays of brilliance turned into shadows. The 5 elements and 8 trigrams descended from the sky. Her hand seals formed rays of light that intertwined with each other, like a sword, like a formation, yet not a formation. 8 trigrams. Wonder sect. 9 revolving heavens crack. The 8 positions of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams instantly changed, sealing Jiang Chen within. As the light and shadow spread out, Jiang Chen seemed to be trapped in a maze. Great fist of destruction. Lin Kuan threw a punch and the heavens rumbled. The 4 of them attacked together, causing Jiang Chen to retreat again and again. The situation became quite difficult.
Be careful, my husband, Wu Ningzhu shouted. At this moment, the people of the fossil sect also rushed towards Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing and even Wang Fengqi. Hundreds of experts and 5 elders instantly surrounded Wu Ningzhu and the others. Compared to Jiang Chen, their situation was equally worrying. Jiang Chen raised his blade and the divine golden bell and the god sealing seal withstood the attacks from the 4 of them. However, the divine golden bell started to crack as it could not withstand the attacks for too long. Jiang Chen found it hard to breathe under the pressure of the 4 great sections. The masters of the 4 great sects were not easy to deal with. Their strength and techniques of mid-divine emperors were clearly displayed. Jiang Chen retreated step by step in a rather sorry state. Even with the dragon transformation, he was still somewhat lacking. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiang Chen's eyes were as sharp as a saber. At this moment, his strength was forcibly raised to the mid-divine emperor realm. Facing the 4 great experts, Jiang Chen once again showed his fangs. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand shone brightly again. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword let out a thunderous roar. As soon as the sword soul was released, a boundless might rose up and instantly stood on par with the 4 great sect masters. 16th sword. 17th sword. 18th sword. Jiang Chen was ready to strike. The limitless sword changed again and again, shocking the heavens. The terrifying sword shadows were cunning, like a rain of petals. The 4 sect heads didn't dare to be careless. They retreated in order to advance. Jiang Chen took advantage of the situation and pursued them, finishing them off in one go. However, the limitless sword and the ancient soaring dragon technique consumed a lot of Jiang Chen's strength. He must kill them as soon as possible, otherwise, he might fall into a dangerous situation. The sword shadows swept across the sky. Lin Kuan and the others did not dare to be negligent. They quickly went up to meet the attack. 4 mid-divine Emperor Realm experts against an early divine Emperor Realm expert. But they did not have the slightest advantage at all. This made them extremely angry. With a wave of their hands, more than 20 early divine Emperor Realm experts surrounded Jiang Chen like a fishing net. Jiang Chen frowned. These early divine Emperor Realm experts were not easy to deal with. Under their joint attack, it became quite difficult for him. Even the ancient soaring dragon technique was not enough to support him against so many experts. Among the 4 great sects, more than 20 divine Emperor Realm experts joined hands to kill Jiang Chen. They did not plan to give Jiang Chen any chance. At this moment, Jiang Chen was completely held back by the human wave tactic and the situation became extremely disadvantageous. The human wave tactic was made up of divine Emperor Realm experts, which made Jiang Chen unable to do anything. He could only defend passively, and the path of resistance became quite difficult. Wang Fengqi and Wu Ningzhu looked worried, but there was nothing they could do. Because they were also held back by the experts of the fossil sect, they could not help Jiang Chen at all. Not to mention that Jiang Chen was fighting against 4 alone. There were still more than 20 early divine Emperor Realm experts constantly creating danger for him. His decline was becoming more and more obvious. Although Jiang Chen's sword aura was fierce and the limitless sword had also helped him to push back his opponents countless times, the following crisis became extremely fierce. The ancient soaring dragon technique was devouring the divine origin qi in Jiang Chen's body crazily. This battle had consumed a lot of Jiang Chen's strength. Jiang Chen, boy, you won't be able to escape today. Set up the formation. Huang Longyu sneered. They gradually stabilized their bodies and gained the upper hand. Although the sword in Jiang Chen's hand was extremely powerful, it was still a drop in the bucket compared to them. More and more experts had already displayed their terrifying battle strength. More than 20 divine Emperor Realm experts besieged Jiang Chen. They were already prepared. They were determined to send Jiang Chen to hell in this battle. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. 108 divine weapons were unleashed. Jiang Chen's figure was like lightning as he set up the formation. The Ashura sword formation was completely set up in an instant. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. The 108 peak origin divine tools were completely activated. At this moment, the heavens and earth trembled, the wind and clouds surged. With the rock sect as the foundation, the Ashura sword formation instantly erupted. Sword shadows followed the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword and started a frenzied baptism. The entire rock sect had become a purgatory on earth. Countless people were drawn into it and died. Tens of thousands of disciples were instantly turned into skeletons as thousands of swords pierced through their bodies.
Lin Kuan and the others' countenance suddenly changed. The elders of the stone sect also had an ugly expression on their faces. A total of 30,000 people. 30,000 lives were slaughtered at this moment. Most of them were the inner sect disciples of the stone sect. They were powerful and talented. However, in the Ashura sword formation, even those mid-divine emperor realm experts did not dare to be careless, let alone those disciples who were below the divine king realm. At that moment, the sun on the horizon seemed to become scarlet. Blood dyed the entire stone sect red. Chapter 3484. At that moment, Lin Kuan's complexion changed greatly. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared and punched out, shattering the countless sword shadows in the void. Jiang Chen, you madman, I'm going to tear you into pieces. You killed tens of thousands of my people. I cannot live under the same sky with you. Lin Kuan's anger was also reasonable. These disciples were the foundation of the petrified sect. If they were all dead, then he, the sect master, would probably be alone. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. The terror of the Ashura sword formation was completely displayed. Killing intent was everywhere. Although Jiang Chen did not kill the 20 divine emperor realm experts, they were all injured and could not take care of themselves. You only have yourself to blame. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being stubborn. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too conceited. I, Jiang Chen, have said that I don't want to have a life and death struggle, but you forced me to do so. I originally only wanted to punish those two evildoers, but you went behind my back and delayed for 3 days, then gathered countless experts to besiege me. Is this what you call morality? Is this what you call the foundation of your sect? Ha ha ha, it's too ridiculous. You're treacherous and cunning. You can't tell right from wrong. How can I believe you? I've already given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Moreover, the current petrified sect is already in a foul atmosphere. Under your leadership, the petrified sect will be destroyed sooner or later. So today, I, Jiang Chen, will simply turn your petrified sect into ashes in my hands. Even if I die, don't think that you'll have an easy time. Jiang Chen's eyes were about to pop out of his eye sockets. Fire snakes spurted out from his eyes. Who could understand his anger? His disciple was wronged, he was framed, and he had to deal with so many experts. Who could understand the bitterness and anger in his heart at this moment? In this battle, Jiang Chen was already prepared to fight to the death with the petrified sect. However, he didn't expect Lin Kuan to be so cunning and attract so many people. Even if he knew that he would die, Jiang Chen would not retreat because he wanted to destroy the entire petrified sect. All of this was caused by Lin Kuan. Because of his militaristic nature, because of his arbitrary actions, in this battle, Jiang Chen wanted the entire petrified sect to flow with rivers of blood. Is the fossil sect really finished? No, that guy will definitely be punished. He will definitely die. Humph, our petrified sect definitely doesn't have anyone who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Ah, save me, sect leader. Many people only saw Jiang Chen slaughtering, but they didn't see why he did it. As a member of the petrified sect, I actually feel a trace of shame. Among the countless people, a pale-faced young man stood at the bottom of the mountain. His eyes were filled with confusion. This was no longer the sect that was full of vigor and ambition. Here, it was filled with scheming and evil. More and more people became greedy and bloodthirsty. They didn't recognize their own family, and they didn't have the slightest bit of friendship. Only by slaughtering could they stand in a higher position. Lin Kuan's face was pale. In this battle, his petrified sect suffered heavy losses. Nearly half of his disciples were killed by Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation. It was almost a tragedy, but he was powerless to do anything. He could only roar and resist the Ashura sword formation. Otherwise, it was very likely that under the Ashura sword formation, thousands of swords would pierce through his heart and kill him. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches, sweeping across the surroundings. However, his Ashura sword formation was slowly losing control. The divine origin chi in his body was only left with 10 to 20%. This guy can't hold on any longer. Let's attack together. We must kill him. Huang Longyu took the lead and charged forward. Their strength had been consumed by Jiang Chen, but their core strength was still there. Moreover, Jiang Chen had already consumed too much of his strength. Although he had killed 6 early divine emperor experts, The Azura sword formation was broken. The 4 great sect masters were still quite strong. Fiery Tiger Rising Dragon. Jiang Chen, you executioner, go to hell. The 100,000 souls of the petrified sect will never let you go. Lin Kuan roared. The 4 great sect masters' aura was like a rainbow, and they had a domineering aura. Bailey Fenghua and Koga Ito Ryu were not to be outdone. They rapidly approached Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen slowly raised his head with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Want to kill me? You guys don't have the ability. I, Jiang Chen, am not that easy to kill. 4 thunderbolts were condensed in Jiang Chen's hand. The thunderbolts roared and soared into the sky. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with thunderbolts and lightning snakes. Dawn Sky Golden Lightning. 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning. Severing Drought Heavenly Lightning. 1,000 Flame Destruction Lightning. The 4 thunderbolts turned into 4 lightning dragons and were flickering above Jiang Chen's head. The origin of the 4 thunderbolts gradually gathered in his hands. The terrifying power of the thunderbolts turned into a heavenly lightning barrier, blocking everyone in the surroundings. Especially Lin Kuan, Huang Longyu and the others, their faces were filled with astonishment. These thunderbolts were like fierce beasts, covering the vast sky. The 30,000 li wasteland was filled with flickering thunder and fire, spreading over 1,000 li. Have a taste of my death lightning lotus. You guys will definitely like it. The smile on Jiang Chen's face became brighter. The lightning origin in his hands gathered together. Colorful lights shone brightly, like a light shadow spreading across the sky. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with disdain. At that moment, his domineering aura made even the heavens feel inferior. All of you die. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and slapped down. The death lightning lotus turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky. The 4 sect leaders were the first to collide with the death lightning lotus. A thunderous sound pierced through the 100,000 mountains. Darkness descended at this moment. The sun also lost its color at this moment. Great Destruction Fist. Heaven-shattering destruction. Lin Kuan's fist shadows spread across the sky, stabilizing the universe. 1 blade sacrifice. Jia Jia's blade shot up into the sky fearlessly. The brilliance of the blade was here. Huang Longyu swept through the heavens and earth, his aura shaking the 9 heavens. He also used his strongest move, wanting to seal this terrifying sky. Mad Dragon Shadow. 8 Extreme Illusion. Finally, Bailey Fenghua held the 8 trigrams Chenkuan pouch in her hand. Her hand covered the 9 heavens and her afterimages were like hooks. In that instant, the heavens and earth seemed to have become sorrowful. The death lightning lotus crisscrossed the horizon like a black ray of light, piercing through the blue sky. Spatial cracks spread out in all directions, causing the entire firmament to fall into silence. Lightning and shadows filled the sky. The attack formed by over 20 Divine Emperor Realm experts was destroyed by Jiang Chen's palm. Instantly, the heavens and earth fell into silence. Chapter 3485. Thunderclouds surged. The heavens and earth fell silent. Streaks of lightning flashed above the void. The entire fossil sect became deathly silent, because most of the disciples had already died under Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation, while more of them were facing the demon-like Jiang Chen, trembling and speechless. With a single strike, the heavens and earth split apart. The 4 sect masters were all pushed back and suffered heavy injuries. Their faces became extremely ugly. After all, Jiang Chen's strength was too shocking. Who would have thought that he could be so crazy and domineering? The death lightning lotus was like a sickle harvesting from hell. No one could escape from this battle. All the early Divine Emperor experts of the 4 sects were completely annihilated. Lin Kuan, Huang Longyu, Bailey Fenghua, Jiaga Ito Ryu, these were the only 4 left. Their faces were filled with fear. They had suffered unprecedented injuries. It was not easy for them to stay alive. This guy killed all of us. Could he be a devil? This is too terrifying. Just now, I almost died. Cough cough. Could it be that the power of our 4 sects is not enough to destroy this guy? Lin Kuan and Huang Longyu looked at each other and murmured. The 4 of them were shocked, but the fear in their eyes were not something that could be understood by outsiders. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Tens of thousands of disciples and dozens of Divine Emperor experts were all turned into ashes in his hands. At this moment,
He was a peerless killing god with high fighting spirit. No one could stop his existence. No one could compete with him. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen had also consumed a lot of his energy. The divine origin qi in his body was not even a tenth left. Although he had defeated the 4 sect masters, Jiang Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight. At this moment, the most courageous people were Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu. The two of them joined hands and defeated the 5 great elders. Wang Fengqi was also victorious. Facing those ordinary disciples of the fossil sect, his limitless sword could be said to have created another miracle. Even Sun Xiaolong became more and more miserable in his hands. Only now did Wang Fengqi know how terrifying the limitless sword was. Sword shadows were moving in the void, layers upon layers of sword intent were getting stronger and stronger, causing Sun Xiaolong to be defeated one after another. Even Sun Xiaolong had a bitter smile on his face. He was not Jiang Chen's opponent in the past. After so many years, he couldn't even defeat Jiang Chen's disciple. This made him even more furious. However, the facts speak louder than words. He was no longer Wang Fengqi's opponent. Wang Fengqi's every move was ruthless, layers upon layers of sword shadows, forcing Sun Xiaolong to complain incessantly. After seeing Jiang Chen perform the limitless sword twice, Wang Fengqi had a lot of understanding towards this sword intent, causing his strength to improve by leaps and bounds. This Sun Xiaolong was the one who shielded those 2 fellas. That's why he couldn't kill all of them. In the end, he was defeated and had to flee. This Sun Xiaolong had also played a great role. Sun Xiaolong, today, I will make you pay with your blood. If it wasn't for you, how could those 2 bastards be shielded? Wang Fengqi was like a madman, tangling with Sun Xiaolong. Sun Xiaolong's situation was worrying and his face was pale. As one of the strongest geniuses of the fossil sect, he had fallen into such a situation. It was really regrettable. Although his talent was not bad, compared to Tantai Jingzong, he was still lacking. Now that Wang Fengqi was like a hot knife cutting through butter and wanted to kill him, Sun Xiaolong had nowhere to retreat and had no strength to resist. Wang Fengqi's killing intent was like a rainbow. Under the attack of the 2 masters' wives, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing, his momentum was extremely terrifying. Almost everywhere he passed, not even a blade of grass was left. He had killed many disciples of the fossil sect. Sun Xiaolong was the first to bear the brunt. He was already suppressed to the point where he couldn't raise his head. You madman, the one who killed your wife is not me. Sun Xiaolong was extremely angry and roared. Ha ha ha, you're right. However, you shielded them and even framed me. What did you say in front of the sect master? You're a fellow who takes the side of the evildoer. Your death is not to be regretted. Today, I will definitely kill you. Wang Fengqi's roar was deafening, forcing Sun Xiaolong to retreat. In the end, he was still no match for Wang Fengqi. Myriad swords shot out at the same time. The limitless sword swept across, causing Sun Xiaolong to be unable to reverse the situation. Under the impact of the limitless sword, his body was pierced through. His flesh was badly mutilated, and his soul was scattered. Wang Fengqi's eyes were filled with grief and anger. He bared his teeth, looking incomparably malevolent. His killing intent was getting stronger. I've avenged you, little sister Feng. I've avenged you. Master risked his life for us. I definitely won't let you down. Revenge. I will kill everyone in the fossil sect. Wang Fengqi stepped on Sun Xiaolong's corpse. His roar shook the heavens, turning him into a devil from hell. Every disciple of the fossil sect was frantically fleeing from his grasp. Jiang Chen slowly stood up, looking at the crazed Wang Fengqi. This battle had caused the sky to darken and the earth to darken. The setting sun was like blood. The heavens and earth mourned. The people of the fossil sect were almost wiped out, and the battle between Jiang Chen and the 4 sect masters was also evenly matched. At this moment, all of them had fallen into dejection. Jiang Chen's death lightning lotus made them feel incomparable despair. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen actually had such a terrifying side to him, causing them to lose so miserably? Disciples, elites, all of them were wiped out. Now, who among you can still fight with me? Jiang Chen roared, looking at Lin Kuan, Huang Longyu and the others. The heavenly dragon sword was sharp, pointing at everyone. Everyone's breathing stagnated, their faces were pale, and they were speechless. Because they had already suffered a life and death injury, and were unable to fight anymore.
Although Jiang Chen was the same, in terms of momentum, he was absolutely not weaker than anyone else. It was a competition of heart and arrogance. Jiang Chen's eyes were as cold as frost, and his aura was magnificent. He stood on the top of the mountain in high spirits. Huang Longyu was dumbfounded, Koga One Blade School was dumbfounded, Bailey Fenghua was dumbfounded, and even Lin Kuan was regretting to death. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. He could have had the opportunity to kill Jiang Chen, the sword master of the sword-drawing sect, but he stubbornly went ahead and protected the two sinners behind him. He did not hesitate to join forces with the three major sects, just to put Jiang Chen to death. However, the result made everyone's jaws drop. Jiang Chen, as a peerless divine emperor, gave all of them a resounding slap in the face. No one could compete with him, and no one could make Jiang Chen bow his head. That Death Lightning Lotus was the most terrifying attack they had ever seen in their lives. If there were not more than 20 early Divine Emperor Realm elite disciples protecting them, it would be impossible for them to survive. As soon as Jiang Chen used the Ashura sword formation, he killed tens of thousands of Fossil Sect's disciples, causing the entire Fossil Sect to become unrecognizable, completely losing the face of a major sect. The elite disciples were all killed, and the other three sect masters were also miserable. The number of experts that died in the hands of Jiang Chen was innumerable. Divine Emperor Realm experts were the foundation of their major sections. Now that the Divine Emperor Realm experts were all dead, their sects would lose the capital to fight back. In this battle, Jiang Chen used his sword to cut down the four kingdoms. The entire Kuan Shan prefecture was destined to be set off in a bloody storm. However, right at this moment, a huge black flag appeared in the sky, covering the entire sky. It was as if it had covered the entire horizon. Chapter 3486. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and his lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. This black flag covered the sky and was filled with a terrifying haze. Those who came were not friendly. An incomparably huge dark cloud spread out from the horizon, carrying a huge black flag. It happened to completely erase the blazing sun that had sunk into the western mountains. The entire land seemed to have sunk into darkness, giving off a formless sense of pressure. Jiang Chen felt a familiar feeling. These people seemed to be coming for him. However, he didn't dare confirm it either. As for who it was still unknown. In this Kunshan County, these guys dared to be so brazen. They should at least be at the same level as the sword-drawing sect. Jiang Chen murmured. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing looked at each other. They had forced the 5 great elders of the fossil sect to retreat, but at this time, they must quickly return to Jiang Chen's side. After all, Jiang Chen was like an arrow at the end of its flight. It was difficult for him to fight. If this black flag was coming for him, their situation would become more dangerous today. Who is this? Why is it so powerful? Huang Longyu's eyes flickered unceasingly. A hint of shock could be seen on the corner of his mouth. Lin Kuan and the others were the same. The black flag that blotted out the sky was too terrifying. It made them feel that they were far inferior to it. Their hearts were filled with complicated feelings, because they didn't know who was coming, whether it was a friend or a foe. However, Lin Kuan's eyes were shining. He seemed to have discovered some clues. This seems to be the flag of the Ghost Pill sect. Although he belonged to the affiliated sect of the sword-drawing sect, he also knew that this black flag seemed to be the symbol of the Ghost Pill sect. Moreover, this monstrous momentum made people's scalp numb. Their Kunshan County did not seem to have such a powerful and strange sect anymore. Ghost Pill sect, how could it be them? Why would they appear in the territory of our Kunshan County? Huang Longyu said with a dignified expression, declining to comment. If none of us have offended the Ghost Pill sect, then these people are most likely here for Jiang Chen. Lin Kuan said with a smile. Looks like this guy is really a troublemaker. He can even offend people from the Ghost Pill sect? Ha ha ha, if that's really the case, isn't this fellow digging his own grave? He's dead for sure. Bailey Fenghua laughed and said. I've worn out my iron shoes and found nowhere to hide. Jiang Chen, I've finally found you. Hee hee. In the sky, a black flag fluttered in the wind. A skinny old man holding a walking stick said with a chuckle. He was all skin and bones, like a jagged mountain rock. His deep-set eyes were filled with endless coldness and darkness. Countless wrinkles formed an incomparably complicated face on his face, making him look like a frightening evil spirit. The old man's eyes flickered as he glanced around. Finally, his gaze landed on Jiang Chen, as if he was looking at an incomparably huge treasure. Lin Kuan and the others looked at each other. Their hearts were filled with wild joy, because this old man really came for Jiang Chen. In that case, there was nothing for them to worry about. Although they had suffered serious injuries in this battle and their sect had encountered an unprecedented calamity, as long as Jiang Chen was dead, they would no longer have to worry about anything. Although their vitality was greatly injured, their revenge had been taken, and their future was promising.
Looking for me? I don't think we've met before, Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone.
However, this old man obviously didn't come with good intentions. Jiang Chen could feel an invisible pressure coming from him, as if he wanted to devour Jiang Chen. It was a disgusting feeling.
Didn't you kill my junior brother Fen Gudong? The skinny old man said coldly. Fen Gudong? You're from the Ghost Pill sect. Jiang Chen understood. This guy really had an ulterior motive.
Looking at his expression, it seemed that he was not only here to take revenge for Fen Gudong. The way he looked at Jiang Chen made Jiang Chen feel that this guy should know that he had the myriad chi cauldron. Once the inheritance of the craftsman god was made known to the public, he would definitely be hunted down from all directions. The craftsman god was second only to the Emperor Realm experts, and was known as the #1 expert under the Emperor Realm. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that the divine weapons made by the craftsman god were unparalleled throughout the ages, and could even be compared to the Emperor Realm experts. In the current divine world, the inheritance of the craftsman god was enough to stir up the entire central region.
It's really the people from the Ghost Pill sect. Yeah, this Jiang Chen is really a troublemaker. With the big shot of the Ghost Pill sect here, Jiang Chen will not be able to escape even if he has wings. This is called the heavens opening their eyes. This guy has done many evil deeds, and the heavens will punish him. The experts of the Ghost Pill sect are here to kill him. Let's see how long he can be arrogant now.
Humph. The 4 sect leaders were all happy, and the corners of their lips were slightly raised. Although Jiang Chen was like a hot knife cutting through butter, and completely suppressed them, once the experts of the Ghost Pill sect came, Jiang Chen would not be able to fight anymore. He would definitely die a tragic death in this battle.
Fen Gudong's death made you come all the way here to kill me. Could it be that the relationship between you and your brothers is so touching? Why are you here? It's really unbelievable. You know better than anyone about the death of the Ghost Pill sect's elder, Fen Gudong. Could it be that you're not afraid of becoming the next Fen Gudong? Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. You and I have a tacit understanding. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. Gudong is still too greedy. How can he achieve great things by himself? Moreover, he fell into your hands. This is really not right. Today, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. What right do you have to be arrogant with me? Come with me, and you might be able to keep your life. If you resist, only death awaits you. Cough, cough.
The old man coughed and his eyes narrowed, flickering with a strange light.
This guy is going to be mine soon. You have a good idea, but it's not that easy to kill me, Jiang Chen. Fen Gudong's death is a lesson for you. So today you'll die. Jiang Chen said arrogantly, and his eyes were cold.
He clashed with the old man, and neither of them gave way.
I will account for Fen Gudong's death on behalf of the Ghost Pill sect, but you will only be mine. Chapter 3487. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. This old fart was obviously here to snatch the inheritance of the craftsman god. This time, he might not be able to escape even if he had wings. However, it was not his character to sit and wait for death. Jiang Chen knew that he was no match for Qi Lian. Therefore he could only evade. If he were to fight with this old bastard now, he would definitely die. Come back! Jiang Chen bellowed. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing turned around. Wang Fengqi also quickly moved towards his master. Jiang Chen clenched his fist. Golden light burst out and the Zulong Tower sucked the 4 of them into it. Qi Lian's attack landed on the space beside Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen's figure disappeared. Everyone trembled because they did not know where Jiang Chen went. Good lad. Qi Lian's eyes widened. At this moment, he was the only one who could maintain his calm. He knew that it was impossible for Jiang Chen to escape from here. This world was already filled with his soul. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to teleport away,
he would not be able to escape from Qi Lian's eyes. Qi Lian was definitely still here. However, he did not know what kind of technique Jiang Chen had used to conceal himself. Fuck! Where did Jiang Chen go? Don't tell me he ran away? Yeah. Escaping from the experts of the Ghost Pill sect. Isn't this Jiang Chen a little too terrifying? Not necessarily. That guy must have used some unusual method to disappear without a trace. However, he should still be in our world. Huang Longyu and the others said with a solemn expression. At this moment, Qi Lian's eyes were like torches as he scanned 1,000 miles away. The surrounding world was completely sealed by his soul power. There was no way to escape. Any slight movement would attract his attention. At this moment, Wang Fengqi was completely dumbfounded. He did not expect his master to have such a divine ability. Looking at the people around him, he could not help feeling a little weak. Master, will they not be able to see us this way? Naturally, Wang Fengqi did not know how powerful the Zulong Tower was. He was just worried that they were deceiving themselves. Don't worry, the Zulong Tower is very sturdy. It's impossible to destroy it without the means of an Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, we're just a speck of dust in the vast thousand world. It'll take some time for him to discover us. This period of time is enough for us to recuperate. Cultivating in peace, there was no need to worry. Once I recover my strength, I'll fight this old man again. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the crowd outside the Zulong Tower. He was not worried at all. However, he knew that Qi Lian would not leave so easily. Qi Lian came here to track him. Now that he had disappeared, he would definitely wait for him. In the past, Jiang Chen did not need the Zulong Tower at all. That was why he did not enter it to cultivate. With his absolute strength, Jiang Chen could dominate the world. Why would he need to hide in the Zulong Tower? This time, Jiang Chen had no other choice but to enter the Zulong Tower to buy time for himself to recuperate. However, Jiang Chen knew that Qi Lian would find him in 3 days at most. Without the strength of an Emperor Realm expert, it was impossible to teleport instantaneously. Qi Lian knew that as long as he waited here, he would be able to find Jiang Chen. I don't believe that you can escape to the 9th heaven. Humph. Qi Lian was full of confidence. His face was gloomy as he began to search for traces of Jiang Chen. Senior, could it be that this fellow is still here? Lin Kuan and the others looked at Qi Lian with a solemn expression. At this moment, they did not know what to do. The most miserable person was none other than Lin Kuan of Petrification Sect. Currently, the Petrification Sect had almost completely declined. The core strength of the sect had been wiped out and all the disciples and geniuses had turned into ashes. However, all of this was caused by his stubbornness. There was only one thought in Lin Kuan's mind, and that was to kill Jiang Chen. Only by killing Jiang Chen would he be able to avenge his sect. This guy is seriously injured. He can't run away. He must have used some method to hide himself. He must be hiding in this world. Otherwise, I would have been able to detect the slightest movement in this world. Qi Lian said in a deep voice. Senior, this bastard is lawless and has killed countless people. He has committed many crimes. You must avenge us. This Jiang Chen must die. You have to kill him. Otherwise, he will bring disaster to his entire life. Huang Longyu said fiercely. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Apart from the Petrification Sect, he was the one who had suffered the most. Now that the experts of the Ghost Pill sect had come to kill Jiang Chen, they were all extremely excited. If they failed, they might be killed by Jiang Chen's sword. Therefore, no one was looking forward to it more than them. Don't get in my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Even if the Lord of the Sword-Drawing Sect was here, he might not dare to do anything to me. Don't try to scheme against me. Get as far away from me as you can. Qi Lian said with a gloomy face. His wrinkled face was constantly trembling. He had finally found the location of Jiang Chen. If he were to run away at this time, wouldn't everything that he had done be for naught? Qi Lian clenched the pole in his hand and gritted his teeth. His cold aura made Lin Kuan, Huang Longyu and the others' faces change. They did not dare to say anything and could only slowly retreat. They did not know if Qi Lian would be angry in the next second. Once they offended Qi Lian, they would not be far from death. Qi Lian's unscrupulous and domineering behavior showed the strength of the Ghost Pill sect. Lin Kuan looked at the corpses of the petrification sect that was now in a state of desolation.
All of this was caused by Jiang Chen.
He struggled in his heart and was extremely angry.
But what could he do? Jiang Chen's life was uncertain.
Even in this broken home, there was no place for them to stay.
It was really sad.
I, Lin Kuan, was an ambitious and ruthless person.
I never thought that I would end up like this. It's really sad. Hee hee. Chapter 3488. I hope this guy won't notice us.
Wang Fengqi murmured in a low voice. Right now, his master was heavily injured, and it was all because of him. His feelings of self-blame were indescribable, but he couldn't tell his master about it. As a man, what he had to do was silently endure. He would engrave everything his master had done for him into his heart. In this life, even if he had to work like an ox or a horse, it would be difficult for him to repay his master's kindness.
Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were very anxious.
At this moment, what they were worried about had happened. Jiang Chen fought with all his might, but there were too many of them. Jiang Chen had killed dozens of Divine Emperor Realm experts and defeated the 4 great sect masters. It was already very terrifying, but he was still plotted against by someone. The guy from the Guidan sect seemed to be determined to take them down.
The 2 of you protect me.
I need at least 3 days to recover to my peak state. My injuries in this battle are not light.
Jiang Chen said in a low voice.
Don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let you die in front of me.
Yan Qingqing Lung said.
Her words were very warm, giving Jiang Chen a feeling of happiness. He did not say anything else and quickly entered the state of cultivation.
3 days passed quietly.
Jiang Chen had yet to wake up from his cultivation, but Qi Lian had already found the location of the Zulong Tower.
Ha ha ha, I finally found you. Little bastard, let's see where you can run to this time.
Hiding in a spatial divine tool.
You're really good at scheming.
Ha! Qi Lian gritted his teeth and squinted his eyes. His soul power had searched every corner of the mountain and finally sensed the location of the Zulong Tower. After all, there were 3 Divine Emperor Realm Auras and a late Hierarch Realm Aura in the Zulong Tower. It was quite difficult to not be discovered.
Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing looked at each other.
When they looked at Jiang Chen, he had only recovered 70 to 80% of his strength.
Take my attack. Let's see how long you can last.
Qi Lian roared and slammed his dragon head staff down. The ancestral dragon pagoda was shaken and Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Qi Lian roared and slammed his dragon head staff down.
You haven't recovered your strength.
I'm afraid this battle. Wu Ningzhu was extremely worried. She wanted to help Jiang Chen, but there was nothing she could do. Her strength was limited. She could only let Jiang Chen endure it alone.
Don't worry.
It won't be easy for this stubborn old man to kill me. He's stronger than Lin Kuan and the others, but he might not be that strong. Jiang Chen knew that he could not just sit still and wait. Otherwise, he would not be able to cultivate peacefully in the Zulong Tower. Old man, Grandpa is here. Jiang Chen appeared in the sky with the Zulong Tower in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the Zulong Tower shone brightly. Thunder rumbled and the heavens and earth trembled. The Zulong Tower collided with Qi Lian's dragon head walking stick. Both of them retreated. Jiang Chen's eyes were as sharp as a sword.
You're finally willing to come out. You coward. I thought you would hide until your death. Qi Lian stood upright with his walking stick.
The flesh on his old face was trembling as he stared at Jiang Chen fiercely.
You're so determined to die. If I don't do anything, wouldn't I be letting you down? Jiang Chen raised his sword. Murderous intent surged. Sword shadows flipped and rotated. His aura swallowed the sky.
The limitless sword had no self and no other. The 18th sword had reached its limit. At this moment, Jiang Chen quietly evolved the 19th sword. The 19th sword was the transformation and upgrade of the 18th sword. Although it was not completely perfected, it was still more than 18 times better than the 18th sword. In these 3 days, he had been constantly recovering his strength. At the same time, he had also gained a deeper understanding of the limitless sword. His sword technique was not only improving, but it was also a kind of dependence and sublimation of the sword. It was like the fusion of water and water.
Don't be so arrogant.
It's a worthy death for you to die by my hands today.
Ha!
Yan held his walking stick and swept the void. His footsteps seemed messy, but each of his steps was profound. It was even better than Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Both of them continued to exchange blows. However, Jiang Chen felt that Yan's strength was not simple. His strength was not inferior to Shangguan Hongyan's. The dragon head walking stick in Yan's hand was also very terrifying. It was definitely a primal origin treasure. It kept colliding with the heavenly dragon sword, but it did not seem to be at a disadvantage. The two of them were fighting in the sky. It was a dazzling scene. "Let's go and help our husband," Wu Ningzhu said anxiously. She really couldn't bear the thought of sitting here and waiting for her death. "All right." Yan Qingqing did not reject Wu Ningzhu's suggestion. Both of them quickly chased after Jiang Chen. However, as soon as they attacked, Lin Kuan and the other 3 sect lords stopped them. They had recovered most of their strength. Although they could not be compared to Jiang Chen, they were still confident in dealing with Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. "Little girl, if you want to save your husband, why don't you let us play with him first? Hehe. Maybe you won't want your husband anymore." Kaga One Blade Sect smiled sinisterly as he approached Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu. His face was full of lust, which made people feel extremely uncomfortable. "Don't you dare insult my master's wife." Although Wang Fengqi knew that he was no match for them, he would not just stand by and watch. Moreover, he was the one who started this matter. "Get lost!" Lin Kuan shouted angrily. He threw out a long punch, which made Wang Fengqi fly backwards. He looked extremely embarrassed. "If it wasn't for you, how could my petrified sect fall into this world? Brat, I will tear you into pieces today and make you fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever." Lin Kuan hated Wang Fengqi to the core. Now that Jiang Chen was entangled by Yan, he had the chance to kill Wang Fengqi. It was a heaven-sent opportunity. "Be careful," Wu Ningzhu exclaimed. The two of them could not help Jiang Chen in time. They were forced to fight against the 4 sect lords. Although they were only at the minor connecting heavens realm, it was too easy for them to suppress Wu Ningzhu. Yan Qingqing might be stronger, but it was difficult for her to fight against so many people. Their situation was worrisome. Compared to Jiang Chen, they were even more worried. "Brat, you are not my opponent. Dang. I will take revenge for my junior brother Fan Gudong. I will send you to the 18th layer of hell. There are some things that a lowly guy like you can't have." Chapter 3489. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. Yan didn't hide anything at all. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen as soon as he attacked. Although Jiang Chen didn't know what those 2 pills were, Yan must have eaten them to increase his strength. Yan must have wanted to take him down in one go, just like his junior brother Fan Gudong did. It would be a tragedy if Jiang Chen failed miserably. "Die, you old fart." Jiang Chen didn't want to be outdone. The 19 swords swept across the sky, slashing the void. The limitless sword swept across the entire mountain with an earth-shattering might. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time. Flowers and leaves could be used as swords. The rhythm of all living beings in the world moved and transformed into swords. In an instant, the wind howled and the cranes screamed. Yan wielded his dragon-headed walking stick, striking out with boundless strength. Although he looked skinny, he was like a god of war, unstoppable. The two of them continued to exchange blows. Wind howled and the void shattered. Tens of thousands of swords clashed, but Yan was unstoppable. His aura was like that of a tiger, giving off a feeling of invincibility. "These 2 pellets are my most outstanding masterpieces. They're called the Sky-Stealing Pellet and Sun-Changing Pellet. If you consume them together, you'll be able to steal the sky and change the sun, reversing yin and yang. Your divine origin energy within a radius of 5,000 miles will be completely devoured by me, and you'll completely become my possession." Yan laughed crazily. Jiang Chen frowned because he could feel the invisible suction force coming from Yan. Yan's 2 heaven-stealing sun-exchanging pills were really terrifying. However, Jiang Chen would not sit still and wait for his death. He held the divine burying flag in his hand and waved it in the sky, disrupting the heavenly dipper. Wherever the black burying flag passed, a whirlwind was created. Yan did not dare to act recklessly. However, Yan was absorbing more and more divine origin qi. His body was like an inflated ball, becoming stronger and stronger. It was too difficult to break this rubber ball. It was simply unrealistic, because Jiang Chen could feel that his strength was completely suppressed. Although this guy couldn't absorb all the energy for his own use, he could still suppress him for a short period of time. This kind of suppression made Jiang Chen feel uncomfortable. Even the black burying flag couldn't help him get rid of this pressure. Gusts of crazy hurricanes wreaked havoc on the surrounding mountains. The sky and earth changed color. The battle between Qi Lian and Jiang Chen was inextricably linked. However, as Jiang Chen retreated, the hurricanes were no longer a threat to Qi Lian. This guy was like an indestructible diamond. All around him were waves of smoke. The hurricanes of the black burying flag couldn't devour his domineering auras. The sky-stealing sun-exchanging pill had made his strength even stronger. Jiang Chen hadn't fully recovered to his peak yet. His situation was getting worse and worse. Jiang Chen's face was pale. He roared and retreated. The hurricanes were useless. His palm formed a heavenly seal. He stood tall in the sky. Jiang Chen was proud of the heavens and looked down upon the world. With a single seal, the mountains and rivers were shattered. Heavenly seal. The huge palm seal struck out like a gust of wind. It contained the power of Jiang Chen's Tao. At that moment, even Qi Lian's expression changed. He felt that this seal could destroy him. "Good fella!" Qi Lian shouted. However, he wasn't one to admit defeat so easily. Even in the face of Jiang Chen's earth-shattering attack, he still planned to fight head-on with Jiang Chen. After all, his sky-stealing pellet deserved its reputation. Around him, streams of divine origin qi condensed into astral winds. Qi Lian punched out to determine who was stronger than Jiang Chen's seal. Victory and defeat depended on this one move. Qi Lian's fist power against Jiang Chen's? The heavenly seal collided. The heaven seal crushed the astral wind around Qi Lian's body with a destructive force. The power condensed from divine origin qi also vanished in an instant. This seal caused Qi Lian's pupils to shrink. He had no choice but to take it head-on. However, all the meridians in his body had been shattered and he had suffered serious injuries. Although the stealing sky-changing sky was powerful, it was still a divine origin qi technique. Although the sky-stealing pellet was powerful, it seemed so fragile under the heavenly seal. Is this the so-called throwing an egg against a stone? Qi Lian shook his head. His heart was filled with bitterness. He flew backwards and landed on the mountain peak. Broken rocks pierced through the air, creating a rainbow. It was a breathtaking scene. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. Does he know about me? The Tian Mudra had become more and more powerful, especially the Taoist qi in his body, which had increased a lot. Even though he had used the Tian Mudra, he had not reached the point of being completely exhausted. Although it seemed to be a bit difficult, he did not fall. On the contrary, Qi Lian couldn't take it anymore. He knelt on one knee and spurted out blood. He thought that he could easily take down Jiang Chen, but in the end, he almost died in Jiang Chen's hands. He wanted to escape, but found that Jiang Chen had already locked onto him. "Master!" At this moment, Wang Fengqi cried out in alarm. His face was pale. Lin Kuan's palm had struck his chest, breaking his veins and leaving him on the verge of death. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. He immediately rushed forward. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing had been forced into a desperate situation. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His white robe was soaked with blood. It was hard to tell if it was red or white. Seeing Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing being beaten back, and Wang Fengqi on the verge of death, Jiang Chen's anger burst out at this moment. Sword 19 soared into the sky, dancing about the cosmos. His sword flew through the air, causing the world to descend into chaos. Sword projections covered the area, making it impossible for the four sects to hide. "All of you go to hell!" Jiang Chen was enraged. Wu Ningzhu's face and body were left with several marks. She was bleeding profusely. Yan Qingqing wasn't any better. At this moment, he could only kill all four of them to relieve the hatred in his heart. "No, don't!" The four of them were pale. Their eyes were flickering with the fear of death. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't give them the chance to escape. His family members were almost buried in their hands. These despicable bastards. Only by killing them would he be able to relieve the hatred in his heart. Jiang Chen's aura soared to the sky. The 19th sword's domineering aura was shocking. It was getting closer to perfection. At that moment, 19 sword shadows descended from the heavens. The 4 sect masters were trembling, knowing that they were going to die. No matter how they tried to escape, they wouldn't be able to escape. This was a life and death calamity for them. One sword strike, the 4 seas were leveled. The sword fell from the sky and the sun rose. Chapter 3490. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Blood dripped down from the blade and a cold aura permeated the surrounding thousands of miles of the void, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Qi Lian silently looked at Jiang Chen with a lingering fear in his heart. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His whole body was trembling silently. He had used almost everything in this battle. The heaven-stealing pill and the sun-changing pill were his life-saving pills. However, he still could not defeat Jiang Chen at the crucial moment. Qi Lian sighed incomparably. The 4 masters of the petrifying sect, Lin Kuan, Huang Longyu, Bailey Fenghua, and Jiahe Ichiryu, were all killed by Jiang Chen with a single strike. 4 mid-divine emperor realm masters. The Kunshan prefecture was destined to be in an uproar. This was also the reason why Qi Lian was shocked. Jiang Chen was too strong, too terrifying, and no one could compete with him. The remaining people of the petrification sect covered their faces and wept. They were in despair because Jiang Chen had almost destroyed the foundation of their sect. The petrification sect only existed in name now. As for the other 3 sects, their core forces and sect lords were all forgotten. They were destined to be unable to recover from this setback. The entire Kunshan County would probably become turbulent in the next 100 or even 1,000 years. Master is too strong, Wang Fengqi said from the bottom of his heart. There was a blazing light in the depths of his eyes. No one could understand what he was feeling at this moment. His master was like an insurmountable mountain. To Wang Fengqi, being in front of him was an endless gratification and honor. However, it was also an indescribable pressure. If he didn't live up to expectations, he would lose face for his master. To Wang Fengqi, this was a very painful matter. Wang Fengqi's great enmity was avenged. Although he was on the verge of death, he still managed to keep his life. But at that moment, he discovered that he had lost his hatred. He was no longer able to support the internal conflict of the God realm in his heart. Where should he go? Jiang Chen's eyes were full of persistence. His face was strangely cold. In Jiang Chen's eyes, Wang Fengqi saw his master's tenacity, indifference, and gentleness. The complexity of his inner world was indescribable. However, he felt that his master was far more tired than him. But he did not say it, nor did he tell anyone about it. Even his 2 confidants might not fully understand the vastness of his heart. At this moment, Jiang Chen's figure was like a sword. He had killed the 4 great sect masters and defeated the elders of the Ghost Pill sect. It could be said that it was difficult to pacify the 4 seas. His master was struggling to move forward. Wang Fengqi seemed to have found his target. Sister Feng had already passed away. Master did not hesitate to fight to the death for them. Of course, if he were to leave now, wouldn't his master be too sad and unreasonable? Even if it was for his master, he had to live well. He had to live more brilliantly than anyone else. He had to make his master proud. At this moment, the world darkened. The entire fossil sect was silent. The dust had settled, and even the air seemed to have solidified. This guy is too terrifying. It's better to leave first. Qi Lian turned around, wanting to quickly escape. However, he found that Jiang Chen's sword was already hovering above his head. You want to leave? Haha, aren't you a little too anxious? Running away after acting cool? How can there be such an exciting thing in this world? Jiang Chen's sword was placed horizontally in front of Qi Lian. At this moment, Qi Lian's expression became extremely ugly. He subconsciously took a few steps back. He knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to get out of this alive. Then what do you want? Don't force me. Let's fight to the death. I might not be afraid of you. Qi Lian said fiercely. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Jiang Chen. His heart was incomparably complicated. Life and death were only a thin line apart. Do you believe your own words? You want to fight to the death with me? Ha ha, what a joke. Who told you about this? Not many people know about this. Jiang Chen looked at Qi Lian with interest. If Fan Gudong knew about this, he would definitely keep it a secret. Even those who had risked their lives with him did not know about it. Therefore, the person who leaked this information was very important to Jiang Chen. He wanted to know who was behind this. Shangguan Hongyan. This answer shouldn't surprise you. Shangguan Hongyan, I don't think you're surprised by my answer. He wants your life, but I only want the thing in your hand. Today I, Qi Yan, admit my defeat. It's really sad to be defeated by you. However, you have to let me go today. Otherwise, I will spread the news about you possessing the inheritance of the craftsman god. At that time, the entire central region divine land will be in chaos. Do you think that there will be a place for you, Jiang Chen, to hide under the heavens? Ha! You must let me go. This is your only choice. If I leave, I will definitely not tell the public about this. Because you still have a great treasure. There is no reason for me to share such a big piece of meat with others, right? Qi Yan said with a smile. The corners of his mouth curled into a gentle smile. This was his trump card, his final trump card. Qi Yan knew that Jiang Chen would definitely not take this risk. Because once his identity was exposed, he would become the target of everyone. The inheritance of the craftsman god. This news was too shocking to the central region divine land that had been peaceful for thousands of years. So, you're threatening me? Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. You can say that. However, you can also use me as a means to protect yourself. After all, if I die, then everything will be over. I will definitely not push myself into an abyss of eternal damnation. The one who truly wants your life is Shangguan Hongyan. He is the one who wants to kill you. As for why, I don't know. However, as long as you let me go, I will definitely not cause trouble for you again. Qi Yan said in a deep voice. His eyes narrowed into a line as he looked at Jiang Chen. He was quite nervous because he didn't know what would happen next. You're such a smart person. You won't do anything stupid, right? Qi Yan's words made Jiang Chen's eyes turn even colder. This Shangguan Hongyan was really hateful. Jiang Chen didn't expect that Shangguan Hongyan would tell someone else such an important piece of information. However, Jiang Chen wasn't a person who would be threatened. The moment Qi Yan threatened him, he had already decided to kill Qi Yan. This arrogant fella deserved to die without a burial place. Your plan is not bad. However, it's a pity that you've miscalculated one thing. No one can threaten me, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He soared into the sky and slashed down with his sword. Qi Yan retreated step by step and resisted with all his might. However, it was getting harder and harder. However, Jiang Chen didn't give him the slightest chance. Even though he was also heavily injured, he was determined to kill Qi Yan. If worst comes to worst, he could just run all over the world. He didn't mind making the whole world his enemy, but he wouldn't be threatened by Qi Yan. However, Jiang Chen's heart was extremely solemn, because he needed to finish this battle as soon as possible. After killing Qi Yan, he needed to leave this place as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.